I gotta. I think I want to wait for a real one. But I mean, we can. Yeah, we can do. I don't know. Should we do that? I'm kind of hungry too. I need to make some breakfast here. Maybe in a little while. Let me think about it because I haven't formulated the whole thing in my head, and I'm just I'm just playing with it because the one I have, the one I always do with the mirror and the laser. I can do that one easily, but this one I have to kind of formulate how I'm going to build on it.
Oh, it's all good, man. I can't stay on here very long anyway. We just had a Glober join triggering triangles here. He's a Glober. So you can talk to him.
Yeah, if he wants to talk.
What do you need?
Explain how you get an elevation angle on a curved surface. Aren't you the one that knows that?
Yeah. Yeah, you guys want to know how to do that?
Yeah, go ahead. Elevation angle from the sky on a curved surface on the ground. How do you do that, sir? Go ahead.
So what you do is you pretend the Earth is flat. Then you take an angle to whatever's in the sky from the horizon up. And then you kind of point with your arm and you take that angle, and you can use an equipment to do that, or your arm, or just get close enough. You can get roughly close. And then you get an angle, and then you write that down, and then you do that with another object. And then when you're done, you pretend the Earth is a ball again. That's how you do that from a sphere.
That's a good explanation without saying the word tangent. Good job.
I don't even know how you can do anything with a tangent point.
So the crux of the biscuit there is that you're pretending.
You have to pretend the Earth is a ball. Yeah.
Precisely. It's imagination.
Basically, you take the elevation angle on your level stationary plane, and then you pretend it's a ball. Exactly. Good job.
Man, what's up with these Globers these days? Just pretending, imagination. Wow.
Well, at least they even admit it's part of their equation. They got refraction, they've got imagination. They'd be really good at money laundering. They know how to cook the books.
Okay, Wild Bill, real quick, we do have a person named Chi. Maybe they want to talk. Hello, Chi. Welcome to the server. What shape is the Earth, in your opinion? And they bounced. I give up. Back to you guys.
They didn't have much imagination.
No, they're still here. They just don't want to talk. But anyway, we've been joined by one of the best Glovers around, DJ. What's going on, DJ?
What's going on? Definitely a globe. I mean, you could see the curvature in the picture that Plain Earth Judge, Flat Earth Judge posted in the side chat.
Exactly. All you do is walk outside. It's just obviously a globe. And come on, man. Come on, man.
This is good that you're here, DJ. I was actually just Googling, trying to figure out things about the picture that I posted. The Sagitta is like the Archite, right? So why is it 133 when over 20 miles we have 266 foot of hidden curvature? What am I missing here?
I don't know. I'm going to blame Yoda for the math on that one. But I think it might even be less than 133.
It's 133 to the top of that. If it's 200, if you were to take the other guy and tip it down so that the first guy was looking straight out, then that would be 266 feet.
Yeah,
Bradley's right.
the hidden
It's a
height
difference
is
between-
266.
It's a difference
There we
between
go.
taking the whole angle or the whole central angle or half the central angle. So the difference is whether or not you are tilted down towards the tangent or you're looking horizontally above the tangent.
Yeah, I got it.
Yep.
So, yep, drop
Is it-
over distance versus sight line to the tangent.
Right.
Sorry.
I have to get it before I can explain it to someone else. That's why I'm asking. So how are we going to explain this to a glober? I'm working on it a little bit now because I kind of want to incorporate this instead of doing my mirror and laser. So that's why I brought it up. So if you were
Take
to
another
present
picture of it, tip it about 45 degrees, and then make it say 266 feet, and they'll get it.
right.
'Cause I suck at maths, so I just asked Yoda because he's good at math. Terrible at math. Does this work? But yeah, I don't even really mention when I'm presenting that drop over distance. I just give them the straight up analogy. If there's a hill or if there's any object between us and it's 133 foot high, will I be able to see the other person? Later on, you get into the drop. I try not to confuse them with too many numbers, but yeah, the raw drop over distance 266.7 feet, and then the hump height is 130.
See, now we're using terms that globers can understand. Hump height is good. I like it. Let's see here. So we have that, and then we slam this picture into them. It's the same one, but now they're going to have to accept it over water instead. There we go. This one is good because it has the 266 foot of curvature drop.
I have an updated one that doesn't have the that little bit of math on the bottom.
All right, let me have that then, please.
Good. Because the Glovers will look for anything that can get them or derail the conversations.
Right.
Uh,
I almost want to remove the numbers on everything and just show them the pictures.
yeah. Depends on the
Right.
globe. You got to keep it simple for these globers. It's like teaching a little kid.
Right. No, that's exactly what it is. But if they have some kind of IQ, they can grasp it. But let's see. Maybe you guys are going to see me fail spectacularly today at some point if I try this out, because I want to kind of try it at some point, but we'll see. And maybe you can jump in and rescue me, worst case scenario. We'll see how much time I have here today. If it's going to be a nice day, I'm going to go outside. Sunshine and 9 degrees Celsius. It's not too bad. That's a Viking
It's not-
summer.
Man, after spending winter, this year was a really cold winter, and now back in Australia, I would be whining when it's 10 degrees Celsius. It's so cold, and I'd be freaking out. But after having negative 20 stuff like that, now 9 degrees, 10 degrees is spectacular weather.
I know.
It's gorgeous weather, isn't it, mate?
I mean,
Yeah, man. Oh, yeah. We got a perfect blue sky today. Very nice.
yesterday was super nice here. I was out on the deck behind my house, and in the corner there, even when it's just 12 degrees Celsius, it's felt like 20. You could sit there and just take your shirt off and just get a little sun. I'm hoping I can do that today. Even 10 degrees should be good enough to do that. Sulami Devon says, a globe is a spherical model of Earth, terrestrial, or the heavens, celestial, proving providing a non-distorted 3D representation. All right, Salami, you're gonna have to give me a little context there.
I don't
Oh,
know.
you do?
Say,
You do think it's a globe? That is funny. Dude, why do you think it's a globe? With all the tech we have now, we can actually measure it. Salami. You can get a camera and prove it's not a globe. I don't blame my forefathers, my grandfather and so on. They didn't have this tech, but we have it. There's no excuse. Come on, talk to us in chat. Why are you a glober? It's weird. Someone played a couple of sound clips yesterday. I think it was, what's his name? Is it Alan Watts? I don't know. He's a very clever guy. It was very interesting. I heard something similar this morning, that the highest cognition you can have is it's not about IQ. It's you being able to analyze your own thoughts before you actually speak, or like to kind of go outside of yourself in your brain and listen to your own thoughts and analyze them. It's called, I can't remember what the name for it was, but it was super interesting, and I kind of agree. When you can do that, then more people should do it. They should think, how do I know that what I'm saying right now is the truth?
Mm-hmm.
I think most of us in here have this kind of ability. We can analyze our thoughts before we speak.
There's
Or even more.
just
Go ahead.
one with the bottom clipped off. That one.
Oh, thank you. I'm gonna use that.
Makes more
There we go.
sense.
That's better.
Isn't part of the biggest point of those pictures, at least that was what I took from it, was that the claim is that if it's a bulge of water, they want to claim refraction will make it appear level, but you can't do it. Why doesn't it make land look level?
Yeah, that's kind of why I picked the hill, the one with the hill.
I can wait and eat with you. I don't mind. I can always wait and eat with you.
Someone's hot miking. Is that you, brah?
yeah, Brass hot marking. He never talks.
Oh yeah. If you present the one with the hill first, you can have them admit that obviously there's no way that hill is going to flatten out due to refraction, because that would be absurd to suggest. Just have them kind of admit that before you get to the water one, because then you get to the water one, it's the exact same situation. Then they would have to admit, then they'll have to start saying stupid shit like this is, I did that to one of them, and then they were like, oh yeah, it's a refraction only happens over water. Like just crazy coping mechanism.
I remember that one. That was funny.
That's the beauty of that example, is there's no way to say refraction will make that hill look level, but they'll claim that for water, but it should be the same thing.
Yeah, I like this one. I'm going to mess around with it a little bit if I can. It gives everyone what they want. It puts a little blood in the water, but in a good way. And it also has logic at the same time, so you can both educate and...
Yeah. I think it's best to use the word hump instead of hill, because technically it's the picture is just, it's out of it's not to scale, and you could have just say the Earth was a globe. You could have level terrain between you and an observer 20 miles away and not have a hill. Technically, no hill. And that's exactly how much curvature would be there anyway. It would be a hump.
And I'm
Right.
wondering, looking at the image, it is this is AI generated, right?
Yeah.
Is there any way to get it to generate it and make that curve, that the hump, right, actually not necessarily to scale, but curved in fashion that they would expect it on a ball, right? Because they're going to come back and just bitch about, oh, it's not to scale and there's no hill, right? You know what I mean? Like if it was tilted to the side a little bit, like as if we were on a ball.
Yeah, it doesn't change that it's 133 foot. That's why it needs to be presented right. And just say right off the bat, obviously it's not to scale. But if I was 20 miles away from okay, then you would have to have 133 foot high obstruction in between.
Yeah.
Do you guys believe that we went to the moon?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, yeah, the numbers, I think they would be accurate. I haven't checked them. Even the representation of it, if it was actually on the side of a sphere, of a circle, there would still be that hump, right? It would just be in a fashion that is more representative. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's when a diagram's scale though, kind of it's more dramatic, so it can sink in to the person's. If you were to do it to scale, it would probably, I don't know if it would have the same impact.
Well, there's one thing would be to scale, and the other thing would be just geometrically more accurate, even if it's not to scale, right? Because this is like a parabola, right? But the edge of a circle, it's not as sharp, let's say. You know what I mean? Even though there is that humpy curvature, like what's called the sagitta, right? Is it the sagitta?
The sagitta is the height from the
from the chord upwards,
top.
Right?
Yes. In the.
There you go. Right.
Bruh.
What are you brawling me for? What the fuck? I'm just saying, right? Because if this is bait, right? If the exaggeration is deliberate to be baity, then I think it's perfect. Just depends on the angle. No pun intended.
This yeah, I mean, let's just make the people smaller. And
that could work.
Make the people smaller, and then crop out the left and the right edge where it looks like it flattens out. See if I can do that quickly.
All that to say, like it's a fair point to try and address, especially earlier on.
Yeah, I just say, actually what I might just do is just write a big fat not to scale. If they can't get that it's not to scale, then, they're probably not going to get it. But any diagrams usually aren't. But I get what you mean. So it could be better. But no one's ever mentioned, when I've presented it, they never said.
Does it have to be perfect when a desk globe isn't really to scale, is it?
Nope.
Yeah. I get that, right? And that's why I was saying it's not necessarily the scalar aspect of it, right? It was the the thing that stood out for me was the nature of the curve there. Like it's obviously like a very sharp, quote unquote, parabola, right? Whereas, on a ball.
Yeah, that's to make globers. Yeah, it's to make globers cry when they look at it and say, "No, that's what you claim."
Well, there you go. Yeah, if it's going to be like a triggering point or a triggering prop, then why not? I get it.
Yeah, the main point is that between observer A and observer B, there's a 133-foot high blockage between you. I could put a building there instead. I'll throw that to my chat and do that. I find ChatGPT is the best one for following instructions and then turning them into images or diagrams. The other ones are just like Grok and stuff. They don't get it. But this one, you can correct it. You can say, "Oh no, I didn't want you to do that. This is what it seems to understand and kind of."
Apparently, according to the side chat, you can see the curvature of the Earth from ISS videos.
So you got to use the ISS CGI one on YouTube, because if you wait for the ball to show up and turn around, you can see the computer drawing seam in it. So maybe that's what he means. You wait for the imaginary one on ISS, then you can see that curve.
Well, he's not in the VC. I've invited him to join. Maybe he can regale us with stories of the ISS. The question in the side chat was, do we believe that we've been to the moon? Alfred, he's not sure. I said, nah. This other guy says, So, Alfred, did you want to tell us why you're not sure about us going to the moon? Is that long enough to wait for a response? Okay, Alfred. If you want to speak to us later, mate, feel free to unmute your mic.
You guys remember the guy called Jesse. He also goes by the name Callie or Electric.
I think so, yeah.
He's always been like a really annoying anti-flat earther that we've been kind of gets banned a lot, argues a lot. He's actually awesome now. He's got solid flat earth arguments. He flat smacks Globers and he never he does a good job. He's definitely a flat earther now. I've heard him, for the last couple of weeks, flat smacking Globers and talking to him in DMs. He seems alright.
Trying to place him. Can't
So
quite
how come he doesn't come in here? I remember him.
Yeah, he's mostly in a different server, in QOps server.
Oh, okay.
He knows he's had a lot of beef with a lot of the 24/7 people, so I think he doesn't really show his face in there as much. He's got that reputation. But yeah, he's alright now. He's I don't know if he'll flip flop again, but he seems like he has pretty good arguments, and
Oh, he was the flip flopper anyway.
he was kind of flip flopping and LARPing a bit, it seemed, or we thought he was LARPing, but now he doesn't do that anymore. He seems very genuinely defending it flat out. All right, it's come up with a new diagram of the building instead of the water. I like this one.
Hey guys, is it just me or is DJ, you're kind of coming in a little spotty?
What about now? Is that good now? Am I still cutting out?
That was pretty clear, yeah.
I think it's maybe my suppression, and I had my microphone a little bit too far away.
Oh, nice. Okay. Good stuff.
All right, I need to get it to make the people smaller and the building bigger. Or what do you think? This one? Flat Earth Judge, you there?
Yeah, kind of. What's up?
Yeah, here's another one that might be helpful to illustrate the point of an obstruction blocking observer A from observer B, right here with the building.
All right, let me have a look.
Just to have them agree that obviously, no matter what, observer A will not be able to see observer B if there's a 133-foot obstruction between them.
I like it. I saved it. Thank you.
Awesome.
I like Prime Minister. All right, Salami Devon, welcome to the channel. And I can understand why you might think that you're seeing the curvature of the Earth in the video that you posted. But you need to understand a little bit about how lenses work. And maybe you already do understand that, but there's something called a wide-angle lens or a fisheye lens. And when you have a lens like that, it distorts line, basically. So just say the horizon was flat. If the horizon goes above the center frame of the camera, okay, above the center point of the frame, it's going to look like it's curving. And if it drops below the center point of the frame, it's going to look like it's curving the other direction, curving the wrong way. So I'll put an example of that happening here in the side chat. Right? So NASA is not showing you the camera panning up, which would make the horizon go below the center frame, so you could see the lens distortion. They're keeping the horizon above the center of the frame. And this is a sneaky technique to make it look like you're seeing a lot of Earth curvature, when in fact, from the height that they are up in the ISS, you wouldn't see curvature like that, even if the Earth was a globe. Okay, this is purely a lens effect in place, if they even are at the height that they're telling us that is. Right, you can see it happening here in this in these images in the side chat. Here's a more extreme version of a fisheye lens on another bit of high altitude footage. And quite often with these, you'll see the same amount of curvature when you use this lens from low altitude where there wouldn't be any curvature. Okay, have a look at this last image. In the top one, it looks like the Earth's curving, when in reality you would not see any curvature at all from that height, even if the Earth was a globe. And you can see from the same balloon footage, when it's up higher, you see even less curvature in the bottom one. It depends where the horizon is in relation to the center frame of the lens. So it's not proof, what you posted's not proof that the Earth's a globe. Some more images coming into the side chat. So look, once again, we can see when it's on the ground, you can still see the curvature. And then when it goes up high, the curvature is the same. And you'll notice in both of those shots, the horizon's above, near the center of the... So this is, here's some technical information about how the lenses work. So yeah, this is NASA trickery. They're trying to trick you. Don't let people trick you. And in this last image, you'll see that when the horizon is below the center of the frame, now all of a sudden it looks like it's curving the wrong way.
I'm reviewing here. So Ice Bones, I just want to say Ice Bones was being a bit rude, so I took away the wrench. Right? Like I said earlier, you can disagree with people about things, about how they live their life. You can. No problem disagreeing. It's how you treat people. So don't treat people poorly. Right?
A few moments later.
You are an
Why?
asshole, dickhead.
Well, I've been
because
nothing
you're
but nice.
You're pretending to be nothing but nice. But dickhead.
Weren't you just were just
Dickhead.
saying you were
Dickhead,
just look
quoting you.
I'll mute you,
Dickhead,
dude.
quoting you. Dickhead, quoting you. Quoting you, dickhead. Oh, he is a liar. When you're standing at the ocean, you can only see a couple miles out.
Yeah, what
to the
about it?
left of the boat, there's a buoy that's obstructed by the horizon. Uh-oh, that's not possible on flat Earth. Now, it is possible, in the right conditions, to have something blocked on a flat surface.
So if we have those conditions, we can have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface. Do you agree with that or not?
I can make a prediction. I have the balls to do that. I will stand up and I'll say, here is my prediction for that distance, for that observer height. Here is the range of what we should expect for the bottom-up obstruction. The question I have to every flat earther, does any flat earther have the balls to say, here is the flat earth geometry, optics, physics that predicts the amount of bottom-up obstruction given these input values? Does any flat earther have that? Do any have balls? I don't think any do.
Yeah. If I could jump in for a second, I don't mean to change the topic, but if we could maybe go back to the you wanted some flat earthers to present some observations that are credible for flat Earth.
Yes, that'd be good.
All right, I got one to present. Can you hear me properly? I got to speak quietly because it's 5 a.m. here in Poland.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll be quick. I'll grab the observation and I'll just present it. I'll present it in the side chat so it doesn't get lost in the text chat. If that's okay.
Okay.
All right, just give me 1 second. All right, so this is done at Revere Beach I think it's near Boston somewhere. All right, so I'm going to post the first image. All right, so this was taken from 15-foot observer height. Okay, this is a Nikon P1000. In the side chat.
Oh, there it is. Okay. All right.
Cool. So we got 15-foot observer height. We've got a Nikon P1000 with that's been infrared converted. Okay, and we have a 15-foot observer height, like I said, and we have a ship track in the distance. Okay, we can see the distance markation on Google Earth, and then we can see the red line, right? That's where the geometric horizon distance would be. Globe.
Okay.
Now, all right. So now, right. Next up, we have the ship. All right. So this is the screenshot from the ship tracking. All right, just a moment. Here it is. Okay, so we have the coordinates here. Scarlet Isabella. And if you have a look, the coordinates match up on the Google screenshot.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Next up, we have a buoy that's basically between the ship and the observer. Okay, and the time that the observation was taken was around 3 p.m. And we have a reading from the buoy of the water temperature and the air temperature at 3 p.m. So I'll just post the data from that in the side chat. 1 second. All right, so here we go. There's that. And the temperatures. 1 second, it's the next one. All right, so we have air temperature 45 degrees, and we have the water temperature 45.9.
pretty close, right? If anything, it would work against flat Earth, right? We could have a slight bit of upward refraction, maybe. Okay, so now.
Well, all right. How far up is the air temperature at the top of the buoy?
Yeah, so you can see
where?
a picture of. Well, it's just it's reading the air temperature. Yeah, it's probably not too far up above. Yeah, I'm not sure how tall the buoy is. Could look up the height of the buoy, but
okay.
Yeah, it's the reading that would go onto the the weather report, that kind of thing for that particular area. Yes. Okay, so next up, all right. So here's just a picture of the clock. So a picture of the clock was taken at the location just to show you that the observation was done at the time that buoy reading was taken. Right, so the guy that did the observation, he specifically, like you did with your sunset, right? He waited to find a day that was going to have pretty much uniform water and air temperature, and he's using the infrared as well, which helps a bit. All right, cool. Okay, next up, just a picture of the camera setup. Sorry, I'm a bit unorganized with this, but in just a second. All right, here's the camera setup. All right, so now I'll grab this is just a GIF of the observation. There's a ton more footage than this, but this will be helpful just for the presentation. All right, so we've got the post. All right, it's just uploading now. All right, so this is the observation through the infrared from that camera. And what we'll see the ship that's 10.6 miles out. Okay, and you can see the whitewash on the bottom of the ship. The ship's 10.6 miles away. And we have the geometric horizon distance should be at about 4.6 miles. Now we've pretty much mitigated the refraction issue as much as possible here. If anything, the refraction works slightly against FE.
So if you're going to do any low elevation measurements over water, well, your first goal is to have water temperature and air temperature be the same if possible. All right, what was the distance to the ship?
10.6 miles. Right, so it should be about 22 foot hidden, something like 2 stories, 2-story building, a bit more than that.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Was the buoy also at 10 miles?
The buoy's in between the two. So if you scroll back up to the picture of the buoy, okay, with the data of the buoy, you can see the buoy just there. It's basically in between the ship. You can actually see it when he zooms in.
Who was the original source? Was this a YouTube video or where'd you get
No. This was my friend. You guys probably know him, Indio.
Oh yeah, I know Indio.
Yeah. Oh, what's up, Jesse? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you.
All right, so yeah, I can post Indio's video of it. 1 second. So this is his video. It might have a bit more footage than I showed. If you contact Indio, he can show you a ton more footage of it and give you a bunch more details. But here's his video about it. All right, so with that, water to air temperature, like we really. I mean, to have this work on a globe, you would have to have a refraction coefficient of something like 0.8, right? Like a huge amount of extreme refraction. We don't have the conditions. We don't have the meteorological conditions.
I get
present.
I got about 0.3 as a necessary refractive condition for that.
All right, so I'll just pop in a screenshot from Walter Bislands. A second.
According to Andrew Thomas Young, it takes about 0.13 degrees centigrade per vertical meter to have circulating rays. In other words, the ray of light matches Earth curve. So, and it wouldn't even need to be that much, since the observer was not at this. They were a few feet above. So it wouldn't.
Well, the observer's at 15 feet, right? And we have what would cause upward refraction. Okay, so it would work in reverse to that. So we're not going to get.
But now, why did you put hidden zero?
Hidden zero.
Yeah, that's why it's got hidden zero.
Oh, that's because yeah. Okay, cool. So what I did with this one was I slid the refraction slider up until the boat had 0 hidden height. Okay, and that would have so to have 0 hidden height on the boat, which we see in the observation, you would have to have a refraction coefficient of 0.81. I mean, even if we put in I'm
not seeing 0.
Okay, we can see the whitewash from the boat. Yeah, we can see the whitewash from the boat at the bottom very clearly. What do you mean? There's nothing obstructed, right? It would be obstructed behind the horizon. The horizon should be at 4.6 miles. Okay, we don't see a horizon in front of the ship that's blocking anything because we see the whitewash from the ship. And also, the horizon should be 4.6 miles, the geometric horizon.
So what would be the hidden height, assuming
22 foot, assuming no refraction, with standard refraction, which shouldn't be possible in this case because we have what would cause upward refraction. So obviously we're not going to have 16%. We're not going to have that downward refraction. But so even with standard refraction, it would still be, the bottom of the ship would still be hidden by a certain amount, and the geometric horizon wouldn't be much further away. Okay, it would be 14% further away.
How high was the observer? The camera?
15 foot.
And the boat
with standard refraction at 16 feet hidden. How high up on the boat does the whitewash go?
It doesn't look very high in the observation. I don't know, have another look at it again. I mean, it's probably not something you would be able to measure exactly.
Yeah, do you have a picture of the boat from fairly close that you can compare the two?
Yeah, I think so. Again.
So what we could do is, if we know the boat and how tall it is, we know how many degrees per pixel in the vertical, and so we actually could tell how high that whitewash actually is appearing.
Right. So this is a horizon test as well, by the way. This is a geometric horizon test. Okay, so you would have to say that, like, where are you seeing the horizon? You're not seeing the horizon in front of the boat because you're seeing the whitewash. The amount of refraction you have to have a horizon at 10 miles, okay, that would be 0.81 refractive index. We don't have the meteorological conditions present to have that observation.
Well, you have a very limited snapshot of the meteorological conditions. Just to be clear, to be fair, you have one point of temperature above the surface.
Yeah, but it's in between
and you
point
don't
A
know
and point B.
Elevation.
Well, it's in between.
But you don't know. You don't have a vertical temperature reading, so you don't know. Is it colder another foot up? Is it warmer another foot up? You don't know that. You don't know even the height of the air temperature reading. So you don't know the meteorological conditions, so you can't say definitively that there is zero refraction happening.
Okay, well, what we do know is that we have warmer water than the air temperature. Okay, that would cause upward refraction. Okay, this is better than
above the surface.
any observation from any globe earther that I've ever seen. We literally have a buoy that's giving a reading right at the time of the observation between point A and point B. It's not bad. Like this is a decent quality observation. Also, we're using infrared as well. Right?
I don't care. Infrared is nice because infrared is nice because it's a limited wavelength. It reduces chromatic aberration, which is really bad in the Nikon cameras. But it's not magic. Infrared isn't refracting less in any quantitative amount that's going to matter.
No, I get it. I just remember you were saying earlier that you had almost perfect conditions in your sunset observation because you had 1 degree difference between the water and the air temperature. I mean, you're doing that over a huge distance as well, where you could have a lot of fluctuations in the water temperature and the air temperature between point A and B. Okay, so this is much closer. It's only 10 miles. So, I mean, we're not seeing any sign of that geometric horizon. Okay, we don't see any miraging effects or anything like that.
Well, we do see a horizon, which is impossible on flat Earth. Number one.
Oh, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
You can't have a crisp horizon on flat Earth. It's 100% impossible to have a crisp horizon on flat Earth.
Yeah, horizons aren't very crisp.
You're talking about the horizon.
If you zoom right in on a horizon, this
horizon is crisp.
Yeah, it's called a vanishing line.
But the one you're showing me is crisp. You can actually. There's no such thing as there's no such thing as a vanishing line in reality. That's just an art class technique. But you can see the actual in your picture. You can see the waves.
You want to deny perspective.
You can see the individual peaks of the wave. No.
You can't have a horizon on flat Earth. That's the most ridiculous thing.
An art. That's right. It would be blurry.
It is blurry when you zoom right in on a horizon.
Nothing stopping the light from the 1,000 mile away, other than the blur of the air.
Well, you're kind of getting a little bit off track right now.
So you would never have a crisp.
You meant to be talking about this specific observation.
You said this is a horizon. No.
So now you've changed the topic. You've changed the topic from whether you can have a horizon on a flat Earth or not. See, now you were just saying you were just look. I'll mute you, dude.
Quoting you, dickhead. Quoting you, dickhead. Quote: "This is a horizon test." Unquote.
I'm going
words,
to mute you
dickhead. Don't. I mean, you can mute pretty much everyone, but not make me stream.
Did you?
Hold on a second. Just for a second, right? I'm going to unmute you in a second, dude. Don't start screaming, dickhead. You just stopped someone having mod powers on your server because you told him that you're supposed to be nice to people. I've been nothing but nice and respectful since I came in here, and now you're just screaming and calling me a dickhead. You're making yourself look terrible.
Go back to the part where you said you're over talking me, and you are the one that brought up the topic. This is a horizon test.
Yeah, a geometric horizon test.
Did you not say this is a horizon test?
Yeah, for the globe.
Did you say that?
The geometric horizon test.
Got it.
Yep.
So we're talking about that. So we're looking at the crisp horizon, something that doesn't work for flat Earth.
It's nowhere to. This is a globe test. Don't worry about flat Earth.
So you falsified flat Earth in this observation.
How so? You're coping
the flat Earth
right fails now, dude.
This.
At least I made you
the crisp horizon.
I made you lose your shit by being calm and just showing you an observation. You started screaming out.
No, you were an asshole over talking me.
No,
you were an asshole over talking me.
Dude, you start screaming, dickhead, over and over again.
You brought up the topic of the horizon, and now,
thanks for the clip.
By the way. You didn't look at everything either.
You made
on the left,
look like a fool in this.
To the left.
Yeah.
To the left of the boat, there's a buoy that's obstructed by the horizon. That's not possible on flat Earth.
Yes, it is. Have you not heard of sinking refraction?
No, it's not.
Have you not heard of sinking?
Oh, now there's refraction.
I've never said there wasn't.
Oh, now there's refraction. Oh, got it. Now there is refraction. First there was no refraction, and now there is refraction.
No, I said you don't have the
for you.
This is what I said, right? So I said you don't have the conditions present to have the extreme refraction that would be required for this observation to work on a globe. I don't deny refraction. It's my favorite topic to talk about, actually. We could talk about refraction for hours if you like. But how come you can't be nice and just have a normal conversation?
It needs to do,
Why you gotta
whatever
be
refraction
toxic?
needs to do, it does it for you.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying here's an observation. I'm just
Oh, you
presenting
are
the
100%. That's what you're
No.
saying.
See, when you
100%.
get cornered, you turn toxic.
No, you've falsified flat Earth is what you've done here.
How did I falsify
Because you
flat
can't
Earth?
have a crisp horizon, and you can't have that. You can't. I just said it, and you can't have a buoy blocked.
Yes, you can.
I don't know why you can't have a crisp horizon on flat Earth.
Yeah, you absolutely can, and you can
Because
have
there's
sinking.
nothing between you and the
Well, so-
distance horizon, so you're just going to get the blur
Can I
that
explain
is
this one?
due to the atmosphere going. Yeah, go ahead.
So the horizon is the eye level with you. It's the center of your spherical vision. The hemisphere is above. You guys turned it into you guys took that hemisphere, the sky hemisphere, and you duplicated it, you mirrored it onto the ground, but beneath you. But either way, so it's a sphere. You see in a sphere. The horizon is a center point. So no matter what world you live in, that center point is gonna have a limit to it because the sphere is spherical. It's not a Euclidean infinite vision God mode. So because you're standing on the ground, because the ground is basically very close to that eye level horizon center of your vision. It being close to the horizon is going to cause things to disappear bottom up because the angle from the things farther than your limit are basically converging into. Yeah, I think converging would be the right direction. Converging, maybe. Either way, it's basically intersecting with that limit of where you can see, and optically you're getting basically a cutoff close on the bottom because the ground is already basically at the center of your vision. Therefore, the things that you can see below it are less than the things you can see above the ground because there's nothing in the air to really cut off things. So that's why when you go higher in the air, you could see farther.
I would also like to add, if you go on Google Earth, where the canopy is where he's at, I put it in chat. It says 9 meters, so a little bit more than 15 feet. Just like last
Clearly,
week. Remember that?
Yeah, clearly it's not 9 meters. And last week,
remember
okay, yeah. So I looked that up. So in the forget the exact name of the channel, BLSM 69, whatever it is. Okay, that was done in 2019. Okay, and it said 8 foot on his Google Earth screenshot. Okay, now they change the data sets sometimes. Okay, and in coastal areas, it can change by a couple of meters. It's not uncommon for that to happen. So it showed 2.3 meters higher in 2026, right? So if they change up the data set,
How do you know that?
because I looked it up. It's common for that to happen.
Hold on a second. No, I understand what you're saying. Are you saying that it read 2.3 meters lower last 5 years ago?
No, I just see that in his video he took the screenshot from Google Earth, and it said 8 foot. Okay, and now it says 5 meters, but that's 2.3 meters different. And they change data sets sometimes, and that affects areas close to the coast.
DJ, there's a comment less than 2 months later that says the exact same thing as I said. So you want to try that again?
Yeah. Post the comment.
Okay, sure.
Anyway, I'd like to continue talking to McToon because he doesn't seem to think you can have bottom up obstruction on a flat surface,
Well,
which
no,
is
why are you running away from your claim?
Well, I was
now
talking to
that-
McToon. I was talking to McToon. I logged on at 5 a.m. in the morning to talk to McToon. We can go over that after I finish talking to McToon.
Oh, but your claim you just presented has the elevation off again. The observer elevation is off again. Why is this a common theme with your presentations?
Well, you haven't showed the evidence for this, right?
just
Show
put it in
exactly.
chat.
All right, let me have.
Yep. look at 10:46, or sorry, 46 after the hour.
Yeah, where's your marker? Where's your marker placed? It doesn't show it.
I don't know why I didn't capture my cursor, but my
Not your cursor. You should put a little marker there, right? So it's
I'll go back and do that. I'll go back and do that. But
That-
it's right over the canopies where he was taking the pictures at.
which canopy? You need to put it on the exact spot that he was at.
Yep. Yeah, it's right next to the clock tower.
Right. So also, Indio was extremely careful with this observation as well. Like he made sure he even took a picture of the clock.
Yep.
Okay. He's not going to lie about the elevation.
Okay.
It's dude. You know, Indio is not a liar. Anyway.
Oh, he is a liar.
That is well done.
You're if you think that
Oh my
things,
God,
you,
that's
if
so
you think,
funny.
if you think that you can't have
Indio lies a lot.
bottom
Oh my
up,
gosh.
if you think you can't have bottom up disappearance on a flat surface, that's ridiculous. Let's go over it. I got
Oh my God.
citations. I can show
Oh
you
my
demonstrations right now of bottom up disappearance on a flat surface. What's the definition of sinking refraction, McToon? What's the definition? Do you know what?
All right.
I can tell you.
It's where, it's where you've got an inverted index of refraction gradient.
And what would cause
And
that?
it can cause things to be lower than higher.
Right.
That would be where you have a higher temperature air low to the ground and cooler temperature air just above it.
Okay, so do we have that in the observation? We have a degree difference. And then the buoy that you're talking about,
we don't
the buoy.
No, we don't have the data.
We do have the data.
We have one air temperature. That's it. One air temperature.
Okay. Right. So the air temperature is warmer in the.
That's
Okay,
it.
so it is between point A and point B.
One air
Yes.
temperature.
Well, it's not the opposite, is it? So you don't have cooler air temperature than the water temperature.
But how high above the water was it?
I don't know exactly. It's the buoy that you can see in the observation.
Oh.
Right between the ship and the person. So the buoy in the distance. You just said you can't have
1 foot. Is it 1 foot above the water? Is it
No,
10 feet above the water? And what is 20 feet above the water? Don't know.
Look up the buoy.
Ah.
So you made a claim earlier.
You want me to do your work? You want me to do your work for you? Got it.
Hey. Notice
Of
how
course.
what you're doing right now is you're talking over the top of me because
that's
you're too
like
scared.
DMOC.
You're too scared. No, you're too scared to have a normal conversation, so you have to keep talking over the top of me. It's pathetic. Great. So you claimed that you can't have sinking refraction over a flat surface, but you just said when you have an inverted refractive index, okay, an inverted temperature gradient, you can have bottom-up obstruction, and that would happen just the same over a flat surface. Okay. The definition of sinking refraction is something that would normally be visible on the geometric horizon or geographical horizon, apparently sinks beneath it, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. So you lied just then when you said that you can't have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface. I can show you demonstrations on a flat floor as well, where you add cool air up into the top portion of the room, and you just let me finish. Just let me finish. Just let me finish talking, and then you can clarify.
I'll not clarify then.
That's how a normal conversation works, right? I finish talking, and then I wait for you to finish talking, and we have a normal conversation that can be a friendly conversation. Okay, so if we have those conditions, we can have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface. Do you agree with that or not? Because you just said we couldn't earlier, so now do you still stick with that? Because you just said that we could, basically.
I'll let you finish. Then I'll have my rebuttal.
I asked you a question. Obviously, I'm finished if I asked you a question. You got to answer the question.
Finish your presentation, then I'll talk.
I just asked you a question, and you went silent because you didn't want to answer it because you would have contradicted what you said earlier.
I wanted to clarify my point, but you don't want me to. You just want to ask me a question and then continue talking.
Not going to happen. When you're done
No,
talking,
I didn't.
let me know,
I didn't.
then I'll
I
have
didn't
my
continue
chance.
talking. I asked you a question and then I stopped talking, and then it was just a silence, right? Because you didn't want to respond, because you know the answer is yes, you can have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface, because you just stated that you could earlier when you have sinking refraction. I can demonstrate it on a flat floor right now if you want, and just show you that you can have it. But you already know that
All
you
right,
can
I
have
will.
it.
I will know. I guess I won't.
You sound like you're
You
upset
ready?
now.
Are you ready to let me talk? Are you ready to let me talk? Are you ready to let me talk? Mute
I've been
yourself
asked-
and stand by. Okay? Mute yourself and stand by. I'll
You're
wait
gonna
for you
answer
to
my
mute
question.
yourself.
Just answer my question.
I'll watch. I will
Answer my
watch for
question, or
your
you're just
icon
showing
to
that you're a
turn
liar
red
if you don't.
so that I know that you won't overtalk me. Just
All
go
right.
ahead.
Just
Mute
mute
yourself so I know
yourself.
you won't be overtalking me.
No, you can answer my question first.
So
I
you
asked you a
don't want
direct
to mute
question.
yourself.
Just say yes or
And
So
no.
you won't let me talk.
Come
Got
on,
it.
I asked
You
you
don't
a
want to let me
question. Why are you
have
scared to
an.
answer my
You
question?
won't let me have an. I'm not
Dude,
scared to answer your
you're so
question.
bad
You are
faith.
scared
Yes,
to let me have an uninterrupted response to you. That's what
no,
you're
you
scared
can
of.
answer the question and then go on your
Go ahead.
rant with your whole
Mute
response.
yourself. Mute
Just get to the
yourself when
point.
you're ready to when you're ready to let me
just
talk.
Argue. Stop the
let
squabbling.
Nick
Get to the
Toon
point.
go, please.
All right. To clarify my point about you can't have a buoy blocked beyond the horizon, because you were making it a point that this was a geometric test. If it's a geometric test, that means that you have excluded refraction, that you are not including any refraction conditions in this at all. But now there is refractive conditions. You've changed your story, and you do not have the data available to determine. So you're conjecturing. That's fine. You can conjecture. I can conjecture too, when that's all we have. Now, it is possible, in the right conditions, to have something blocked on a flat occurrence, because you have to have the less dense air near the ground and the more dense air above it. This is an unstable condition, and you see lots of visible artifacts when this happens, because the air wants to be swapping back into places. So you get layering, you get slicing, things like that, like you see in the claimed black swan. That is indicative of that type of. Oh
no, you would have the
your
opposite.
turn, I guess.
You would have the opposite refraction in the black swan. You would have to have looming in the black swan, not sinking. Right, so you just contradicted yourself, right? That was a silly thing to say. So you guys have to say in the black swan that you would have downward refraction, not upward refraction. So what you just said was pretty silly. Thank you for the clip, though.
Well, I was in the middle of talking, and you, being the asshole that you are,
Well, you've been
jump right in
bullshitting.
again
Well, you've been
letting
bullshit. Everything you said is bullshit.
over-talking me. Asshole won't stop talking over me.
You were screaming "dickhead, dickhead, dickhead" earlier, like a pathetic child.
You are a dickhead. You are an
Why?
asshole dickhead.
Well, I've been
because
nothing
you're
but nice.
You're pretending to be nothing but nice, but you won't let me talk.
Because
you
you're
weren't even
bullshitting.
listening to me.
Yeah, I was listening to
Blah,
everything
blah,
you were
blah.
saying.
You
It
won't
was all
listen to me.
bullshit.
You're just over-talking me. You wouldn't let me finish. You had to jump
Wow.
in.
It's
Why don't you and
funny how you
D-Mop go and
turn into
have a
this.
little parade of over-talking people?
Funny how you turn into this freaking gargoyle type character when you get cornered.
I'm not cornered. You won't let me talk. You jump in.
You sound pretty triggered to me.
Well, why don't you
Because you're
shut up and let him
constantly
talk?
jumping in.
Because he's bullshitting, right? He just said that in the Black Swan we have upward refraction, and he said in the Black Swan we have upward refraction because it's chaotic. Because
No, I didn't.
Asshole. Yes,
I didn't
just
say
said
that. Asshole. I did not say that.
Recorded.
Asshole.
It's recorded.
I didn't say that. Asshole.
You never
you did.
said that.
He did. It's recorded. It's going to be clipped, right? This is a great clip. I'm enjoying this.
Shut the fuck up and let him talk.
Here's what I said.
You shut the
Stop
fuck up.
talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. Okay, asshole? Stop talking. I said you get visible artifacts when you have unstable conditions, like in the Black Swan. I didn't say sinking. I said visible artifacts, asshole.
No, that's not all you said, right?
Now let's talk about your 9 meter observation height.
No, he hasn't. He doesn't know that that's the exact position that India was standing in.
Well, he
No,
put
when
in right here.
No, when he put 19,
the pin.
when he put the 9 meter
pin.
one, we don't even
Look
see
at
the
that pin
pin.
right there that he put in.
What is that? Where
And
India
over
was
here
standing?
we have the 9 meter.
Is that where India was standing?
I don't know. He got the picture there. He got the awning out on it.
That's the
How
clock.
does he know
right?
that?
That's the clock.
No, that's a clock that he. So he walked and he took a picture of the clock, which is in. That's not where the camera is, right? You don't know where the camera is. You're just guessing. You're
So
just
he
guessing.
walked 10 miles to take a picture of a clock, then walked.
Why
10
would it be
miles
10 miles? Why would it be 10 miles? Where are you getting that from?
He was
That's
in
just
a
ridiculous.
If you look at your picture, he's in a covered canopy area. There are 2 covered
Okay.
canopy areas around that picture.
You don't know exactly where this one is. You don't know where this one is. You're just guessing. It doesn't look like it's 20 meters high from where he's standing.
We have to guess. We have to guess because he didn't do the detail. And it's not 20 meters. He said 9 meters is what he has in that picture there, right?
Yep. And
Yeah,
there's 2
look.
canopies right by that clock. There are other canopies up and down the beach, all that which range between 8 and 10 meters. So
Oh yeah, you checked them all, did you?
I checked 4 of them. Yep. If you want to find another one that's smaller than that, go ahead. It'd be weird if
Alright.
it was. But
Well, look. This is what I'll do, right? I'm not here in bad faith. I'm
yeah,
not here
you
in
did
bad
this.
faith. No, I didn't. I was presenting an observation. No, I presented an observation that someone did, and he had a screenshot from Google Earth that said that the elevation height was 8 foot. Now, you guys, you hardcore conspiracy theorists, right? You're saying that he photoshopped that in or something like that.
That's so good. Clip
Well,
that.
that's what you guys say now. These observations have to have been faked because they destroy the globe, right? So that's why you guys are coping about these things. You're having to say that the flat earthers are lying because you know these observations wreck the globe. So you guys have to say, oh, the flat earthers are faking everything.
Flat
now.
earthers lie. They do lie.
You
a lot.
lie.
I mean, it's
You just lie. You said you can't have bottom up obstruction because you said the buoy. Right, we can see a buoy way off in the distance.
But I was
that's
clarifying, but you
obstructed.
wouldn't let me
Don't talk over
clarify.
me. No, look who's
you don't
just
want to let
talking
me
straight over the top.
clarify.
Don't talk over the top of me. Let me
Because
finish
you know
my
what? Yeah,
sentence.
you just want to make like I'm lying because
No, you cornered
because it fits
again.
your narrative.
Hey, don't talk.
No, I'm
Let
not
me finish
cornered.
what I was saying.
You're
Okay, so did you say?
No,
Did you say?
I'm not going to let you
Did you
finish what
say
you're
the
saying.
following?
I'm going to just
Oh,
talk over
really?
you like you talk over me.
Bro,
Because
you're gonna
all
get
you
mute.
do is talk
I'll
over
just
me.
mute you, bro.
You can't let me talk.
Bro, I
No,
told you.
I was
no,
talking.
Go ahead.
You can't mute McToon, bro. He's streaming. We're streaming. He's the reason
Look,
everyone's
bro.
here. Can't mute him.
Yeah. But Q up, right? He's just interrupting me. He's talking straight over.
I
the
know
top of me.
Globers are annoying as fuck, but he's the show right now, so don't mute him.
All right. Well, I can just leave if that's the case, dude.
No, just
Okay,
deal with it.
bye.
I mean, you're
Well,
both doing
he's
good.
not. Yeah, he wants me to go. He'd love me to go right now because
Are
he's
these
getting wrecked.
debates always so pointless, like with all the squabbling?
Okay, thanks, feminist that
Q
doesn't
up.
want to hear the debates between guys,
hey,
but you're
Q
gonna
up.
let
I
them
just think
hear
that like
anyway.
you guys aren't actually talking about the points. You're more talking theatrics around the points. Just get to it.
What you're doing is
trying to make
literally
a point.
meta. What you're doing is meta.
know, so
Congrats.
get to
You are
it.
very ironic, woman. Good job.
What
Yeah,
does
look,
being a
if-
woman have to do with anything?
Because you're being meta, and you're trying to talk about
Point
meta.
something out.
And women
It's
always
like,
do
it's
that. And
really
you guys
annoying.
actually don't. You want to hear guys make points because you don't make points.
That's not true at
Right.
all. I just want to hear the actual debate.
This is meta. This is meta.
All right,
Thank you.
well, look. Let's
That has
continue.
nothing to do with it, though.
All right, McToon, did you say that the buoy, you said there's a buoy behind the horizon off in the distance, and because it's obstructed bottom up, that wouldn't be possible on a flat surface. Did you say that earlier or not?
Because you said there's no refraction happening.
No, did you say that earlier or not? You can't have bottom up obstruction on a flat earth. You said that.
I was going. Remember when I clarified, but you weren't listening to me clarify. I'll let the rest of the people who were listening.
Did you say it?
remember. they'll just go back in their head and remember what I said when I was clarifying.
It's recorded. It's all recorded. Everyone heard you say it, and it's recorded.
Go ahead.
So
Yeah, you've said that
anyone
many
listening
times.
to it,
Go get the recording and play it. Go get the recording and play it right now. Go.
no,
Chop, chop.
this will be all clipped and
Oh,
repeated.
but you could get it, but you're not going to get the recording. When you ask, do I need to get the recording? The answer is yes.
I didn't
you
say
to
do
get
I
the
need to. I
recording.
said it's
Go ahead.
recorded. I didn't say I'm going to go get it. I never said that.
Oh, there's a buoy that's obstructed by the horizon. Uh-oh, that's not possible in flat Earth. Oh, got it. Okay. Now,
Yeah, I'm busy talking.
when
so
I
I'm
was
not gonna go do that.
clarifying, the people that were listening, they heard me clarify.
Yeah, what
To the
about it?
left of the boat, there's a buoy that's obstructed by the horizon. Uh-oh, that's not possible in flat Earth.
Oh yeah, what was the clarification? What was the clarification?
If you'd been listening, you'd know.
You don't even know what. Okay, so you said that you can't have. There's a buoy in the distance. Oh, look, it's hidden behind the horizon. You can't have that on a flat Earth. And then you said you claimed no refraction. I didn't claim there's no refraction. I just said the meteorological conditions, right, aren't going to allow you to have a refraction coefficient of 0.8, obviously, because we have almost uniform air and water temperature. Okay, it's going to vary slightly because
And I said,
things.
I don't
Yeah.
get 0.8.
Okay, so Walter Bisland's calculator's wrong then, is it?
No, I used Walter Bisland's 0.3.
Okay, so what have I put in wrong?
27-foot
Oh,
observer height.
No, he's just guessing the location where Indio was standing. You can't just guess where he was standing. Look, we could continue this next time, and I can contact Indio, and I can get the exact location from where he's standing. Right, and then we can work out if the observation height is correct or not. If that's what this is going to come down to,
awesome.
Then okay,
Yeah,
then we
yeah,
can
and
we
also
can continue it another
get the-
time.
Get the vertical temperature. Get the vertical temperature of the buoy, not just one point, but multiple points. That'd be great.
Okay, so the meteorological conditions for you to have this crazy refraction coefficient.
Makes sense.
What?
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that could skew the data. So why wouldn't you want that?
Want what?
Vertical information about temperature.
Well, what we do have between point A and point B is a buoy, okay, that has the water temperature and the air temperature reading. Okay, so even in the like the transcontinental arc of the parallel, they weren't taking readings right up to a certain height. They were just taking one reading down low at half a meter, and then they were taking one reading at 2.5 meters. Okay, they didn't have a perfect pressure and temperature reading, the vertical refractive index gradient. In fact, none of the Glober's observations have that. Not one that I've ever seen, right, has that. Okay,
But in an extreme case like this, wouldn't that be useful?
extreme
There's
case.
utility.
Well, how's this an extreme case? Who's this guy that I'm talking to? Thought I was talking
It's
to
Lush. Hey, hi.
You sound drunk. You sound
His
drunk. I don't
name
want to
is
talk to some
Lush.
drunk. Yeah, I don't want to talk to some drunk guy.
All right. Later.
Later.
I don't know who Lush is, but that's a good name.
Anyway, McToon, it's been fun.
Oh man.
It's 6 a.m. here where I'm at, so I appreciate the conversation, even though it got heated, even though you kind of lost your shit a bit. You know,
Hey,
try to
DJ.
stay a bit calmer.
DJ,
All
you're a
right,
loser.
yeah, there we go. Coping. All right, sorry. Okay, thank you, Sarah, for calling me a loser.
Yeah, that was very contributive.
Yeah, really, helped.
Just like pointing out I'm a woman is really contributing.
Now
right?
the other girl's gonna jump in. Yap.
Yeah,
Alright,
because you
so-
don't have a point, you have to deflect the
Wes-
fact
Wesley,
that,
it's your turn.
I mean,
Yep,
sex
Oh
is
my
female.
god. So
you have no
McToon-
point. Deflect
McToon-
more, loser.
Yeah, so I'm not making hyper-specific claims here, right? So when globe earthers make hyper-specific claims, obviously you would have to have extremely accurate readings of the refractive index between point A and point B. I'm not making a hyper-specific claim. I'm just showing you that we see a boat that's 10 miles away. The horizon should be 4.7 miles away. We have roughly uniform air and water temperature. In fact, we have slightly warmer water temperature. Okay, and you don't have the conditions that would make this work on a globe. Okay, we don't have all of the data that would love to have temperature and pressure gauges all the way along between point A and point B. But you guys don't have any of that for any of your observations
You
anyway.
don't have the observer height.
Yeah, we do have the observer height, but you think it's a lie, right?
It's
So
a
you
bit
have to
good.
say it's a lie. So look, look, that's what this is. No, he's just guessing that. No, it's not me that's done it, right? I'm showing you an observation.
India was just guessing.
No,
India was just guessing. Yeah.
Dude, I'm looking at the dropped pin height at Revere Beach, and it's showing it at 2.9 meters, that exact spot. So somebody's just making stuff up.
Can you post that in chat? Because I'd like to see what you're using.
I'm using Google Earth.
Yeah, can you drop it in chat? Because I did the same thing, so I want to see if we're using.
I see 9 meters.
Yeah.
Yeah, how do you know that's where India is? You're just guessing.
I did all the canopies that were around the clock. Okay. All you have to do is have Indio provide the GPS data of where he was, and then also provide the whole camera shot from zooming in to zooming out. That would be nice too, to make sure.
Yeah, he's got all of that. He's got a ton.
Okay,
He's
'cause it's
even
not in-
got
not
it in
in-
different wavelengths and everything. All right,
Yeah,
so I
it's
did post a video that.
Why do you talk over? What
Um,
and post the whole? It's not in his YouTube video.
He does
so-
that a lot.
Yeah. I
Oh,
know.
yeah, dude, McToon, you're full of shit. You've been doing that the whole time, right? You've been over talking me. You're not fooling anyone. You're just fooling your little cronies.
Right, I couldn't hear you. I couldn't hear Wes. You were over talking. Could you stop talking? I want to hear Wes.
So I have the screenshot showing it at 2.9 meters. I can send it to one of you guys, but I can't post in this chat.
Travis. Hey, Travis, if you DM it to me, I'll post it in the side chat. Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks.
Bet.
Why does he use the side chat? Just put it in the main chat.
No, the main chat gets chaotic and everything just gets. That's why I was presenting in the side chat, because people are posting and then what I posted last gets lost. Right, so that's the only rebuttal, is that Indio's lying. Okay, cool.
He's known to do that.
Oh yeah, lied about. Name one thing. Yeah, name something. Name something that he's lied about.
Okay, so
check your DMs.
Indio was talking about on Twitter. He was talking about a star visibility problem that he thought existed. It wasn't a problem. That he was so. It was. I don't think it was even. I think it was just some people that were out doing some stuff. They weren't anything in our vicinity, in our flat Earth, globe Earth conversation. And they were up on I think it was an island in the South Pacific. Not certain exactly where, but they were able to see stars that he thought was 100% proof that the Earth was flat, because they could see these stars. And I did the analysis, and I'm like, oh, from that elevation at that location, you should be able to see those stars. And he was gonna come back and reanalyze it, but he didn't. I don't know if that was really a lie. That was just him being wrong and proving the globe, which he's good at.
All right, so
But he never did come back to my
Well, let's maybe we can next time I come back, I'll bring Indio with me. Okay, we can go over this whole thing together. But Travis has just put the location height in the side chat there. Have a look at it. 3 meters.
Can the gentleman who said it was 20?
Hey, Q-Up, can we grab Travis some image perms?
I sent him all the criteria he needs to pass to. get the texture perms.
Awesome.
He's got to subscribe to a bunch of.
We got a lot of YouTube channels that need some love.
So good, Q up.
It's really it's
love
working
it.
really well for me.
Yeah, that's weird that his is a phone app and mine's the internet. I don't know why they're so far off. That's crazy. But yeah.
It's almost like you made it up and lied, I'm thinking.
You could see it in my chat. Go up and look. I didn't lie.
Yeah, go
We
look at
use-
the side chat. It's right there.
Okay. All right. Well, this one fits,
Right
with what
there.
Indio was saying. Look, he said it was a bit lower. He said he actually added a bit just to add a bit of, grace for the Globers, because we can always afford to do that
just
with our
cherry pick
observations.
the-
Oh, look, who's talking over someone?
pick the right
You're
one.
talking over me again. Why are you talking over me again,
I
McToon?
thought you were gone. I thought it was 6 a.m.
Oh, you would love me to go. Yeah. I mean, look, this has been great. Okay. There's no point continuing it with you. It's been shown, right? You've been shown to have lost your shit when
This
I'm
is the
being polite
Minnesota
to you.
goodbye.
You
It just never ends.
You start screaming out that I'm a dickhead. Yeah, because Travis came along with some new information. Anyway, yeah, I can keep listening. I'm going to put myself on mute, and you can keep strawmanning me or whatever you want to do.
Yeah, bye DJ.
Yeah. Yeah, I stopped it there. That was basically it. It doesn't get brought up again.
Yeah, that thing that he just brought up, that was a complete and utter lie. And he knows it was a lie, and I'm going to tell you why. Because I brought up to him, I went into, what is it, Earth Awakenings, when he was over there. And I mentioned it to him that he ghosted me on that thread. So he knows that he didn't answer me because I went and I got Stellarium doesn't what he said was Stellarium doesn't correct for refraction. If there was refraction in it, then it would work on a globe. So I went and got software that's used for aiming telescopes called C2A. Yeah, and it don't work on the globe either. So you can see the entire Southern Cross from 28 North, which is the Canary Islands. And in this program, you can add atmospheric refraction correction and the elevation of the observation, and both of which, when you do them, it's still you're not supposed to be able to see the entire Southern Cross, which the guy did, and he took a picture. So I did answer him, because I'm going to post the tweet right in the chat right now. Dude is just a compulsive liar. But DJ, that was phenomenal. Seriously, that's probably the best. That's the best takedown I ever heard of him, but probably one of the best I've heard in a really long time, dude. So, thanks for taking my video and taking that ball and carrying it a little bit further. That was great,
dude. Thanks. Yeah, that wouldn't have been possible without your videos. Appreciate it.
Absolutely brilliant. I've been laughing in the background, man. Especially when he started to implode and started calling you an arsehole over and over. Really flipped.
Because I could hear his voice change, man. He sounded like he was about to start crying.
Yeah.
Yeah, my favorite part was when he wouldn't answer the question of whether you can have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface. He just went silent.
For a good 15 seconds, didn't say anything. And then it was just attacking you.
I just posted my answer that I didn't give him. He never answered me, so.
I wanted to pause it in case you were around. We could have a bit of a chat, further discussion on this topic.
Yeah, I'm here.
One of the things I'd like to point out before, we've talked about this, you and I, might bear repeating for the audiences. What's considered normal conditions is a lapse rate where it goes from a warm surface to cooler and cooler air as you increase in elevation. And this normal condition, the usual condition, somehow results in a decay coefficient of 0.7 approximately, according to them. And it's funny how if you were to increase the K coefficient, at some point the lapse rate inverts from warm to cold in elevation to cold to warm in elevation.
And you did that on. Awesome. Yeah, his audio wasn't going out, bro. He was freaking. He was like pulling the mic plugs, DJ. So it was
1 second. Just unpauses itself somehow.
Crazy. A reversal of the temperature gradient would result in a reversal of the path of light from high to low to high, and there would be a crossover point at some point. But the K coefficient is meant to actually describe directionality, because you can have a negative K coefficient as well. So, I mean, as you go negative, as you go under K 0.17 and start getting to like negative 0.03, question I have is, at some point, does that also indicate a reversal of the lapse rate of temperature? But I don't think it does. And to me, this is a very inconsistent way. It's one of the many inconsistent claims about the globe, many paradoxes. And it's not pointed out enough. And I do realize this is oversimplified, but at the same time, this is the story. I mean, the story is they admit that under normal conditions, prevailing conditions, you can see too far for Earth to be a globe. And they assign the K factor, the K coefficient to it. In reality, the K coefficient is capturing the very opposite conditions when these are computed for various claims.
Yep, great point.
So what point does a superior mirage, which is what McToon is saying is happening with a K coefficient of 0.3, becomes an inferior mirage? And then why is having the K coefficient producing an inferior mirage? When K equals 0, means you've got basically the curvature of the Earth under normal, without any refraction whatsoever.
Right. So if you had is this right? If you had an inferior mirage, that means that you would have to have a negative K coefficient?
Yes.
And that means that the horizon should be much closer than it would be geometrically. The geometric location of the horizon would be much closer, which never, ever happens. Not once have I ever seen that. No globe earther has ever presented a horizon even where it should be on a globe, or especially not close. But we definitely see inferior mirages extremely often.
That's right. And this can, and this, such conditions can call it the horizon, can create an effect, an optical effect of a horizon much closer to you. Like it could just be at the end of your street, or on the opposite side of a lake, or the end of a football field.
Yeah, or like Skyfree's observation, just over a few meters on the flat floor.
Yeah, just a few meters.
And it's nice and crisp looking.
Yeah, it sure is, yeah.
Did you see Skyfree's latest video? The little boat on the lake?
No, I need to check that out.
Dude, it's the craziest, trippiest video that you've ever seen in your life. I'm going to find out, post it in the side chat. Got to watch it. It's crazy. It looks like something you've never seen before. Grab it.
And the reason why there's presumably like bottom-up obstruction is really because somewhere between you and the object you're looking at there's going to be some kind of optical effect, like a reflection of the sky. or a or looming of the water.
Yeah, there's definitely like a reflection of other objects, sky, trees, whatever's local.
Yeah, right. You could have something looming that is between you and the distant object, causing bottom up obstruction. Now, looming is the opposite of sinking. So you could also have no looming, but then the object itself be in a region that is experiencing sinking. So just because you see bottom up obstruction due to optical phenomenon does not yet decide whether you've got sinking or looming, whether it's inferior or superior miraging. And I say this because you can have conditions where both of these are happening at the same time at different rates, at different places. And you can have multiple layers of these happening, such that you can have a distant ship where you see half the ship turned upside down, and then part of the top of the ship lifted up, and then part of the bottom ship flipped upside down on top of that, and so on and so forth. We have images where this happens. I think you posted yesterday a great example of this, of a sunset where it's happening with the sun. Oh, wow, look at that. I see what you mean, DJ. I'm going to watch this.
It's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, check out this sunset still shot.
That's a bit insane.
So the sun is flat.
Here it is it's actually a burger. Here's the proof.
Oh, I like that.
Is it a cheeseburger?
It is.
And even the basic physics of there's more water surface area to reflect light back to you than there is whole surface area at that distance. And so the water is going to be the predominant tangible object you see in the video or picture.
Yeah, and due to Rayleigh scattering, the water becomes indistinguishable from the sky. And also due to your eye's inability to see depth of contrast in the blue wavelength as well.
Yeah. And human eyes are typically limited to about 5,000 meters is worth them. The outside limit of where we can see very clearly, and then after that, everything starts getting fuzzy.
whenever there's some kind of miraging, some refraction, if you want to call it that, happening, there are going to be telltale signs of it. And what's really funny is when there are videos out there and Globers will selectively extract screenshots of specific frames and then crop them so that you can't see the telltale signs of it as well. We catch them doing that stuff all the time, where they want to produce a crisp globe curvature edge horizon out of a video that's showing some kind of miraging.
Yeah, but McToon told us there wouldn't be a crisp horizon on a flat Earth. I had a good chuckle when he said that.
All these little other anti-flat earthers all say that now because they hear him say it, so they just parrot it as if it's
Yeah, I've heard it recently as well from other ones.
Yet we have countless footage that it looks crisp, and then you zoom right in on it, and then all of a sudden you can see it's just a crazy miraging effect taking place. And from a distance, it still looks like it's flat, but it's crisp. But once you zoom in on these things, it's not necessarily the case that it's crisp.
That's right. That's right. What makes it crisp is how far away it is.
And I've got countless videos of the horizon just disappearing completely, like no crispness at all.
If you have any good examples of that, you mean when you zoom in on it?
I just mean like you just look out and there's just so much haze, not particularly like haze in the foreground, but in the background it's hazy, where everything just blends in and there's absolutely no ability to see like a crisp horizon.
I posted my table again, showing the difference between terrestrial and super and subrefractive conditions. Terrestrial refraction is considered a condition where you can see further than the horizon, which would make it a form of super refraction. But the atmospheric conditions are the exact opposite of each other. That's where the controversy is. I'm going to just highlight that right now. Crop and post. What I'm talking about, so those who are watching can follow along. All right, I'm looking at this part of the chart. Both of these conditions are defined by allowing you to see further than the curvature of the Earth. Both of these conditions have opposing lapse rates. Meanwhile, if you look over at the conditions for subrefraction, what's subrefraction? And subrefraction is when basically the curvature of the Earth appears to be much closer than it should be. So really, what you find when you read through the literature, at least this is my case, I often find super and subrefraction discussed within the context of like surveying. So that'd be these. Super and sub are talked about. The whole terrestrial one is just kind of like a coping.
Can I
fraction.
politely
It
ask
doesn't exist.
Dr. Yoder? Dr. Yoder, excuse me.
Yeah, what's up?
I would like to interrupt you for a second, okay?
Yeah.
I'm just curious. Are you came from a place called Batak?
Called what? Butter?
Batak. Batak. Do you know that? I'm just
I have no
curious.
idea
I'm
what
just
you're
curious.
talking about.
This is kind of out of topic, but I'm just curious whether you came from Batak or not.
I have no idea what you're talking about, my friend. Sorry.
Okay, sure. It explains why you're, like, your IQ, you're very.
All right, disconnected him. Send him packing.
Send him back to Buttock.
I got a junior question.
bro.
And hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up? Hello.
I got a junior question. Can you like show proof that the Earth is flat, or a junior question? I'm not trying to be mean or anything. I'm just trying to learn.
Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you an example.
Sure.
I'm going to show you a high altitude flight, an airplane at about 35,000 feet. That is where the observer is using an infrared camera. And with infrared is able to see 2 to 3 times as far as the Earth curvature would allow. He's right now just above Phoenix, Arizona, looking northeast over flat desert plains. The next major geographical landmark is going to be the Rocky Mountains. But the issue is the Rocky Mountains should be far beyond and below the curvature of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And yet he's zooming in right on them. You can see the Earth all the way up to the base of the mountain and the snow peaks on top. Those should be underneath the curvature of the Earth. What makes this interesting is he's using infrared. Infrared, being a longer wavelength, is not subject to distortion, to claims of refraction. And furthermore, he is up very high where the air is thin, at about 10,000 meters. Also less subject to refractive effects or some optical warping. So he's got 2 strong points in his favor. And this is one of many, many such examples that we can provide. This is curious. Like this is honestly like a problem for the globe. This is the kind of thing that would keep me up at night when I first looked into this. There's absolutely no conventional explanation for any of this if Earth is a globe. He's using a Panasonic Nightshot camcorder. These came out about maybe 10 years ago or so. And the interesting thing about the Nightshot is it's got an internal infrared filter at like 950 nanometers or 930 nanometers. And so with some light modification, you can use it like this in the daytime.
So, do you have the calculation for given the altitude of the plane and how far the Rocky Mountains would have been at his location, like the expected hidden height of curvature for his observation?
Yeah, the details of these calculations are in the map that's provided. If you see the red dashed circle, that's where the horizon would be if Earth is a globe. The Rocky Mountains are shown by the conical sections that are then darker in contrast from the airplane's locations. There's a whole video that goes along with this as well, and further details if you're interested.
What's the red arrow pointing to?
That's the direction of flight.
Oh, but somehow he's okay. But his observation is like behind him.
He's looking out the right side of the airplane and then to the right a bit.
Okay. And the total distance there that's specified, that's from like one of those positions to the Rocky Mountains or what?
Yeah, like in the for the plane on the left, it's showing the distance markers with the black line, 100 miles, 200 miles, 300, and so on to 500 miles. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. See that.
I'll go ahead and post a link.
Hello.
Yeah. I'm not the greatest at math, but does anybody know off top of their head, or if you have the calculation for if he saw the mountains a little over 500 miles away, and what did you say the altitude was, like 10,000 feet or higher?
No, about 30,000 feet.
Yeah. So given those two values, like what, according to the globe, how, and I guess you have to take into consideration the peaks of the Rocky Mountains, like how much should he not have been able to see them at all, or just a little bit? Like what?
Not at all. So
it's not the peaks; you can see the base.
Yeah, you can see the base of the mountains as well. But yeah, so if you take the rule of thumb, call it the shortcut, 8 inches per mile squared, which is a parabola, but it wraps around about the surface of a circle, and gives I think 3 decimal point accuracy out to 1,000 miles. So you can use it for this pretty comfortably. So 8 inches per mile squared. If you're seeing just 200 miles beyond the claimed curvature of the Earth, that's 200 times 200. So we can do the math right here. 200 times 200. It's miles squared times 8, divide by 5, divided, actually it's 8 inches, so divide by 12. Yeah, so those mountains should be 5 miles at least below the curvature of the Earth.
I put a graphic in the side chat for you on the 8 inches per mile.
Yeah, so if you've got like mountains that are 5 miles high, dude, like, and you can still see the base of them, right?
I'm
Now,
not
if you're
sure if
saying
I
like,
did the math right. Let me just check this math really quickly because I think it's 10 miles according to
yeah,
this is what I put in. The target distance 500 miles, the observer height 30,000, and then it says 55,446 foot hidden height, and then I converted that 55,000 into miles, which is 10.4 miles.
Whoa. Yeah. That is a lot.
yeah, and this is why I like extreme long distance footage, especially in infrared like this from high altitude, because it's great. You don't have to be so precise and exact with everything because you're operating at scale. So who cares if you're off by like 20 or 30 miles when you've got potentially hundreds of miles of wiggle room to work with, right? I've got another one where I did do the math and I worked it out. This is pretty solid. Where the observer here, the same guy, is using his Panasonic night shot, looking southwest from northwestern Texas, and sees the Baja Peninsula 760 miles away. That peninsula should be about 180,000 feet below the curvature of the Earth. So that's like 34 miles or something. And you can see the surface of the Earth leading all the way up to it. Like, you don't see the curve.
Which observation is this one?
The Baja one.
Is that J. Tolan as well?
Yeah.
Awesome.
And I just wanted to add for reference that I put a snapshot in the chat of some tables that that depict or express the differences between what you would expect on a parabola versus a circle or a sphere. And you can see at the bottom right there, there's a column for the error percentage, right? So it can actually even be more accurate than I think even Yoder expressed earlier. I think it's within 1% accuracy up to around 700 and something miles. And that's probably even, 3 or 4 decimal places, 5 or 6 significant figures or something like that. So it's very, very accurate overall.
And we have very distinct landmarks, do we, in this, Yoda?
For the Gulf of Mexico, yeah, it's the contrast. I'll show you. In the bottom image there, where he labels it Gulf of Baja, and then Baja.
Because this is the only thing that the globe earthers can say is that what he's looking at is not really what he's claiming it is.
Right. Let me post the video for that one too.
Because I've been challenged to present high altitude observations that don't match a globe. The claim is from Jesse Path of Light that all high altitude observations match the globe almost perfectly if you just add 7/6R refraction. He thinks that go up higher, then that's consistent, and he claims that he has tables of every single observation matching up perfectly with the globe once you apply 7/6R, and that we don't have any that don't match the globe when you apply 7/6R. So even that first one that you showed, so I've added the 7/6R, and there's still 39,600 feet hidden high with 0.17 refraction coefficient. Which is in miles, 7.3 miles of hidden high.
Gosh, are any of you guys on TikTok? Like, it'd be cool to see you guys destroy some of those militant Globers on that platform with these observations you guys are presenting.
Yeah, I'll be creating content all year this year, and I've got my TikTok account ready, and I'm about to start uploading stuff on it, going on, and once I get over 1,000 subscribers, I'll start doing lives and stuff like that. We can even have these discussions in here like this and have it streaming onto TikTok at the same time. So it should be good to be doing the same thing on YouTube and X.
Do you know if it's? I thought the last time I checked, they kind of reduced the minimum amount of followers you need to go live. I remember it was 1,000, but I'm not sure if it's still that.
Oh, really? Okay, that's good news.
Yeah. So I guess we'll see. But no, that is good news from your end, because I know you, DJ, are like one of the best guys that do this kind of thing. So I saw that one video with McToon. It was which which server was that in, by the way? Was it this one or somewhere else?
It wasn't in this one. McToon won't show his face in this one. He goes and does live streams in a server called the name of it. It's called Anti-Truther Live.
QUP server.
QUP server, yep.
Oh, okay. That's right. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he acts like 24/7 flat Earth doesn't even exist. He doesn't talk about us one bit. We are the biggest single flat Earth community in the world. It's quite telling. So when he goes like dial a Flurf, or he decides to join a Flurf Discord, he'll go everywhere else but show his face here. At least, in our home server, or where we like to hang out, like where we are now.
Yeah.
He has come by in the past, like years ago, and he's got beat so badly. I mean, we've got recordings from that as well. We record everything. I think it's one of the reasons why he doesn't come in. Same with the others. Go ahead. Yep.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say that it's kind of funny how like the McToons and whoever else, like the other Globers, are still debating flat Earth, because I thought it was all supposed to be over after the the quote unquote final experiment, right? But apparently it's still up for debate.
Well, yeah, for many reasons. Like, first off, what is even the argument? Can anybody form a coherent, logical argument for the 24-hour Antarctic sun as proof of the globe in the first instance? This challenge was issued well before this so-called experiment came into fruition. And pretty much most of the moderators and gold members of 24/7 Flat Earth were sounding from the rooftops that this is an incoherent, logical presumption that they have, that a 24-hour Antarctic sun would in any way prove the shape of the Earth. So we issued the challenge before, and then the day that they went there and some of the first content came out, Indio said, he posted to X, give me one deductive logical syllogism to argue for the 24/7 or the 24-hour Antarctic sun as proof of the globe. And nobody's been able to do it. We've asked people to do it, provide one deductive argument. And it can't be done because the entire practice, what they're doing is just built on a logical fallacy called affirming the consequent. If A, then B, B, therefore A. You know, if Earth is a globe, then I should see a 24-hour Antarctic sun. I see a 24-hour Antarctic sun, therefore Earth is a globe. That's a fallacious argument because there are other reasons why you could see a 24-hour Antarctic sun besides Earth being a globe. Other reasons that haven't been explored or ruled out. This is another way to label it as a confirmation bias. Affirming the consequent is a fallacy is really, at the end of the day, confirmation bias.
Yeah, I've heard that before, but for some reason, if I can play like devil's advocate a little bit, I'm trying to think of like if you being fallacious with your reasoning kind of depends on how you like set up those like the conditional and the consequent or whatever. So like let's say for example for flat earth, would it be just as fallacious like or would you also be affirming the consequent if you say if the earth is flat then there would be no detected curvature, there's no detected curvature, therefore the earth is flat?
Yeah, that is also affirming the consequent. That's right.
Okay, so but how about if you flip them? If you say if there's no detected curvature, the Earth is flat. There's no detected curvature, therefore Earth is flat. And now all of a sudden, are you valid now? Like
that is valid. Yeah, that's called a modus ponens.
I see. Interesting. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's cool. I just wanted to test your consistency with that, I guess.
No, yeah, it's true. I mean, just because you measure the surface flat somewhere, what then needs to happen is you need to go to the premise. Did you actually measure the surface flat? And that's where we dig into the details. How did you do it? How is it verifiable? What control factors did you have? Basically, it comes down to producing measurement results, the data, the methodology. All of that needs to be meted out. And then once you've established your premise is true, then the rest kind of just falls into place. You can form a deductive argument and then be done with it. Put a nice little cherry on top. So where were they in Antarctica and how do we confirm where they were is a question I would have, right? And so they could show me GPS, they could show me a map using spherical coordinate systems, and then now I'd be able to easily attack that premise. Okay, so you're using a spherical coordinate reference system. How do you know that you're actually following a geodesic as you go from point A to B? Because coordinate reference systems are completely arbitrary. You can use any coordinate reference system you want on any surface you want. If you use a coordinate reference system consistently, and then verify its internal consistency, you've not subjected it to external validation. So just because you can show me on a map that you think you're here, does that mean that you actually got there in reality? Well, one way to verify whether that's true might be to take a gyroscope with you on a plane. And if the gyroscope starts tilting like you're starting to go underneath it, then you might be going around the curvature of a ball. But nobody's been able to demonstrate that that's the case either.
I mean, at the very least. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead, DJ.
Oh, just 1 second, just really quickly, just because I'm saving a bunch of these GIFs that you put in the side chat. So is that bottom GIF, that's from a different observation, not the Baja one, or is that from the Baja one?
That's a different one. Let me figure out which one that was. If I take too long, then And can it? Hold on a second. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, what we need are measurements. We need globe measurements of some kind, whether that's a surface measurement or potentially a gyroscopic angular deviation around a ball. Oh, I want to see that, and it's not been produced. We get excuses why they can't be produced. Okay, that one was from How to Denoise the World. Let me post that link for you. This is
And is
actually
that
a really good explainer.
And
Right.
it shows like a curvature debunk in that one, or
Yeah, it's a curvature debunk.
I mean, there's just no z-axis roll.
Well, the point is the z-axis, right? The horizontal plane of reference needs to be rotating at a rate that is commensurate with the distance traveled.
Yeah, you would expect to see it start to roll in a curving fashion.
Yeah, so if you have an inertial plane in a gyroscope that's horizontally oriented and stationary as they hold rigidity in space, and as you start to nose down, you'll start to see more of the underside of that flywheel of the gyro. That rate of rotation has to be consistent with your velocity and your angular deviation around a globe. So if you're traveling at like 500 miles per hour over a claimed great circle distance, that's going to be what, like about 7.5 degrees per hour?
Eratosthenes.
Yeah, it's going to be about 7.5 degrees of rotation per hour at 500 miles per hour, assuming a great circle distance. Nobody can produce that measurement. Nobody ever has. I mean, that's the funny thing. We get excuses. Well, yeah, the airplane has no reason to maintain a fixed reference frame, so we hook up weights called pendulous vanes to it, so that it's always going to be yanking the flywheel down and rotate in accordance with the rotation of the Earth. So that's why you can't really measure it. All right, so they used to attach these weights on the ends of cords, almost like a grandfather clock. And the idea was is this would ensure that the flywheel maintains a nadir pointing down to the surface of the globe as the airplane rotates with it. And they say, well, we have that instrumentation on it, which is why you don't detect the curvature. And I'm like, okay, show me the data from the pendulous vanes. Is there like some kind of torque? Is there some kind of change? What's happening here, guys?
They actually use vacuum pressure to stabilize, not alleged gravity. Isn't that right?
That's crazy.
It's funny. We actually have like the opposite. We have nothing but gyroscopes out the wazoo that maintain rigidity in space and don't show any angular deflection, any angular rotation change of the globe. Right? Like the Globers tried to tell us for years that they could produce black box data for us that would show that their high-tech ring laser gyroscopes and accelerometers, which encompasses a unit called the Air Data Inertial Reference Unit. It's a strap-down system in modern airplanes, literally strapped to the fuselage. That the suite of 3 accelerometers and 3 ring laser gyros are able to demonstrate that the Earth is curved. And then we figure out how to get access to that data because we can go to the National Transportation Safety Board website, which they investigate plane crashes. and they've got plane crash investigations, open data going back to the 1960s. So we take some sampling of black box data, we take down the CSV files of Excel and Excel spreadsheets of the gyro data that they make available, and we look for evidence of curvature in there and can't find it. We present this to everybody. And what do we get? We get excuses. Well, the actual data that is presented to the black box actually comes from a black box within a black box, and you can't have the raw sensor unprocessed data. That's literally what they say, and it's also protected by a combination of industrial security, patents, and national security reasons. Well, I guess it's not verifiable. Your globe's not verifiable in the ring laser gyro data that you guys told us would be available. So I guess the princess is in yet another castle.
Well, respectfully, brother, I would like a tube of butthurt cream, please.
You got it. That'd be $39.59. Buy one, get one free.
Oh, thank you for that deal.
All right, I have to get going. I'll be back later, at least to listen, but I got to log off right now.
All right,
man.
bro,
That
we'll
was
see you.
awesome. Catch
Have
up.
a good one.
So I've heard you guys explain like boats or ships or whatever, like, you know, going towards the horizon and seeming to like sink below it through refraction, I guess, like atmospheric conditions or whatever. But is it the same explanation for why, like during a sunset, the sun like sets below the horizon, or is that like a different kind of phenomena?
Well, the sun's very different because it's an unknown. It's an apparent light in the sky, and it's you know, being a light, it behaves different than a terrestrial object, if you know what I mean. And we see a lot of anomalies. We see a lot of crazy stuff happen when we see sunsets. Now, there's different types of horizons, right? All horizons fit under the like the blanket definition of the apparent location where the sky and the ground. But we can have something called a local horizon. Quite often when we're looking out at the horizon and we're seeing the sunset, we're looking at a local horizon. Now, what a local horizon is when we have something blocking the actual horizon. So, for example, if we're standing at the beach and there's ocean swells, the ocean swells are going to be a physical blockage, and they'll be blocking your view from where the actual horizon is. Or we could have haze, or we could have mountain ranges off in the distance, or elevated land, right? If we're in the desert, or if we're just anywhere and we're watching a sunset that's nowhere near the water, we're going to have topography. From a huge distance, it might look like it's even kind of flat, but it's still considered a local horizon. If that obstruction wasn't there, that's not where you would see the horizon. Now, if that local horizon's present, then a sunset setting in a uniform way from bottom to top. But if we actually go out and look for footage, for example, I went on YouTube and you type in sunset zoom footage and try to find the ones that don't have a local horizon present. For example, over the ocean, when we don't have waves, like a nice calm day, what you'll see when the horizon sets, if you zoom right in, is very different to what you'll see when you'll see the sun setting from bottom up uniformly with a local horizon. What you'll see is the sun actually compressing, vertically squishing into the horizon. Now, there's different atmospheric effects. It does change a lot, but most often what you'll see happen is the sun will kind of look like it's starting to set, but you'll see the bottom of the sun actually start to squish. Like you've got a big squishy ball and you're pushing it into the ground kind of thing, and it will actually fade away before it actually goes down under the horizon, but you don't really
That's
see
right.
it until you zoom right in. And I couldn't find a single sunset that wasn't a local horizon sunset, like a single sunset zoom where something crazy didn't happen and the sun just uniformly sunk into the horizon as you would imagine.
That's
the Earth were a
correct.
globe.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, and that could actually happen, right? Someone might be able to cherry pick some footage and find where we don't have a local horizon, and the sun does look like it uniformly sets from bottom to top. I haven't been able to find it, but I'm sure there is some, and that could easily be explainable as well. Okay, if it just happens occasionally, you could have a sinking refraction, so you could have warmer water and cooler air, and not a huge change in the refractive index gradient. And just like sometimes we see with ships, it can look like the whole bottom of the ship is cleanly obstructed and we don't see any miraging effects, but it just fits the definition of sinking refraction. So if someone wanted to claim that that particular horizon sunset that they've found is proof of a globe, then they would have to take into account specific atmospheric conditions between point A and point B and actually eliminate that as a possible explanation for what they're seeing. So yeah, most horizons are pretty crazy, and most horizons just kind of fade out if you zoom in on them, unless it's a local horizon.
Mm-hmm.
I can post a few examples. I did
Thank
save
you
a
for
bunch
sharing
of the
that,
ones.
bro.
Yeah, no worries at all. It is one of the biggest questions that the globe earthers ask. I mean, because it does make logical sense. Most people, when they go out, they look at the ocean, they look at the sunset, and they're just looking with their eyes. It looks like it just sets behind a globe. Perfectly normal, logical conclusion when you see a sunset. You've been told it's a globe your whole life, and then you see that, and you're like, okay, that confirms it. But there's a little more to it. And then start looking into small-scale examples where we can show the same thing happening. We can show bottom-up obstruction over a flat surface very easily. I'll post a couple of sunset time lapses in the side chat that shows exactly what I'm talking.
Okay, yeah, I'll be interested to look at those.
All right, here's an example. Yeah, notice how nice and flat the water is. It's there's no ocean swells or anything like that. And from a distance, it might look like it's kind of doing what you would expect on a globe, but when you zoom right in, it's absolutely not doing. And the whole, like the bottom left and right corner of the sun's missing, and then it kind of fades out visibly above, slightly above the horizon.
I'm currently outside taking some trash out, so I'm not able to look at it. But
Yeah.
do you have any examples of what was it? Oh, like I thought I might have seen some in the past where like the sun was setting, but then they took like some kind of they zoomed into it somehow, and then they kind of brought the sun back up, like over the horizon. You know.
Yeah, I got plenty of those. I just posted one in the side chat. You can check it when you get back. But the sun, it looks like it's setting, but it's a glare effect. And what's happening is the brightness of the sun is kind of overloading the sensor of the camera, and there is a particular name for the effect. I forget exactly what it is, but you just call it glare, basically, and it makes it look like the sun's really big and bright on the horizon. And it looks like it's kind of half obstructed behind the horizon, which is interesting. But then when he zooms in, you can see that the sun actually is way above the horizon. I think what's happening when you're zooming in is you notice it's getting a lot darker, and it reduces the glare when you zoom in. I think it shrinks the size of the aperture and doesn't let as much light in, something like that. And because you can see it visibly getting darker, so it cuts out that glare effect. And then all of a sudden you can see the sun. Because you've zoomed in on it, it looks a similar size than when it was zoomed out, but it looks a similar size because you've zoomed in on it. And it's actually much smaller than it looked when it was glared out before he's. Same with the some of the videos people share of where it looks like the sun is really, really giant and then it shrinks into a little dot as it moves away. That's also that same glare effect. And I don't think it's a good argument from the flat earth side to say that the sun shrinks into a little tiny dot sometimes as it moves away. Because it's just a glare effect. And usually when it shrinks into that little dot, it's because you're using a very low focal length camera. Right? If you get like a camcorder or something like that and you look at the sun through it, or even most phone cameras, it has like a low focal length lens, like 14 millimeter lens or something like that, and you're looking at the sun and you look at the sun through your camera and it looks tiny. It's unimpressive. And then you look at it with your eyes and you're like, damn, it looks beautiful and big, and it's just due to the focal length of that particular lens. But when it's higher up in the sky, there's a lot more light. It's much brighter, and it's and it looks like a big giant blob of glare. And as it gets down lower, the atmosphere, there's more atmosphere between you and the sun, and then it's like a natural solar filter, so it's not glaring out the sensor of the camera anymore. The sun does reduce in size a little bit as it sets. It appears to reduce in size. I won't say it actually does, obviously. It appears to get a little bit smaller if you do it with a solar filter, but it's only a tiny bit smaller. That could probably also be argued that that's the extra atmosphere cutting out a little bit more glare, causing that little bit, making it look that little bit smaller. But I don't think on a flat Earth the sun should reduce in size as it moves away, because you're not seeing it move away, you're seeing it move down in your perspective. I mean, it's moving away, but the way you see it, like, it's already reduced in size. It's not like it's right in front of your eyes and then it's going to go away from you and get really small. That would be how a terrestrial object would behave due to perspective. But a celestial object is already far away from you, and you're just seeing it go down in your very small field of view. I can show a demonstration of that if that doesn't make.
But isn't the argument as to why we see sunset, meaning like the sun going down, it's because it is getting further away from you, but due to how
it's getting further away. It's getting further away. Let me give you any. Are you able to look at the side chat yet?
Actually, in just a second I can. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll try to find this example. All right, you can just picture this in your head anyway. Let's say you get a tennis ball and you lay down on the floor and you put the tennis ball in front of your eyes. It looks giant. Okay, and then you roll it 3 meters away from you. As it rolls 3 meters away from you, it's going to get smaller
They
and
saw
smaller and
erosion
smaller.
407?
What's that? All right, so you roll the tennis ball away from your eyes, and it's going to get really small. It's going to reduce in size due to perspective. Okay, now, if you do the same thing, right? So now you're going to stand up, leave the tennis ball sitting on the floor. It's at your feet now, and you stand up. Now, as you're standing up, the tennis ball that looked giant because it was right in front of your eyes now doesn't look big anymore. It looks like whatever size it looks from that distance, 6 foot high, you're looking at it. Now I'll roll that tennis ball 3 meters away. It doesn't reduce much in angular size all of a sudden.
Second room?
Because it's already reduced in angular size. Now you're just seeing it roll that same 3 meters away. Now all of a sudden it doesn't have that drastic effect anymore. It just changes a tiny little bit in angular size. So now if you picture that with the sun, okay, now imagine the sun's right in front of your eyes, just hypothetically. Obviously that's not possible. Now, if you put the sun right in front of your eyes, make it a certain size just for a thought experiment, and then it moves away from you, then it should get really small as it. But the sun's already reduced in angular size just the same as the tennis ball did when you moved away from the tennis ball. Just move that sun away from your eyes, way up into the sky, whatever distance away the sun is, and now it looks like the size that we see the sun and the moon. Okay, now, as the sun's moving away from you, you're just seeing it appear to go down in your perspective, right? That horizon that you can see isn't that far away from you. And that sun appearing to go down is just a byproduct of the way that you see your dome of perspective, whatever you want to call it, your field of view. So basically, celestial objects in relation with perspective behave very differently than local objects. Local objects will reduce drastically in sizes, like a plane or a train or a car or anything. But once something's already a huge distance away from you, then when that moves away from you, it's only going to appear to reduce a tiny bit, if anything at all.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, here's an example with the balls in the side chat. And then here underneath it, this is footage of the actual sun using a solar filter. So that's when it's higher in the sky, and when it's smaller there, that's what it looks like on the horizon. Video. And then, yeah, just above that image is the two balls. Those balls are both 3 meters apart. The only thing that changed is the distance of the closer ball from the observer. Anyway,
It's,
I gotta go. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
was
go
gonna
ahead.
say it might be somewhat analogous to I'm not sure if it's like the parallax effect. Well, no, like if you're driving down a highway and the like little posts alongside the road looks like they're going by you really fast. That's because you're close to them. But let's say mountains off into the distance, even though despite you're traveling the same speed, they don't seem like they're moving as fast. Like by you because they're much further to begin with. It's kind of like a similar. I kind of thought of that analogy.
Yeah, it's a different thing, but it is the same kind of, distance makes a huge difference to how you're perceiving things.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the basis of it.
Cool, man. Thanks for sharing all that.
Yeah, no problem. It's kind of like a super basic way to put it is if you're looking down some train tracks and it looks like the train tracks converge into the center because of perspective. Now, as you go, let's say that's a 1 kilometer long stretch of train tracks. And now you go up. The higher you go up in altitude, the less you're going to see that perspective convergence happen. If you go up, the higher you keep going up, right, the angle that you're looking at those train tracks is going to change. And then that 1 kilometer distance that looked like it converged into a vanishing point, now all of a sudden it doesn't do that anymore. So the distance has changed. The angle of view's changed. Anyway, I need to make a good demonstration of it, so it makes it a bit easier to digest.
Yeah, especially for us visual learners,
Oh, same for me as well.
DJ, I'm not sure if you said you had to go earlier. I thought I might have heard that, but you so do you live in Poland? Did I hear you say that in like the video?
Yeah. I live in Poland. We're moving from Poland soon, but I'm from Australia, but I've lived in Poland.
Oh, I didn't even. I barely like clocked the Aussie accent, but okay, Paul. So what time is it over there for you right now?
It's 6 p.m.
Ah, okay, so that's not bad. Interesting. Well, I mean, don't you know time zones prove that, like, the Earth can't be flat because
Yeah, that's what they say. Yep. Yeah, it's not a very good argument. And most of the time, people don't really even know what they're talking about when they say time. I mean, if we look at the, I get the exact name of the two islands, but there's two little islands that separate Alaska from Russia. One of them belongs to Russia, one of them belongs to America, and they're just a few kilometers apart. And they nicknamed them Yesterday and Tomorrow Island because the international date line goes right between the two islands. So there's 21 hours of time difference between those two islands, showing that time zones are just obviously just a man-made construct. It's just a political designated sections. They change them all the time. There's 19 in the north and 30 something in the south, or something close to that. And then the other thing when people say time zones is they don't know what time zones means, and they just think daytime and nighttime wouldn't work on a flat Earth. And that's just because they've not looked into the topic, and they're just thinking of a flat disk floating in space in the globe model with a 93 million mile away, which is not what flat Earth is.
So I'm just looking at the that sunset clip that you posted earlier.
Yeah.
It's quite fascinating. I would have liked to see it maybe from starting at a little bit earlier points, with the sun higher in the sky, but nonetheless, it's still pretty cool what's happening here. So, what's the explanation here? Like, so the sun seems to be cut off and also kind of like widened there at the bottom towards the horizon, but by the end of the video, it seems to kind of just like vanish away into the air instead of like setting down beneath the horizon. So what's going on here?
Well, it seems like it's just squishing into the vanishing zone, because there's a mirroring effect quite often when we look out at the horizon. When we have a distance like this and we don't have waves, or we don't have any like big waves, the further you look out, you're going to get to a point where you see a mirroring layer. You don't see that when you're just looking straight out at the horizon. When you zoom right in on these sunsets, that's when you can notice that it's there. Like, we've got videos where it looks like there's a clean horizon, and then the person will zoom all the way out onto that clean horizon, and all of a sudden you can see dolphins jumping out of the water, like above the horizon. So it seems like quite often there's this mirroring effect, right, where the sky and the ground appears to meet. And I don't know, I like to call that the like a vanishing zone, okay, because that's what a horizon is. It's the vanishing point, right? So the ground appears like it ramps up, and it looks like the sky ramps down, right? This is perspective convergence, and that's called a vanishing point. So when you're looking down a hallway, for example, it looks like the ceiling of the hallway is ramping down, and it looks like the floor of the hallway is ramping up, and it looks like the walls are ramping inward, and it meets at a point in the distance, and that's called a vanishing point. That's because it gets to a point where the human eye can no longer resolve what's going on, and that's called a convergence point or a vanishing point. When you're looking out at a horizon, it's the same concept as looking down a hallway, except you have infinite vanishing points, and that infinite amount of vanishing points creates what's called a horizon, a horizontal eye zone, basically. And then you add the atmosphere into the equation, and then you add the light, the the passing of the light, or whatever you want to call it, right? You got to add the light propagating through the medium of the air into the equation as well. And that's why we get such spectacular effects and different effects when we see different types of sunsets. It's not like it looks the same every day. Sometimes it does crazy things. Sometimes it looks like the sun gets even bigger on the horizon. Sometimes it's going to look smaller. Depends on the humidity, the temperature, the pressure. And then it can also be, it's not uniform between point A and point B. So you could have pockets of hot air, pockets of cold air, turbulence, all sorts of different effects that you need to take into account. And all of those are going to combine into like a big soup of refraction, mirages of atmospheric refraction effects. So you're going to see variations in sunsets. It's not something that uniformly happens the same every day.
Right. Yeah. A lot of different factors to.
Tons of things to take into account. Yep.
Yeah, it's a consideration. You know, I was gonna bring up one of rebuttals against like the perspective-based argument I've heard for the horizon. You know, that a glober will object with, and that was about you know, how if a flat earther says the horizon is simply just a vanishing point where things sort of converge to that point. I heard one glober say like, oh well, you know, if you look up, for example, if you just Google vanishing point and kind of look at the like artistic renditions of what that concept is like all the lines are converging to one single point. But I think you kind of answer the question, because the horizon is more, instead of it being a point, it's actually more of a line, right? So the glober said like, oh, if the horizon is called by the quote unquote vanishing point, how come we just don't see a point? We actually see like this, you know, this big line. But you seem to say that there's a quote unquote infinite amount of vanishing points.
That's right. You could call the vanishing point the particular spot that you're focusing on, because you can only focus, like if you look at a specific spot on the horizon, that's going to be the spot that's in focus. Now you could imagine that all of the lines are going to that exact point, and then but in your when you're focusing on a specific point, everything to the left and the right is going to be out of focus. Now, if you look at it, pan your head to the left, and now you're looking at a different point on the horizon, that's the point that you're looking at. But you essentially have unlimited vanishing points. I'll put diagrams in the side chat to show you exactly what I'm talking about. The difference between a single vanishing point, like linear perspective, or having unlimited vanishing of points. Just a second. Yeah, so that's how they teach it in, say, advanced architecture or advanced art, for example, that say the horizon is a straight line between vanishing points, and you have infinite vanishing points. Second. All right, so here's just a diagram. Okay, that's kind of showing that you have all of these different vanishing points, but everything's converging. That's actually a circle, by the way. Like the horizon is a big circle. If you were out in the ocean and you didn't have any land around you and you turned around in a circle, 360 degrees, you're going to see that horizon form a perfect circle around you. Mm-hmm. We've got an actual architect in the side chat there posting some diagrams as well.
Hmm.
Yeah, so look, so this is the difference. Just one second, I'll just find this one last one. This is the one I wanted to show you. Here it is. Yeah, so this is not the top one, but this next one, this one here. Right, that's a hallway, and then it's got an ocean scene overlaid over the top of it, just to show people that the same thing that you see due to perspective when you're looking down a hallway is it matches perfectly what you see when you're looking out into the ocean as well. It's just perspective. And obviously the ground looks like it's ramping up to the eye level. And then FLW is posting some diagrams there as well.
Right. So, but how come? Yeah. So I've seen what you guys have been sharing so far, but and sorry if you already answered the question, but just to kind of clarify, like, how come the lines from your first image there with like the, you know, it's like the blue lines with the beach scene. How come those lines are kind of like going straight like down and not converging, but the black and white image, like those lines are converging to a single point?
It's to do with where you're looking. You could draw it out either way, but it's about focus. It's about a focal point. If you want to have a focal point. So either one of those is exactly, it's looking the same. The only thing that the difference between those two is showing like a focal point and just showing just a general convergence point. You could overlay both of those images and they would both be correct. There's probably technical terms for it. It's probably I don't know the exact terms, you know, whether it's like 1 point perspective. Okay, if you're doing 1 point perspective or if you're doing multiple point perspective. I don't know. I can ask my wife. She's got a master's degree in art. I'll have to ask her about that. What the technical terminologies are. But it's just how we see things. I mean, no globe earthers should be claiming that we don't see in perspective either. I mean, I've had anti-flat earthers this week telling me that they don't agree that the ground appears to ramp up. And then I'll show them a picture of it ramping up. And they'll still deny it. It's crazy. Like they don't get how perspective works.
Is it the case that we would still see, from our perspective, like the ground ramping up effect if the Earth was a globe, right? Because I've seen the memes of, like, you know, they'll say they'll represent the globe with like a basketball, and they'll represent like the observer with like their tip of their finger like pointing down on the ball, and they'll say, you know, if the Earth was a globe, then like every point away from you in 360 degrees should be actually going like, yeah, away and down, right? But based on what you know, maybe like our perspective with standing on the Earth and given how big the globe is, like, would we still see a ramping up effect, or would the globe sort of negate that because like every point is like curving down and away from you?
Yeah, it should dip. The horizon should dip, but you would still have perspective. I guess you would still have the perspective. Obviously, is still coming into play, but as you get higher, it should start to. It would be different than if it were on a flat plane. It would start to dip, and the globe earthers will tell you that the horizon does dip when you go up in altitude.
But it doesn't, right? It rises with your eye level.
Well, the horizon isn't the horizon is the apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. And earlier we went over the difference between a local horizon and the actual vanishing point horizon. There's a big difference. And what happens when you go up in altitude is that you can see further. And a byproduct of being able to see further is looking through more atmosphere. So when you're looking through more atmosphere, you have a cutoff point where the atmospheric, like the haze of the atmosphere or the opacity of the atmosphere is going to form, it's going to block, kind of like fog, right? If you're looking out on a really foggy day, you can't see where the horizon is. It just looks like a kind of like a blurry horizon because there's atmosphere blocking the horizon. That would be defined as a local horizon because you can't see where the convergence point is. You can't see where the actual horizon is. Now, as you go up higher, you're going to notice that happen. You're going to notice that the horizon isn't crisp and clear. It looks like a haze horizon. It might look kind of crisp from a distance, but you zoom in on it because obviously the horizon's going to be much further away when you go up high. So from a plane or something like that, it might look kind of crisp. But if you zoom right in on it, it's just a blurry, a hazy horizon, kind of like a foggy horizon. Now that's blocking, that opaque air is blocking where the horizon is. So it might look like the horizon's below eye level, but there's actual obstruction of the horizon. There's atmosphere blocking how far you can see. So that's like a local horizon.
Mhm.
Does that make sense? I can show you examples of it.
Yeah.
Happens all the time, really. You know, you could debunk it as well. I mean, just show an observation and then look up what the visibility is in that location for the day. You could do the math and work out, okay, how far should I be able to see through the air from this altitude? And is that distance less than where the horizon distance should be? Globe. And what you're going to find is quite often, yes, it is. It's much less distance than what the horizon would be at. So you think you're seeing a horizon, but you're just seeing a horizon that's actually blocked. I could try to find you some examples to show. And this is another problem. Well, so the horizon is very specifically defined as the apparent line in which the sky and the ground meet. Quite often, we were talking about that mirroring effect earlier. You can't see that mirroring effect when you're just looking straight out at the horizon. It's not until you zoom in and you have some type of object there that you'd be like, oh wow, that wasn't actually the horizon. Really, the water keeps going beyond that, but there's a mirroring effect. I'm going to show you an example of that right now. And I'll show you some examples where if a globe Earth were to go out on this particular day and do an angle measurement of where the horizon is, it would look like the horizon's way below eye level. And then I'm going to debunk that that's actually below eye level. So just really quickly, here is, right now let's imagine that this guy didn't have an amazing zoom camera and he was just looking out at the horizon. And it would just look like a nice crisp normal horizon. Okay, but he has an amazing zoom camera and there's dolphins out there and you can see the dolphins are actually beyond the horizon. It's like they're jumping out of the water, out of the sky. Okay, now imagine if those dolphins weren't there at all. You would just zoom out onto the horizon and you would think that that's just sky. But it's not sky. Okay, that's the mirroring, that's that atmospheric vanishing zone that happens when you zoom right out into the horizon. That's a great example of it right there.
Wow.
And all right, so here's the second thing that I wanted to show. Let's just say one of these flat Earth debunkers went out with a theodolite on this particular day. And let's say that this is a level. They've leveled their theodolite. And the center point of this frame is above where the visible horizon is. So they would say, here is proof that the Earth is a globe. Because the horizon has dipped. This is horizon dip. This is showing that the Earth is a globe. Flat Earth debunked. And then they'll put a video on YouTube showing it. And then all of the other anti-flat earthers will be sharing it and thinking that they've just debunked flat Earth. But here's the problem. That's not the actual horizon. Okay, because there's a boat there. And I just photoshopped the boat out. To remove the boat to make this point. Okay, now the boat's there. Now we can see obviously there's not a boat floating in the sky. So obviously there's a atmospheric effect taking place on this particular day. There's a mirroring effect. And if you look closely, you can see the actual water horizon is actually behind the boat. You can see it very clearly on the right-hand side of the boat there. So that horizon that we can see down lower, that's not disproving flat Earth. That's not showing that the globe's dropping away, unless people want to believe that boats can float in the sky like that. So these are things that need to be taken into consideration, right? Atmospheric opacity, mirroring effects, atmospheric refraction. these things need to be taken into account when people are making hyper specific claims about the Earth being a globe. And that's where we start to challenge the globe earthers and say, okay, show us any test throughout all of history that this has been done, and you've taken in the confounding variables and eliminated them, and then the Earth matches up as a globe. Any long distance observations, any horizon drop tests, etc. And what you'll find is that they don't present any. There aren't any present.
They sure do try, though. That's for sure.
Yeah, they're tryhards. Anyway, I do have to go. I got a ton of work to do, but I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, same here, actually. Yeah, thanks, DJ.
Yeah, no worries, man. Have I sent you a friend request before?
Yeah, in fact,
Cool, gotcha.
I used to be Rebel Andres on my old account.
I remember. Yep. Cool.
Yeah, that one got banned. So, but yeah, we're friends here now.
Awesome, bro.
Yep.
Yes, well, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, all of you, wherever you are on this beautiful flat Earth. It is currently 2:42 a.m. here in Japan, so I'm ahead of you because it's Sunday morning, but some of you are in the morning of Saturday still. Wow, isn't that amazing? I'm in Sunday morning, but there's some of you in Saturday morning on this beautiful flat Earth. I've just finished putting up a gallery in a server called Axis of Evil. Right, I was invited there last week, and they made a room called Jin's Flat Earth Gallery of Facts. I've got a few of those on certain servers. So my reputation's gone round, so they want me to make a gallery. So I've just started it. I spent 2 hours. And basically just putting in memes and the facts to the flat earth, yeah? Measurements, etc., etc. How we're not on a spinning ball, and so on. Really good memes.
Great stuff,
Yeah.
Jin. That's awesome.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I've got a few of these galleries in the politics server. I've been invited over the time I've been there, and I've got a few Jin's Flat Earth Gallery of Facts. So all you're going to find are facts. No theories, no ifs and buts, no speculation, just the facts. Yeah. And it's for the newcomers when they come into any of those servers, they can have a browse through. Because when they go into these servers and they hear Flat Earth, what do you mean? Yeah, Flat Earth. You've heard of Flat Earth, haven't you? Well, okay. Go to Jin's Flat Earth Gallery and have a look. Aye. And the first thing they're met, that meets their eyes, is the oblate spheroid. With, if you believe you're living on this, it's a mistake because it's a painting. And then it goes on to like Robert Simmons and how he creates that, and so on. And then eventually, not too far away, we get to the measurements. Okay. I just like to antagonize at the beginning. You know what I mean? So it's not, I think it's about four memes in, and then you're into the measurements. And then after that, you're into the mechanics of the heliocentric model supposedly moving through the universe. And some of you have seen that video, short 3-minute video of the Earth in with the solar system, circling and hurtling through the universe. Have you seen that, guys? Some of you must be aware of that. That's been around a long time. Yeah, well, I put that one in, and then I put the Rob Skibber, Sun and Moon over the Flat Earth, of course. And it's just an introductory into which one is more realistic, which one is more correct between the two, which one makes more sense, hurtling through the universe, or is it the sun and the moon just orbiting above our head? That's the kind of conversation that's generated from those two materials, should I say. It went down a storm in 2018 when I was in Hawaii, engaging these Jehovah's Witnesses. There was 5 of them, and when I showed them, I introduced them to the flat earth and said, look at the horizon. Here we are at Honolulu Beach. Look at it. Look at the horizon here. Dead level, no curvature. And then I showed them the latest simulation of the the Earth as an oblate spheroid hurtling through the universe together with the planets and everything else. And I said, now look at that. Okay, right, you see, that's what we're doing right now. As I'm talking to you right now, we're doing that. I think, hang on, 2018, so I would have been 50-something, right? And then the guy I was talking to was 45. So I said, so for 45 years, this is what's been going on and currently still going on. You know, and how big is space? Where are we going? Then I showed them the Rob Skibber, the Earth and the Sun, the Sun and the Moon rotating above our heads. And then I asked them, which one makes sense? Yeah. And then they were just asking for more links. So that started about an hour and a half, 2-hour conversation and flat smacking. I just climbed Diamond Head. So that picture you see of me, shortly after that, I engaged these dudes, five Jehovah's Witnesses. I just climbed up Diamond Head in 25 minutes straight up and ran back down. And then I was just about to enter the hotel, covered in sweat, and ended up engaging these Jehovah's Witnesses. Loved it. Even at the top of Diamond Head as well, I engaged all the people there, shouting out, it's a flat earth. How many of you here have heard of the flat earth? And a few of them put their arms up. I goes, you're right, it's right. Look at the horizon, everybody. Look at the horizon, it's level. You've got eyes, but you cannot see. That's what I shouted out. Take my picture. Take my picture. Don't forget this day, the day you were informed about the earth being flat. And then I shouted out, what are the odds that a black guy, African guy from African parents, born in the UK, living in Japan, on holiday in Hawaii, talking about flat Earth? What are the odds? There's got to be something in it, don't you think, ladies and gentlemen? Right. Get in there. Yeah, that was me that day. Blasting out at the people. Top of Diamond Head, there's a pillbox there, and if any of you are not aware, a pillbox is an enclosure by which military used to secure and protect. Right, very secluded. You've got enough room to swing your machine gun, and I was on top of that pillbox, which is part of Diamond Head. And I was screaming out, "Flat Earth! The Earth is flat. Check it out properly. Take my picture. You don't forget." Yeah. And then I engaged the Jehovah's Witnesses. See, so and then I showed them, as I said, the cluster of the Earth with the planets hurtling through the universe, and then the Rob Skibber's sun and moon orbiting above our heads. And then I asked them which one made sense, and then went on for 2 hours talking about the other memes and everything else, and lack of curvature and everything. Yeah. They were woken up.
Sounds like you had a good time there.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. The next day, I was on the beach with about 30 odd people shouting out again, "Flat Earth" on the beach. The wife and kids were down the upper end. I was at the upper end. Saved them any embarrassment. But yeah, great time. So that's what I was doing for the last 2 hours, just putting some information into this gallery of mine, all Flat Earth related. There are other side issues, I would call them, like the injection, we shouldn't be getting. Little bits of that are entered in there. 9/11, that's in there as well, because it all happened on a flat Earth anyway. So, and then I put some music, flat Earth music that I like listening to. That's in there. Pictures of me when I'm exercising, that's in. So they get an idea of who the person is that's doing this gallery. That's all. Not much, but enough just to, generate their interest. Yeah, I'm a real person. And this is the kind of music I listen to on the beautiful flat Earth when I'm exercising. At 64. House music. Yeah, progressive house. Yeah, man. So yeah, it's good to do that. I feel good. I've come in here now and it's all quiet. Very quiet. Not much going on then. Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening. Sunday morning, Japan, of course. Japan and Australia. Oh, that was it. Omnivore yesterday in another server. I can't remember the name of that server, but it's a new one. Okay, it's a new one. Oh, that's it. Anti-Truth. That's it. It's called Anti-Truth. I was invited yesterday, so I popped in. Omnivore's in there, and they're talking about the atomic clock and how that proves the Earth's rotation. Have you heard that before, anyone? The atomic clock. Okay, I'll take it you haven't then. Yeah. Stating that when they take this device, it's what is it? It's radioactive, magnetic something or other with cesium or something, and they take it up into the upper atmosphere. That the time changes. That's due to the rotation of the Earth. That's the argument, anyway. I said that, well, the most accurate clock are the sun and the moon. And the farmers don't use the atomic clock. They go by the sun and the moon, the number one clock on Earth.
So, Jen.
How you doing, sir?
Good, good. So, do you know how much time change they say there is in that clock?
Oh, it's minuscule. What?
It's a
yeah.
It's a billionth of a second over 14 hours.
There you are.
That's
Ridiculous.
a zero followed by 7 other zeros.
Yeah. I fully understand.
It's not the same every time.
That's what they say. Yeah. That's why I said that clock is inaccurate, and you cannot beat God's creation, the sun and the moon. They're never late. They never fluctuate. They're never late. They're always on time. So whatever man has created is still not as accurate as the sun and the moon. Hence, I said the farmers use it, the best clock. Ridiculous, that contraption. They want to tell us that it's that accurate.
You know, I'm not sure if you know this, but if you if you know the moon phases, you can actually determine when it's a good time to plant your crops too.
So I've heard. Yeah. Something in that. Yeah. And of course,
straight from our creator.
There we are. And that's the people over the centuries, good people close to Earth, but no axe to grind. They're the ones that discover that. For when you're living in harmony with nature, you will notice these subtle changes as a human being, because you're in tune. You're in tune with the Earth. None of us are in tune with the Earth. We're relying on atomic clocks, concrete jungle, and horrible medicines. There you go. Well, yeah, it's a good point. Are we currently live today, or we're not live at the moment?
Yeah, we're live.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I can never tell these days.
Well, both bots are in here, but I can check manually as well. I looked this morning. We were up. So.
Yeah. Usually we have a YouTube live stream going on, then that's how I can tell. But there are times when that's not there. Let's have another look. See? Oh yeah. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, in CBR1, I hope you've been listening. We're laughing at the atomic clock and how man thinks it's the most accurate, when all the while the most accurate is above our heads, the sun and the moon, and the farmers go by that clock. So that whatever billions of dollars it costs to make the stupid contraction, it's not worth anything at the end of the day. They're using it to control you. Okay? So those of you who follow the atomic clock, welcome to your enslavement. But the farmers who wake up when they're okay, they're the ones that are living with nature. All right? They're the ones that are really living free in the prison. It's just silly that they want to offer that up as proof of Earth's rotation. It's just ridiculous, ladies and gentlemen. The lengths and breadths they will go to keep this horrible deception going of the ball that no one's ever seen, no one's ever experienced, and no one can measure. Yeah. That's how silly it is. And if it's not the atomic clock, it's the fool's Colt's pendulum. Okay, I said it wrong. Colt's pendulum, but Denmark coined it as fool's Colt pendulum. Yeah, because you've got to be a fool, and you do belong to a cult if you accept it. Silly little pendulum, moving back and forth, reckoning it's proving the Earth's rotating underneath it. Processing. What a crap. Load of nonsense. Fool's Colt pendulum. The impressive thing, ladies and gentlemen, is the building. Because if you are unsuspecting, you see this building, you'll believe anything else they tell you. Because the building itself is such an elaborate, old-fashioned, steeped with history, right? And then you've got this contraption, this pendulum, polished up and that, with the 1800s engineering, you know. So you think, yeah, it's real. All you're being is being duped. For the Earth isn't rotating, and that pendulum doesn't prove the Earth is rotating at all. Yeah, false cold pendulum. Excuse the background noise.
Wills agrees that the Earth is not flat. Me, I agree.
All right, where's the proof then? If you agree,
Good. What do you mean, where's the proof?
you speak English.
No, I don't speak English.
All right, have a good day, man.
Okay.
Parlez-vous pseudo-Inglesia? Do you speak pseudo-science English or pseudo-English?
I just speak English.
Oh, okay.
I have two AI questions for you, Jen.
Oh, yeah. Okay, go on.
So this comes from what AI would ask a flat earther. Ready?
Okay, go on.
If gravity does not exist and objects fall because the Earth is accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters per second squared, why doesn't the Earth eventually reach the speed of light after 1 year of constant acceleration? And what exactly is pushing the entire flat plane upward forever?
The answer to that question is that is not happening. No proof or evidence of that. That's it. AI.
I like it. Next question.
Yeah, go on.
On a flat plane, why does the sun appear to set below the horizon and then rise again the next day from roughly the opposite direction instead of just moving farther away and coming back the same way?
It can't come back the same way because it's on a circuit first and foremost. So it's got to come from the east to the west. That's its path, and it's moving at a constant rate, and it's not changing its altitude from the surface of the Earth. What you've got going on there is angular resolution from your perspective, together with an optical illusion, whereby the sun appears to be dropping down towards the horizon and below the horizon, but in fact it's not doing that. It's just that it's moving away from your locale. That's all. On its circuit. So from your position, it's moving away. And as it moves away, it appears to be dropping down in the sky. But that's only because the distance between you and the sun is being increased. So that hence that sun up and sun down expression. It's just you're actually describing your optical illusion, because the sun doesn't go up or down. It's constantly up, but moving on its circuit. Okay, so when it appears to be going behind the horizon, it's actually, it's still up in the air at its altitude. It's just that it's going beyond your eyeballs and your position to see it. That's all. It's not going, it's not really, that's an optical illusion, what you're looking at there. A leveled surface can obscure an object, is what I'm saying. One of my favorite ones are like when you're walking on the sidewalk, what we call the pavement in England. Unbeknown to you as you're walking, there's a manhole cover, and a manhole cover is what it takes you underground. And then you can look at the sewage system and all the other pipes and everything else. Gives you access under the pavement. But you're walking and you don't see it. It's on your level pavement there. But eventually you see this oval-shaped black thing, and as you walk towards it, it changes shape, and then it becomes from oval to a fully circle when you're directly above it, 90 degrees directly above. That's the manhole cover. But when you walk away from it, backwards, let's say, it starts to change shape again and go to that oval, and eventually you will not be able to see that thing at all. It'll be out of your range, yet you're on the pavement on the street. Okay, but you can't see it because you're out of range of seeing that thing. Or if you want another simpler one, is having your mobile phone placed under a basketball net on a basketball court, and then you walk to the other end of the basketball court under the other net, lie down on the ground, and you won't be able to see your phone. See, and that's a leveled basketball court, yet you're out of range, can't see the phone. But as soon as you get up onto your knees now, you've created an angle by which you can see your phone. You've elevated your observation, your eyes. Now you can see the phone, but you don't see it at its original shape, do you? You just see this slither of a thing until you walk up to it. And as you walk up to it, it starts to change, gets a little bigger and bigger and bigger and change. And then you recognize it as your rectangular phone when you are 90 degrees above it. Walk back from it and it starts to change shape again. Angular resolution. From your perspective, from your position. That's what the sun is doing. It's moving away from your position. It appears to be dropping down in the sky, but it's actually at the same altitude. It's just the distance between you and the sun being extended, increased. There we are.
You must have been reading my mind, because that seems like an answer to my next question. If you did a simple experiment like watching a sunset from sea level, then immediately driving to a tall hill or beach and watching again, why does the sun appear to set later or higher from the elevated spot if there's no curvature?
Oh, basically, what's happening? Like I said, the sun is remaining at its altitude. The distance is being it's increased from your at sea level at the beach, but then you raise your elevation to the top of a cliff, and then you can see it still. Well, that's because it's still within your vicinity to see it. But if you stay there, you will not see it. Would disappear from your ability to see it because the distance would be exceeded, and eventually you will never see it, no matter how high you go up, because it's gone to another country. It's gone out of your range now, well out of your range. Nighttime is ensuing as well. It's getting dark, so you won't be able to see it. Simple as that, really. It's not Earth's gravity.
If Antarctica is an ice wall surrounding the edge to hold in the oceans, why can commercial ships and tourists visit research stations there? And why haven't any independent explorers confirmed the wall or the edge?
Well, Captain Cook has confirmed the wall anyway. Captain Cook, British sailor, he spent 3 years trying to find an opening there. We can go to these stations if you are going to be working there. So if you've landed a job working at one of these stations, then you'd be able to work there. You'd be there, stationed there. I think you may have to have some vaccinations. Some medical, you have to go through some medical regime a little bit, and then you can go. There are other places you can go to though, but they're controlled by the tourism. Okay, so you've got to go to a proper affiliated, organized, established tour guides, and then you can go to Antarctica, but not to any of the stations. You'll only be allowed to go to these sightseeing sites where you can see the emperor penguins and the sea lions, if you will, the walruses, and that'll be it. That'll be your lot. You know, you have to be affiliated with the space stations in the way of experiments and stuff like that, some kind of research. So therefore, you'd be able to work there. Or it may be that you're going to be a cleaner, for example. Those jobs exist. Janitors, cleaners, that's there. I've heard people doing that. And then if you're some kind of a geologist or whatever. Yeah, so you can go to Antarctica, but you are limited as to where you can go. You are escorted wherever you go for your own safety when you're with the tour guides, and there's restrictions everywhere. But you can go. Not cheap, but you can go. Prices range from the cheapest I've heard, $17,000, and then from there I've heard $65,000, $70,000, $80,000, depending on how long you want to stay there. But it's generally
great. So how does the flat Earth explain seasons, especially why summer and winter are reversed between hemispheres while day length varies dramatically near the poles?
Well, okay. The only place I know that has extended daytime for 3 months, that would be the North Pole. And that's because the sun on its circuit is in the region known, or the zone known as the Tropic of Cancer. That's where you'll find Britain, Japan, Russia, Alaska, countries like that. And we're experiencing the summer, of course. Okay, and then as the sun does its circuit and then moves outwards away from the North Pole, starts to move away, then the days become shorter. And as it moves towards Australia, South Africa, New Zealand, South America, they're having the sun at their side, so they're getting their long days, and our days get short and temperature drops dramatically. That's it. It's as simple as that, really. That's simple to explain.
That was a great answer. How do you explain the different constellations visible in the northern versus southern hemispheres?
Yeah, one's geographical location determines what stars you're going to see. So if you're in the Tropic of Cancer, you'll have the North Star there, and your Plough, and what else have we got? Gemini, Orion's belt, for example, those are visible. But then when you go beyond the equator towards New Zealand and Australia now you're into a different area where the stars are going to look different as well. Different orientation, different groups of stars. That's all. That's all I can say there, as I haven't been to New Zealand or Australia yet to experience that, mind you. So, for example, let me just explain a little bit more. For example, we can look at the moon, okay, but let's say I put a picture of myself on the ceiling. Now, those at the door are seeing my head, but then those are at the other end of the room where the veranda is and the windows are. They're seeing my legs, for example, the lower half of myself. So they're seeing me, but from a different orientation. That's all. Geographic, so your orientation and your position determines what you're going to be seeing. Okay?
So I have, want your thoughts on this. 10 things that prove the moon landings happened. Here's number 1. Lunar laser ranging retroreflectors. Apollo 11, 14, and 15 crews placed arrays of corner cube mirrors on the moon. Observatories worldwide still fire lasers at these exact spots and detect reflected photons, measuring Earth-Moon distance to millimeter precision. This ongoing experiment only works if human-placed hardware is there. No natural feature could do it. Any thoughts?
Yeah, it's a complete and utter lie, ladies and gentlemen. The only way you could accept that machine with its Photon 1 or 2 returning from that would be that the only standard you could accept is for you to be on the moon and go and look at that thing for yourself and then ask them to fire up. So no, I will never accept that. No man has ever landed on the moon. They're lying to you when they use that piece of equipment. The equipment and the man operating it are lying to you, ladies and gentlemen. Precisely per second. Every minute they're talking to you. No, you can't validate what they're doing from the position of Earth. You would have to be on the moon to accept that. And as we can't go to the moon, there's no way I'm going to be accepting that. And of course, the very statement absolutely it goes against the second law of thermodynamics. The statement is a second law of thermodynamics violation. The fact that they said they put it there, you're violating the second law of thermodynamics when you say that, just by saying it, let alone going there. Okay, so no, not possible, impossible.
Interesting. Okay, moon rocks. 382 kilograms total from 6 missions. Astronauts returned 842 pounds of lunar samples, studied by thousands of scientists globally, not just NASA. These rocks show unique traits: solar wind implanted isotopes, no water, oxidation, micrometeorite craters, and ages up to 4.5 billion years. Many labs have verified them as genuinely extraterrestrial and impossible to fake with 1960s, 70s technology.
Okay, and that's what they say. But in actuality, I'm going to be quoting Bill Woods, who was at that time NASA's rocket propulsion engineer, and in a documentary called "What Happened on the Moon," Part 1, "What Happened on the Moon," Part 2 and 3 combined. That's a 4.5-hour in-depth forensic look at the Apollo missions. He stated that the moon rocks. NASA has a machine that can irradiate the rocks to make them seem like they've come from space, to give them that radiation signal or signature. Okay, that's what Bill Wood said. Then there are other documentaries that cover the fact that Von Braun, who was the head of the Apollo missions dealing with the rocketry, was seen in Antarctica collecting such rocks to be then radiated later on. So it's easy to fool us here because they can irradiate the rocks to make them seem like they've come from space when they haven't indeed come from space at all. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's what they did. Okay, that's exactly what they did, and I'm quoting Bill Woods, the rocket propulsion engineer for NASA, as he whistleblowed on that point. Thank you. I forgot something, and I think it was the president of which country was it now? Holland. The president of Holland. He was given a moon rock by Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin and Michael Collins from the Apollo missions. They decided to actually look into that rock and examine it, and they found it to be petrified wood, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so that's what that was. So there you are. You have three anomalies there. Von Braun being witnessed picking up moon rocks, rocks in Antarctica. Bill Wood stating that NASA has a machine that can radiate rocks, okay, and make them seem as if they've got a radiation signature. And then we have the president of Holland examining the moon rock that his country was given, only to find out that it was petrified wood. There you are. Again, no way did they go to the moon.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
If the entire program was staged to beat the Soviets, why did NASA fake 6 successful landings instead of just one dramatic success to claim victory?
Well, they didn't really claim victory in the way of getting something onto the lunar surface, because supposedly Russia landed a probe, I think, a week or two just before NASA supposedly landed on the moon. That's the first thing. And then when you've made easy money from your first deception, why not carry on? Because that's what they did. The whole world was fooled. Okay, that's what NASA was doing. They were just making money. And the more times they go, the more they drive home that the Earth is a globe, and we can go to the moon, of course, and we can go to Mars. And remember, when NASA had its Apollo missions to the moon, Russia was going to Venus, remember, with their probes. So they're all lying. So they were just making money and then duping the whole world and reinforcing that we're living on a globe. There you go. Yeah.
Well, thank you for the interesting and insightful answers. I'll be back with more later.
Okay, you're welcome. You're welcome. Right. There's a guy called Stanley Kubrick, ladies and gentlemen, that you might want to look into. And the documentary or the film is called The Shining. And that was Stanley Kubrick's confession vehicle. He created that movie to confess to the world that he participated with NASA in fooling everybody of the moon landings. And you might remember that his film 2001 A Space Odyssey was released 1 year before, 1968. And when you compare the Apollo 11 missions to the 2001 A Space Odyssey, there are several similarities, so to speak. I don't want to spoil it for you because it is an interesting roller coaster ride of emotional and revelations and deceptions being revealed. Okay, so yeah, Stanley Kubrick. I'll give you one spoiler, just one, and that is the opening scene references Apollo. That's all I'm going to say. And it's meant to be, The Shining is meant to be a psychological horror movie. Horror story by Stephen King. And Stanley Kubrick adapted that book into a movie, but intertwined and blended in Apollo references from start to finish, leaving lots of Apollo clues, which is rather odd. If you've got a psychological horror story to tell, why would you be telling about Apollo as well in the movie? What's going on there? That's what makes him such a great film director, that he did that. He intertwined and blended in references to Apollo in a psychological horror movie. Brilliant movie that was. That's the Shining. I actually saw the movie when it was released. I think it was in 1980, 81. And my friends and I came out saying that was the worst movie we'd ever seen, because we didn't have the intellect to pick up the clues. We were looking to be scared by Jack Nicholson, and that it wasn't that much of a horror movie at all. We scratched our heads, went to McDonald's, had something to eat, and had a gripe and a moan on how crappy the movie was. And it wasn't until 2006 here in Japan that I was studying the moon landings, and I had been doing so since 2001. So I was into my fifth year of investigation, and this Shining came up. Shining Code 2.0. I say again, The Shining Code 2.0. And this particular documentary was explaining to us every scene in the movie called The Shining. And it highlighted and exposed all the Apollo references. Brilliant movie that was. Now it's my favorite film. Now, because of the revelation of how Stanley Kubrick let us know in no uncertain ways that he took part in the Apollo missions. You know, the hoaxing of it. Yeah. The Shining Code 2.0. I say again, The Shining Code 2.0. There's a similar title called Room 237, I think. Okay, Room 237. It's the same thing, just a different title. You can watch it there. And basically, it's a revelation from Stanley Kubrick confessing that he took part in the moon landing hoax. And then you might want to watch the Shining Room movie as well, just to drive it home. Or should I say, watch the movie first and see if you pick out any clues, and then watch The Shining Code 2.0, and that will be the explanation to all the scenes and any clues you may have missed. There we are.
Good monologue by GNCBR1. Good job.
Yeah, sorry about the monologue, ladies and gentlemen. I can't seem to condense it, you know, but I think it helped you.
I'm just messing with you.
Nice one, Mr. Hinkle.
just
Glad to hear your voice. The original YouTuber with all the flat earth stuff, my man, Mr. Hinkle here. Very good.
Have we tried to say hello to Conzi? Conzi, they opened up their mic.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you there?
Yeah,
Conzi?
Dave. Yeah, Dave alerted me to how many Daves there were in the flat earth movement. So many Daves back in the day.
There's Daves.
Do you remember that,
There's Daves all over the place. Yeah, there's Daves all over the place.
Yeah, I couldn't understand it.
I think I'm lagging. I'm going to have to rejoin. I keep talking over
No,
you.
you're all right.
Sorry.
Man. You're good. Yeah, I just couldn't understand how comes there were so many Daves in the flat earth movement. Wow.
All right. We still on the spinning ball in the vacuum of space? Is that the case, Jay? Again?
Well, we're most certainly not that. There are lots of people believing they're on one. That's the thing. They believe they're on it, but they haven't checked it yet. That's the problem.
You believe it? 3 months into 2026, and we still got all these people that think they're on a silly spinning ball in the vacuum of space. That's hilarious.
Yeah. But the good thing is the Globers are taking another beating this year. We're into the 11th year, 3 months in, coming up towards the end of the 3 months, and they've taken a hammering again. So, you know.
Well, when you're defending something that doesn't exist, you're going to get hammered every time. Anyway.
You're going to get hammered every second you're trying to defend it. Every second. You have no chance.
It's hard to defend a fantasy. It's hard to defend a fantasy made up by men, isn't it?
Absolutely.
All they did was look in the sky and make up a big gigantic story and did a bunch of math and confused everybody. And here we are.
There's more chance of a pink elephant walking by than you actually proving that you're on a globe.
I'll agree with that. We do have one new person we can say hi to, Jen. Say hello to RSSE 5972. Hello.
Hello and welcome to the server. Take your time, and if you've got any questions regarding the flat Earth truth or the heliocentric space monkey oblate spheroid ball, any one of those, please ask. My colleagues and I are here to help you.
Looks like they choose to remain silent at the moment. That's okay.
Yeah,
Jen's got another monologue coming up. Jen's got another monologue coming up. Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, no problem. You know, if you want to do that, that's fine. Take a load off, relax, and listen. Yeah, when the tough get going, ladies and gentlemen, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. That's me. All right, and we take it easy now. We don't have to sweat it. We're in our 11th year. We can just relax, let them come to us, and then we just, debunk everything they've said. You notice how easily we dispatched the moon landing nonsense that came out there, what they say they can do to prove they went. It's all reliant on your believing it. That's what you've got. You've got to believe. And when you're believing, you're not confirming anything. Okay, because that's what believe means.
Jen, you're telling me they didn't go to the moon 56 some years ago and play moon golf and ride the moon buggy? That didn't happen?
No.
Are you telling me that?
No.
Okay.
That happened in a place called Clovis, New Mexico, at the Cannon Air Force Base. We got this information from a guy called Cyrus Eugene Akers, who was a.
I watched them play moon golf on TV. You're telling me that was fake?
No, that was a studio in Clovis, New Mexico, right, at Cannon Air Force Base, and we got this information from a guy called Cyrus Eugene Akers, who was an American Air Force police officer, all right, and he was responsible for securing that hangar. Lyndon Johnson put him in charge of securing the hangar, and he tells us he witnessed them filming and hoaxing the moon landings in that studio. Okay, there we are, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of information there. Yes, Cyrus Eugene Akers, an American Air Force police officer.
But Jen, they would go back if they accidentally destroyed that technology, and it's painful to build all that back,
Yeah,
So,
according
what are
to
you gonna
Don
do?
Pettit. Yeah, according to Don Pettit. Yeah, he would go back to the moon in a nanosecond, he said. But unfortunately, we've destroyed the technology, and it'd be a painful process to rebuild it all. Okay, but Don Pettit also let loose. Let slip that when you look at the rocket, when you look at the Saturn V rocket, ladies and gentlemen, top to bottom, bottom to top, 95% of that rocket is fuel. So when you see the rocket and you see it like that, 95% of it is fuel, 5% being payload. So that would be the astronauts and all the equipment they're going to need, and that would be the payload. But 95 of that is fuel. And then when it took off, supposedly going to the moon, the first stage, as it is jettisoned, that first stage, that uses up, what was it he said? 85% of the fuel is used up in 2 minutes and so seconds. Okay? Or 80%, should I say? Sorry, 80% of the fuel is used up in the first stage. Right, and just over 2 minutes. Okay, just over 2 minutes, you've used up 80% of your fuel, and you've still got 2 stages left, and all you've got left from there is 15% left, because 5% is payload. So how do you get to the moon and back with only 15% of fuel, and you've still got to jettison stage 2? Okay. And then I'm going to quote Bill Woods. You all know who Bill Woods is. He's the NASA's rocket propulsion engineer who stated that NASA had this machine that can radiate rocks, okay, to make them seem like they come from the moon, from space. Okay, moon rocks. You can irradiate it. Well, he stated that when he looked at the rocket and the color of the exhaust plume told him that rocket was not going to the moon. Just by the color of the rocket plume, right? That exhaust plume coming out of the rocket as it took off, it wasn't the right color. He said they couldn't have been using the right fuel. Seemed like kerosene, much the same as they use when they use a flamethrower. And a flamethrower doesn't give much thrust. Quoting Bill Woods, NASA's rocket propulsion engineer. Source: What Happened on the Moon's Part 1, What Happened on the Moon's Part 2 and 3. You'll hear him speak, and he states that. Looking at the rocket plume, it wasn't going to the moon. It's good when you know all this stuff, ladies and gentlemen. It's good. Yeah, that's what my investigation has given me. So when they come up with, they put a reflector on the moon. No, they did not, because you couldn't have left the Earth. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. And your machine astronomers and the what's those places called?
It's weird. It's weird that they want to do that, right? Because I was under the previous impression that the moon is a reflector.
Exactly. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Right? And then you had MIT stating that they were firing laser beams at it and bouncing them off and radio signals. So you're right. It would be a waste of time doing that. And guess what? Bill Kaysing. Everyone's wondering, who's Bill Kaysing? Bill Kaysing is the technological journalist, that's part of his title, who worked for Rocketdyne. That's Rocket, D-Y-N-E. Okay? And he stated that they should have put a flashing light or something that we could see flashing all the time on the moon. That would give us a clue that they went. That was Bill Kaysing. That would have been much better than a reflector. Why didn't they put a pulsating, flashing light on the moon? That the sun could have been, recharging its batteries all the time. Yeah, very good point you raised there. That was T-Dub, wasn't it? Yeah, good point you raised there, T-Dub.
Yeah, thanks, mate. You know, a light on the moon would help us see it during a new moon. Like, we'd be able to see where the new moon is.
Yes, you see, exactly. Because where does the moon go? And another thing you raise again with the new moon is that they say that the Hubble is up there. The Hubble telescope. Okay, all right. The thing is, they can't move it around, right, to see this new moon. They can't orientate it for some reason. Okay, all right. Why don't they use the Sophia, which is a Boeing 747, fully equipped with the same equipment as the Hubble telescope? Just a different lens is used because it's having to look through Earth's atmosphere, but it's virtually the same. Now, you could get that up into the air and record it, couldn't you, T-Dub, don't you think?
Well, hell yeah.
Yeah, the Sophia. That should have been well and truly up in the air every time and do the recordings, and we're surprised that they don't do that. A Boeing 747, fully equipped. Could easily document that for us. Be flying in the air. Why they haven't done that yet, I do not know. Well, I do know, because they know that it's going to reveal the truth, ladies and gentlemen. That's why they won't do that. Yes, the Sophia. Yeah, I'll put that video in there for you, ladies and gentlemen. Courtesy of Robert Bassano from the channel Planete Veritas. Yeah. He covered a lot of stuff. He covered the Sophia for us as well, and I'm glad I got it. I'm glad he's kept it on the YouTube. What a man. I begged him not to delete anything of his work. I likened him to Picasso. So hopefully he will keep it there for many, many years to come. Must see material. Everything he put down, I consider a must view. Must see, must view, imperative, empirical. Absolutely a must. You do yourself a disjustice. Okay, here we go. Right. Just about to pop it in the side chat. Hang on a second. What's happened here? Come on. Playing up lately. Okay, there it is. There we are. Okay. Yep, the Sophia. That is the original Hubble, because the actual Hubble is not in space. And we know that by the supposed deputy project manager name of Mike Mitslinski. I repeat that name, Mike Mitslinski, who stated in an interview with Robert Pisano on the telephone that he hadn't set eyes on it in 25 years. And you know why? Because it's not up there. Yeah. Unbelievable statement he made there. How can you keep eyes on something you've never seen and it's not there for you to keep an eye on it? That was a good telephone call, that one. Yes, absolutely marvelous telephone call, that one. Very, very revealing. I'm just trying to see if I've got it local. I might have to go to his site then, hang on. Yep, okay, I'll put this one in. No man has ever left the Earth. This is the tyranny of the rocket equation. Don Pettit being critiqued by Robert Pisano. That's worth a viewing. Okay. It documents what I just said about the rocket being, 95% fuel. And Don Pettit said that as long as you reduce your payload, you can extend your distance, but you can't. It's impossible. That's why he called it the tyranny of the rocket equation by Don Pettit, critiqued by Robert Pisano from the channel Planete Veritas, Wandering Star.
Jin, could you please address this guy's questions in the side chat?
Okay, what's that? Let me look at the side chat now. Hang on. What's the question? Let's have a look. It's a toaster. What's he talking about? It's a toaster. I'm not seeing the question. I'm in the side chat.
He said, what are satellites?
Yeah, I'm not seeing that question. I'm looking, unless I've gone too fast. I haven't got down enough. That's what it was. I didn't scroll up enough. What are satellites? Well, basically, when I ask people what satellites are, they tell me that they're just lights in the sky. And I say a light in the sky does not a satellite make. And then the other thing is we do have satelloons. I can help you there. I can show you what a satelloon is. If you give me a couple of seconds, I can get it up for you. Hang on a sec. Choose me words carefully there, ladies and gentlemen. Get it up for you. Okay, hang on. Family show. Right, I'm just going to go into my own library here. My private library collection. Come on. Bollocks to this. Right, let's go to Discord, please. Let's get out of here. Right, now I'm going to go into my new server. Un momento. Where the hell is this? Oh, here it is. Axis. Good. Axis of Evil. I found that. Now, where's my gallery? Here we are. Okay, I'm going to post for you the so-called satelloon that you are concerned about. What happened, man? There's Rob Skipper. Okay. Got that. Okay. Right here should have been a link. Here it is. Okay. Right, sorry for the delay. I've got it now. Here we are, putting it in the side chat. This is what you're seeing. Helium balloons with electronic equipment attached to them, known as satelloons. That's what they are. And sometimes they crash land. And I've posted a video there where there's one that landed in Brazil. And you can hear it beeping away, and the helium balloon is still attached to it. Please check in the side chat. Let me get some more for you. Yeah, more material. Hang on a sec. I'm going to post one more image that should clean up any queries. Lovely. Lovely jubbly. As Del Boy used to say, lovely jubbly. Come on, Rodders. Okay, there we are. Okay, there's the other image. Now you've got a collage of equipment that's being used right now, right, as we communicate with each other as we speak. Satellites hardware orbiting a geostationary ball Earth does not exist, as Earth isn't a ball first and foremost, and we don't have the technology to put anything into space at 66,000 miles, supposedly from the Earth's surface, and it's going to be orbiting a globe. That region will kill anything we put in there anyway. Okay, so 66,000 miles from the Earth's surface, there's nothing there. We can't put anything there. There are no satellites. What we actually have are satelloons. That's helium balloons with electronic equipment attached to them, weather balloons and alike. And I've posted a video, short video of one that crashed. Satellite is called crashed into someone's garden. It's beeping away. And you see the balloon still attached to it. And then I posted a collage of drones and balloons and blimps and stuff that are being used on the Earth as we speak. So hopefully I've tidied that up for you. I can even go one further. Hang on, let me go one foot further. Yeah, now I can go one further. In fact, I'm going to go two further, sorry. Yeah, let me do that for you. Let's just keep this going. Let me drown this guy with the information I've got. That's what I'm about to deluge now, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I've just got the urge to just deluge now that I've got it to my fingertip. You've got to do that when they do this sort of thing. You've got to remind them how we communicate. So we're going to school them. That's what we'll do. We'll school them on our knowledge. There we are. I love this technology, ladies and gentlemen. 64, still get to do it. Can still kick ass. Do get tangled up now and again. I do make a rookie move now and again. More now than again, but never mind. Still kicking ass though. There we are. There's another image for the young man to get his mind into. It's lovely when you've got it all to your fingertips. All right. Yeah. And then I'm going to put the satellite itself. I'm going to post an image of a satellite supposedly going to space. That's a bit of a shame, that one. Hang on a sec. Okay, hold up. What can I do? I'll do this. Share it. Right, can I copy? Lovely. Copy. What's your 20? Copy. What's your 20? Japan. That's my 20, mate. Japan. What's your 20? Copy. There we are. Now, I've just posted a lovely image of a supposed satellite that's going to be going to space. And on it, it's got all the temperatures at which it would just be destroyed. Right? So you look at the meme and it's telling you the temperatures at which the materials that satellites are made of that are just going to melt and be destroyed if it was ever to go up there in the thermosphere. Of all places to put it. In the thermosphere. Okay, but anyway, that's a great meme. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just loving this. And then I'm going to post another one. This gives the breakdown of the atmos, the air that we breathe, and all its regions and its temperatures and everything else. So I'm further compounding him. Yeah, don't pick on Jin CBR1, asking me what a satellite is. Boy, you're going to drown now. Yeah. And then CB01 is the man who can. Why? Because he will. Because he does. He's not a Mr. Maybe. I'm a Mr. Is. As Jemsy used to say. Where's he been? I haven't seen Jemsy for the longest.
I was here yesterday.
Oh, thank you. What's going on? I'm trying to post.
You're doing good, keeping the show going. I'm having you on in the background while I'm working. It's a lot better than silence.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was doing the right thing now. I don't want to wreck the show. That's the thing, you know. We don't want to ruin it for anyone.
As long as we keep track on Globers, if they come in, we got to catch them like fish.
Yeah. And Dave Hinkle was doing that. I'm hearing him pop in and out. I will get round to that as well. Yeah, I'm loving it, man. So I'm posting the relevant material that's totally dispelling and disproving and discombobulating the idea that we've got satellites in space, because they're not up there. We don't have that hardware. It's a technological impossibility. Mm. Right. Ding, 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 ding. Okay. Welcome to the server. You have arrived at the Flat Earth 24/7 in the English hub. And if you have any questions related to the topic matter, Flat Earth, and why we say it's flat and that, and the heliocentric model, why we don't accept that anymore, why we've thrown that in the bin, please ask away.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
So just take your time, get yourself together, and then any questions you have, I can ask them, or even my colleagues who are just waiting, chomping at the bit to get those questions answered for you. So please fire away whenever you're ready, at your leisure. Meanwhile, the chat's going on, firing up in all cylinders there. What's happening in the chat? Oh, it's okay. It's relaxing. All right. That's a good point. Yeah, nobody's fooling anybody unless you choose to be fooled. Is a great point to be made there. Yeah, because if you don't question anything, then you are putting yourself up to be deceived and bamboozled, as what's his name said, Carl Sagan. And the reason why he was talking about being bamboozled and that was because he was concerned that science had become a religion. Okay, science had become a religion, not adhering to the scientific method. And this is a man who his field doesn't use the scientific method, astronomy. He was an astronomer, Carl Sagan. But he had the presence of mind to know that if you're carrying a belief without validation or confirmation, that would be a mistake. I'm quoting him. A belief without confirmation or validation is a mistake. And the reason he was saying that was because science was moving into this religious realm, you know, it becoming dogmatic, and he didn't like that. And as he was getting old, he'd suffered a little bit of cancer. He had some treatment, and he came back fighting back fit. Of course, he did die of it in the end. The treatment killed him, but he came back fighting back, and he was really concerned that the next generation we're going to be lied to and bamboozled, right? Yeah. So be careful of being fooled. Great point. That would be Teed Up. Yeah, Teed Up does it good, Teed Up, good man. always brings in the most important points, really pointy. Ouch. Yeah, let me second that with T-Dub. Good point, T-Dub. Yeah, most of the time we can't verify what they tell us with empirical evidence because we can't go to the regions where they've said they've done things. We can't go there to verify anything. And then when you investigate it further and deep, you become an expert. That's what happens. You actually become an expert. And now when you're an ordinary layman, lame woman, and you're following the investigation and you're following the experts, you become an expert yourself. You begin to challenge those people proper now, right? So, and you begin to know their tactics. It's always just out of reach. Just can't quite grab it there. Just can't quite prove that. But you've got to believe it. And hence Carl Sagan, I believe, without confirmation or validation is a mistake. So don't do it. Don't do the believing. You either know or you don't know. If you can't validate it, don't believe it. What's the point? You're not confirming anything with a belief. You're accepting without checking, and that's a mistake. Yeah. That's how you get fooled. Yeah, thanks, T-Dub. What a man. Whoa, we're moving too fast. Yes, another one of the naughty little tactics is they always ask about the time zones. Okay, as that proves their globe, but it's not true because the light itself, the sun, and its light is local all the time. It's local. It cannot shine up the whole of the flat Earth. That's why it's dark. The size of the Earth is much bigger than the sun, and the sun takes its light with it wherever it goes. And obviously, where's it going? It's going to other countries to give them what? To give them the good morning, what else? The good afternoon and the good evening. It's got to do that. That's what it does. It bathes every region in a good morning, good afternoon at 12 noon, burning at the top of your head and then moving on. Good night, see you tomorrow. It's got to do that. That's how it works. It cannot shine the light across the whole Earth. So you can imagine yourself in a gymnasium with a flashlight. All the lights are off, but your flashlight is on. You've got it at the height, at your height, pointing downwards. So if you're 5'8" or 5'10", then there you are, 6 foot. Okay, and you aim it down. You will notice how it doesn't light up the whole of the gymnasium, does it? It's dark. And then when you move towards the other end of the gymnasium, you start to light up. And if you look back, it's getting dark back there. That's exactly how the sun works. Fixed at its altitude, taking its light and bathing the world. Every country gets its turn. Simple as that. Okay? Come on now. Not a ball. So the time zones don't prove globe. Is the point we're saying. Time zones don't prove a shape. So yeah, okay. And I'm glad we've wrapped up the satellite thing. Yeah, I deluged the side chat. Do you know what I mean? Just to make sure that anyone thinking about satellites existing, well, with the material I have posted, clearly they cannot exist. Clearly they cannot exist.
Yeah, did this guy already say he's not going to be in VC?
Oh, why? Why won't he go into VC? Yeah, why won't he come into the VC? What's he saying? I don't know why.
The guy in the side chat. I mean, he's here, but he's just not talking. I was wondering if he was like shy or something, or.
Yeah, why don't you just come and speak to us? You know, because everybody learns. We all learn from each other here.
Oh, never mind. I guess he's leaving. He said bye.
Yeah, well, of course. They have to leave, ladies and gentlemen. They don't have a case. They come in and test the water, and we're way, way, way too hot for them to get in. We're boiling. We're on fire. To deal with a flat earther, you're going to end your case right there. It's suicide. You don't have the globe. Remember that. You don't have a globe. You haven't checked it. You haven't measured it. You haven't confirmed it. You're bringing your beliefs. And what did Carl Sagan say about that? If you're believing in everything, it's a mistake. So you're bringing all your mistakes to the courtroom against seasoned lawyers with evidence, proofs, empirical, irrefutable, damning, compelling, unceasing, unwavering. Yeah, in a courtroom, or don't be dealing with CBR1. You may as well just go home.
Well, that dude said his dad worked on the Mars mission or something.
Yes, I noticed. Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't gone to the moon because we can't go. So there's no way we've sent anything to Mars. We can't send anything to anywhere. We just cannot. That environment.
And why is that?
Say that again.
Why is that?
Oh, yeah, I was just going to explain. The environment, the way it's been described to us, it means that what we have as materials just outgas. So that outgassing phenomena in itself is a showstopper. Not to mention it would be a second law of thermodynamics violation on top of that anyway. Yeah, we can't go to the vacuum of space. Our equipment will be destroyed, is what I'm trying to say. The molecules that make up the aluminium, for example, just outgas. They just separate and turn it and evaporate into gas. Okay? 0.000000002 psi is nothing. Okay, there's nothing there to keep the rocket in its what's the word I'm looking for? Configurated and keep it intact. I just can't find the words lately. Yeah, keep it intact. It just wants to separate, and once it begins to separate, it's offering itself up to the vacuum. Poof, it's gone like that, literally. Poof, gone into smoke. Okay, yeah. That's why. That's just aluminium, and then depending on the material, titanium, that outgasses everything. Outgasses everything. Liquids. Can you imagine all your oils and your liquids? Then there's the seizure going on. Things get freeze and weld together. No, we cannot send anything to that environment. Cosmic ray particles, radiation fields, solar flares. Okay. And then the vacuum of space itself, no chance. We've never sent anything to Mars. There is nothing man-made on the moon, and there are no satellites orbiting the Earth. Nothing, because the Earth is not a ball. And there are no, what's the other thing? There are no, I've forgotten now. Hang on. Oh yeah, no. As I said, no satellites, no Hubble, no Himawari, no James Webb telescopes. None of these things are out there. None of them are out there. That's how much of an expert I am now. I now know. Thanks to the content producers that I've learned from, of course. Give them thanks. Numerous.
I think you are something kind of wrong, because let me explain to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not much of a wise person myself. I just know.
Okay.
So the first thing is that you want to go to space, right? So what do you need?
Well, you're telling me. I'm not going to help you.
Where's that? Where's that?
Wait.
Where is space? Where are you talking about?
Yeah, he's just getting his AI buddy.
Yeah, you
He's
can
just
hear
getting
me?
his AI best friend ready. Yeah, go ahead.
No. My mic was. You can share the
spaces.
I could have sworn you were getting AI ready there, but carry on.
What AI?
Your best friend. You're the one that tells you everything to believe. Carry on.
That's kind of simple mathematics, you know. You learn it from 10th standard, right? The escape velocity, you learn it with formulas. The gravity, you learn it. The Newtonian third law, you learn it. That's not something. Yeah, that's not AI.
It's a cool story, bro. It's a cool story.
So he's talking cool story. That's not cool story.
It is. All you're telling us is a cool story about how fast something has to be going for it to escape this so-called ball Earth's gravity.
23 times the speed of sound, ladies and gentlemen. 23 times the speed of sound will get this rocket supposedly escaping Earth's gravitational field. But ladies and gentlemen,
23rd of speed of sound. That's massive. That's very massive.
It's just a story.
Well, that's the speed.
Told.
That's the speed that is required for the supposed rocket. And why are you interjecting? I'll let you speak. I didn't say anything when you were talking. I didn't say anything.
Okay.
Right.
Go
So,
on.
ladies and gentlemen, 23 times the speed of sound. That's 18,500 miles per hour. It's more than 24 times the speed of sound. Okay, that'd be the speed at which the rocket is supposed to be lifting off and leaving the Earth's gravitational pull. You need 18,500 miles per hour. That's 24 times the speed of sound. Google it. You can do the maths. Right. See, when we say that now, he now realizes something is wrong. That doesn't make sense. 24 times the speed of sound. That's how fast that rocket's meant to be going, by the way.
What is the speed of sound? Isn't that 300,000 kilometers per second?
Ladies and gentlemen, that's 5 miles a second. That's how fast that rocket is meant to be going. Okay, 5 miles a second. It's not doing that. We don't have anything that can go that fast, ladies and gentlemen. But that's what they want you to believe, you see. See, they give you the maths, and then let's put it into practical let's make a practical sense and practical purposes, okay? Now, that's 5 miles a second. See? Okay?
Yeah, so 5 miles a
Well,
second.
no, rockets don't do that. Rockets don't do that. Rockets don't travel 5 miles a second. No, it's crap.
Why don't they? Why don't they?
It's not possible, that's why.
Why not?
It's just not possible to do that. That's
Yeah,
why.
but I'm asking
We don't have the technology to do that. That's why.
Well, Newtonian third law says that.
Excuse
every
me. Okay, I'll let you finish. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead. Talk about Newton. Go ahead.
Okay. So Newton's third law states that every action has its equal and opposite reaction. If we can generate something that will give us 5 mile per second reactive force, so why not? It is impossible to do that. I'm not trying to send you in a debate with me. I just trying to learn.
Okay, I understand. Yeah. Well, I'm trying to tell you that we don't have the technology to make something that can travel at 23 times the speed of sound. Okay, or 24 times the speed of sound. Let me just round that off. 24 times the speed of sound. We don't have that technology. Rockets don't do that. Okay, so they're not doing 5 miles in 1 second.
So, what is the escape velocity? 5 miles per second or 24th time of the speed of light? What is it?
Well, that's what it is. That's what sound, not light. Sound, not light. Okay. And the escape velocity, they say, is 18,500 miles per hour, which is approximately 24 times the speed of sound. That's what it is. That's how fast it is. Well, why don't you just hang on? Wait a minute. Why don't you Google it? Why don't you Google how fast is 24 times the speed of sound? Mark 24 in miles per hour. Why don't you do that? And then argue with me afterwards. Because I've done all that stuff. I've checked it.
That is what the problem is happening. You are saying that the escape velocity is 24 times the speed of sound, right?
Well, that's what.
Am I right?
That's what 18,500 miles per hour equivalates to Mark 24.
Okay. But if you Google right now, you will see the escape velocity is not that much. It is not that much. It is 5 miles per second.
Yes, that's 17,500 miles per hour. Why don't you check it?
Okay, fine. So what's wrong with that?
Well, we don't have anything that can go that fast. The rockets are not traveling at that rate. That rocket that you see taking off is not traveling at 5 miles a second. It's not.
Even
it's
if
not
we
traveling at 23 times the speed of sound.
When we saw
guys.
Mark 23. Look, the fastest. Hang on a minute. The fastest plane. Sorry, go ahead.
Let me make a point here. Just interject for a quick point here. Even if we grant you that speed, so what? It's not going to make the water starts curving on Earth, right? You can go up in a rocket and then it's going to come down, even if we grant you the speed.
Yeah, I was going to get there. Eventually, I was going to get there. I've got my video ready as well to show him about easy debunk rockets don't need air. I was going to go there, but thank you anyway. You've done that already for me. You see? So even if we grant you the fact that it's going up, okay, because we do see it going up. I'm saying it's going up, but not at 5 miles per second. But okay, let's say it's going up. It has to return. Reason being, it cannot sustain that velocity because it can't carry the fuel. You see, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I was going to say. In that,
what does it prove anyway?
Yeah, it doesn't prove its shape anyway. But let me just say something here quickly. In order for this rocket to sustain that velocity, because as the rocket climbs up in altitude, the air that it's pushing off of begins to diminish. So in order to sustain that velocity and keep it on its trajectory upwards, the nozzles have to increase in size to then burn more fuel to keep it going up. One, the fuel is not there and the nozzles are fixed. So this rocket is destined to take that parabolic arc. It has no choice. It has to return to Earth. And it's returning to Earth not at 5 miles a second. Anyway. But there we are, ladies and gentlemen. And that's come from a little video, 15 minutes long, called Easy Debunk, Rockets Don't Need Air. I'll say it again very slowly. Easy Debunk, Rockets Don't Need Air. 15 minutes long, and you will learn how rockets actually work and how they don't go to space, because they can't. They can't carry the fuel, and the nozzles can't increase in size to burn that fuel, because all nozzles on the rockets are a fixed size. See? And like you see my young Indian friend here now, he was surprised when I said 24 times the speed of sound, because that's bloody fast, isn't it? 24 times the speed of sound, 5 miles a second. 1 second, 5 miles. Whew. That is fast. Let me bring it down even closer to you. We have the world record sniper shot. Okay, what is it? 4.4 miles. The projectile was in the air for 5 seconds. 25 seconds. That's 933.47 feet a second. So almost 1,000 feet a second for 25 seconds to get there. Okay, 1,000 feet a second. That's fast, isn't it? Can you imagine 1 second the bullet's gone 1,000 feet, but then this rocket in 1 second has done 5 miles in 1 second. Can you imagine how fast that is? We don't have anything traveling that far. That's why I love this topic matter, because I like to bring it into practicality, so you can actually see, just bring it down. Then you begin to see how ridiculous what they're saying is. This heavy monster is this rocket of a monster of a rocket traveling at 5 miles a second. Impossible.
So when we see Elon Musk is flying his spaceship rocket, these are all lies?
Yep. What you're witnessing, ladies and gentlemen, is a tin fireworks. Okay, you know, you have your fireworks on bonfire day, you know, fireworks. Pew! Okay, that's all you're watching. A very expensive firework, that's all. We have the maths to do that, yes. We can do the engineering for that. But to propel it 5 miles a second, we don't have that. We don't have that technology. Sorry, that's an impossibility. 24 times the speed of sound. That's a very big ask. We've got the railgun. The military have a machine called the railgun, kinetic, electronic magnetic kinetic energy. Okay, so magnetic kinetic energy. When it fires a projectile, when you hear bang, it's coming out of the muzzle at Mach 7.6, 7.6 times the speed of sound, right? Traveling at around 5,600 miles per hour. Okay? And it can destroy a target 120 miles away with the kinetic energy of Mach 4. Okay? At Mach 4. So at 120 miles going through the Earth's atmosphere, it loses Mach 1.5. Still hitting the target at Mach 4. Sorry, it loses a little bit more than that. Sorry, I made a mistake there. Yeah. 7.6 hitting at Mach 5, Mach 5 kinetic energy. So it's lost 2.5, Mach 2.5 it's lost through that 120 miles. Still traveling at 4,000 miles per hour as it slams in. See? I love all this Mach 7, Mach 2, Mach 5. The SR-71 traveling at Mach 3.2. The pilot says, I can see the whole of the western coastline, you know, from Washington all the way down to New Mexico, all that west coast. It's all flat, he said, the pilot, whilst he's traveling at 3.2 miles per hour, Mach 3.2, which is that's quite fast, isn't it? So there you are, ladies and gentlemen. You know, projectiles at those speeds only want to go straight. They don't like to take curved linear trajectories because it then increases torsional stresses and things tend to break up. All right? Yeah, that's how we know they're lying. We don't have the engineering to do Mark 24. See, my Indian friend is quiet now because he's now realizing that he's been doing a lot of believing without checking. And we've given you the numbers and applied it in the real world, or try to. We give you similarities and relationships. Bullets traveling at 1,000 feet a second, roughly. 1 second, 1,000 feet. That's why they're so devastatingly lethal.
I'm trying to process the entire thing you just said.
Yeah, I'm glad you are. Glad. Yeah, try and process it because I'm not kidding you, you know, telling you the truth. Imagine something going past you at 5 miles a second. You wouldn't see it come before it's gone. You just can't, your eyes can't capture that. That's what I'm trying to say to people. Imagine in 3 seconds, you've done 15 miles. So where you live, think of a place that you know that's 15 miles away from you and you count 1, 2, 3, and you're there. What state do you think your human body is going to be in? You would be, it would kill you, that velocity. To move at 23 times the speed of sound would kill you. Yeah, that force. Whew. Yeah, you don't want to move that fast. Not good for your health. So, no, we don't go to space. Rockets don't go there. The environment is very harsh anyway. We don't have the technology to push anything at that rate. Okay? NASA lies. India lies. Russia's lying. China's lying. And everyone else is lying. India, Russia, China, Saudi Arabia, Japan, America, of course. Peru's banging on the door. Peru wants to get in to start lying as well now. Peru. They want to start up their space program. Peru. I think in the 2030s, India is talking about putting the first Indian man on the moon. Gordon Bennett, you know. NASA's never been, but India wants to do it. And then we have the rocket propulsion engineer, Bill Woods from NASA, in that documentary called What Happened on the Moon, Part 1. What Happened on the Moon, Part 2 and 3 combined. Part 1 deals with the photographic anomalies, and he's been questioned about their shielding, if NASA had the shielding to protect the astronauts and that, okay? And in Part 2 and 3, they're talking about the rocketry and again about the radiation. And Bill Woods filled this in very well. You know, he stated that when he saw the rocket taking off, just by the color of the exhaust plume alone, he knew that rocket wasn't going to the moon. That's how much of an expert and a professional he is, that he can look at the color of the exhaust plume and tell you whether it's going there or not. And he stated that that wasn't going to the moon. It looked like the same color that a flame thrower throws, you know, and it doesn't give much thrust, to quote what he said. So there's no way. They were using kerosene, not the regular fuel that they would use if they wanted to go to the moon. Not that they've ever been, but there you are. But he knew there was a fuel change by the color. Bill Woods. And then we have Bill Casing, who worked for Rocketdyne. That's Rocket, D-Y-N-E, Rocketdyne. He was the photographic journalist, but also he worked in the engineering part as well. So he was also hands-on, I discovered recently. Okay, he had what was known as the Grey Pass. And this Grey Pass that he had allowed him to go to every corner of NASA. No door was closed to this man. And he said he witnessed these engines, these F1 engines, right, totally destroying themselves due to combustion instability, is what he called it. And then when he got to his colleagues, he grouped up with his colleagues and they did the calculations as to the success of getting a man from Earth, from the surface of the Earth to the surface of the moon and return. And guess what the chances were? 0.14%. 0.014%. Okay? That was the chance. So in other words, no chance at all. And yet, NASA reckons they went. Bill Casings, of course, leaves Rocketdyne to pursue a book called We Never Went to the Moon. That was his book. He made a book. He published a book called We Never Went to the Moon. And the reason why he did it was because he was fed up with all the shenanigans at Rocketdyne. He watched the moon landings. He knew it was a hoax. He was very fed up. He thought, right, I'm going to write a book. And the reason why he wanted to write this book, he was motivated by a Vietnam vet who he gave shelter. Bill Casing, a man of honor. He has a boat, right, which his wife, him and his wife was living in. And there were so many Vietnam War veterans living homelessly where he was. He invited them to live with him. And one of them said, why don't you write a book about how they never went to the moon? Yeah. And he goes, you know what? Let's do it. And that's how he started writing this book, We Never Went to the Moon. Bill Casing. I think there would have been about maybe 10 to 15 of these homeless, and he housed them on his boat. Yeah, what a man he was. Such good people out there, you know. Now he's passed away, of course. But he left a lasting legacy. We Never Went to the Moon. You can actually read it on PDF. So if you're interested, yeah. And then there are numerous interviews with Bill Casing talking about how they never went and everything. Numerous interviews on YouTube. Hello and welcome to the Flat Earth on the English Hub. Flat Earth 24/7. If you've got any questions, please ask. We're waiting for your questions. My colleagues and I are here to help you. So, do you have any questions, please? Well, there's a good number of us in here, but no one's got any questions. Well, that is a pity. So with all that being said, I'm going to link all what I've been talking about, ladies and gentlemen, the moon landings being a hoax, back to the flat Earth. In that, if they never went to the moon, it would have been impossible for them to take the blue marble shot that you all seem to be familiar with. They could never have made that shot because they were never in space to make it. Hence, we're telling you it's flat because we're measuring it flat. Right? NASA doesn't have a real image of Earth as a spherical ball taken from space. That image does not exist. What you have are images made by a guy called Robert Simmons, who works for NASA. Not sure if he's still working for NASA, but he's known as Mr. Blue Marble. So you can Google him up. Nickname Mr. Blue Marble. And he's the one who created the blue marble image that they put on the iPhones, for example. Okay? And yeah, that's what you've got. CGI composite Photoshop image. Okay, and we, the flat earthers, are measuring the Earth flat. It's a drop over a distance. So from point A to point B, there should be measurable curvature, 8 inches per mile squared, to go on to make this radius of 3,959 miles radius, which will go on to make the circumference of 24,901 miles. Okay, so now we look at our curvature chart, and I'm going to go out to see John. Yeah, John, yeah, are you there? I'm on my radio. Are you there, John? Yeah, 10 miles? Okay, right, let me get my telescope out. Hang on a minute, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to check if I can see John waving at me. Oh, and there we are. Yes, John, I see you're wearing an orange jumper today. You've got your orange jumper on. Okay, so he's got his orange jumper on, ladies and gentlemen, John, and he's waving his arms up and down. Oh, he's doing the funky gibbon. He's doing the funky gibbon gorilla dance. Okay, I can see that. Now, by rights, ladies and gentlemen, I shouldn't be able to see John doing the funky gibbon dance 10 miles away. You know why? Because there should be 66.68 feet of Earth's curvature blocking my line of sight. So if I'm on a ball Earth of the specifications they gave us, which I just mentioned, then I should make a straight beeline shot of John with my telescope. I shouldn't be able to see him. The Earth's curvature should be blocking, but there we are. We're seeing John doing his funky gibbon dance and waving his arms. Okay? Right, there we are. That's what we mean by Earth is measured flat. We're taking the distance of 10 miles, linear. What's the word I'm looking for here? Statute 10 miles across land, and I'm seeing my friend John. Shouldn't be able to do that. Earth's curvature would block my line of sight. Shouldn't be able to see him at all. But I am seeing him clearly. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's what we mean by flat Earth. Earth's curvature cannot be measured. It's not there.
Okay, so I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
What evidence would convince you otherwise?
The very fact that the curvature is not there. If we could prove the curvature, that would be it. Because I don't want to go to space for it. I should be able to measure it on land. Okay, so measured curvature.
Yeah, what about like boats on the ocean? When you see like when they're very far away, but you can only see like the sails and not like the bottom of the boat, like it's you know.
That's not proving of curvature, ladies and gentlemen, and I would be an expert at this, as I've travelled from Southampton, England, to Nigeria. Right, that's a 2-week holiday on a cargo ship, and I didn't see any curvature at all for the 2 weeks as a boy. Now I'm going back to 1969, 1970. Okay, that's an unforgettable experience. And the one thing that I noticed was that the horizon was dead level. I would have been about 8, 9 years old. That horizon was dead level. There was no curved experience at all. At all. For 2 weeks.
Okay.
Ocean was level. Can you imagine that? Of course, the boat was rocking a little bit, but level. So when you're looking at the beach and you're looking at the ship disappearing from your location, bottom upwards, that is the correct visibility and motion, because the ship is moving away from you. It's going into the vanishing point. So the ship's bottom is being compressed by the surface of the ocean. That's all. Okay, that's all that's going on. Yeah. Because if you keep looking at the ship, the ship will disappear from your eyesight anyway. You won't see it anymore. And most people think it's gone over the curvature, but if you pick up a pair of binoculars, you can still see the ship. Yeah, the ship is visible again. So there we are. And then when you keep looking through the binoculars,
out of the binoculars side.
Yeah, you pick up a telescope, and the ship is still there. Long-range telescope, and you can see it. Yeah. So the ship never disappears over any curvature at all. It's just moving away from your eyeball's ability to focus it focus on it, or the binoculars ability to focus on it, or even the telescope, because eventually it's going to disappear. And that's what happens. It's going to another country on the ocean, not due to curvature.
And what about like that the gravity pulls everything toward the center of the Earth?
Okay, well, the problem with gravity is this, ladies and gentlemen, no one can prove it. When Neil deGrasse Tyson was asked, what is gravity? He immediately replied, I have no idea. Next question. Okay? Neil deGrasse Tyson, what is gravity? I have no idea. Next question.
Do you think the moon is round?
I have no idea because I haven't been there to confirm my theories and my hypothesis. It appears to be spherical at times. Other times it's just a flat disk. So I don't know what the moon is, ladies and gentlemen. I see the phases, but that's here on Earth. But I cannot say without a doubt that that moon is a spherical rock. I can't say that. It looks like it, but I haven't confirmed it. So my best answer is I don't know.
Though, can I add to that? Though, even if you could, even if one could confirm the shape of the moon, its shape, its surface geometry would have no bearing on the surface geometry of what you live on, of Earth. No bearing.
Absolutely correct. That's a very good point, isn't it? It's a valid point, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen, that when you're looking to the moon, you're no longer looking on the Earth's surface to determine its curvature or not, because you're looking in the wrong direction. You're looking up. So remember, don't look up when you're looking for the curvature of the Earth. Look down, look to where you live. That is the gold standard and the only standard that anyone with any integrity would be accepting.
Okay, and what about that in some countries there's like different times, you know?
Oh yeah, yeah.
How?
Yeah, that's perfectly okay to explain. Basically, the Earth that we say is flat because it's measured flat, and we know it's flat. When the sun is moving around the Earth, it's taking its light with it. It shines, its luminosity is limited locally. So it cannot shine up the whole of the flat Earth. The Earth is too big, way too big. So basically the Earth takes its light with it to give each country good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, as it goes around the Earth. Okay? That's why we get nighttime. Because the sun's luminosity is limited.
But the sun is much bigger than the Earth.
No. The Earth, you didn't hear me. The Earth is much, 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 much bigger than the sun. In the heliocentric model, it's different. The Earth is the big thing, but no. When you're looking up at the sky, you see the sun above your head, and you see it move away. The Earth is not moving. So that's the actual size of your sun you're looking at, right there. It's not bigger than the Earth, is it? Sorry.
It just
not
looks
bigger than
small
the Earth.
because
That's
it's that
correct.
far away.
Yeah. So, well, how far away is it?
I really don't know. Wait. I need
Yeah,
to
they
Google
say
it.
it's 93 million miles away. They say, ladies and gentlemen, the sun is not 93 million miles away. We, the flat earthers, do not know the distance exactly to that sun. We know it's not 93 million miles away. We can give you an estimate of 3,000 to 5,000 miles. That's just an estimated number. That's been around for the longest of time. 93 million miles away, no way at all. I've got shots where the sun looks very local. An aeroplane could fly to it. It's that close. So no, we're not 93 million miles away from the sun. Okay.
Okay.
And clearly the Earth is bigger. The Earth is bigger than the sun and the moon. Clearly obvious. That's why we have our time zones and the seasons as well.
Okay. What's below the Earth?
That's another good question. What is below the Earth, below our feet? Well, obviously there's magma, ladies and gentlemen, because we see that coming out. But the only problem is we do not know how deep the Earth is. The furthest we've been able to discover is 7.6 miles. that was drilled by the Russians back in the 1970s. It took them 20 years to make that drill all the way through to 7.6 miles. That's 12 kilometers. That's as far as we know the depth of the Earth is. Much the same as the Mariana Trench. It's a little bit deeper than the Mariana Trench, this 7.6 miles, okay? Mariana Trench is about 6-something miles. This drill went down 7.6 miles, okay? That's it. And what we have down there, there's magma, like I said, and other material. The thing about that 20 years was the geologists were predicting certain materials were going to be encountered along the way. They were wrong every step of the way for the whole 20 years. So if they were wrong for 20 years, they cannot then tell us that 4,000 miles deep, there's a molten core. They can't tell us that because they didn't even know what was in 7.6 miles. Okay? Yeah. And knowing what's underneath the Earth doesn't prove the shape of the Earth.
I think
that's the other thing.
the world is around.
Sorry?
I think the world is round.
Well, if you think it's round, what is your best proof? Your best proof for that, please.
Du kriegst den nicht überredet. Kriegst du nicht hin.
Deutsch, ey, ich bin diese Trollname, die checken, diese, ja, warte.
Bruder, ich versuche richtige Argumente zu bringen, du kriegst das nicht hin. What about satellites and GPS? How does that work?
Oh, that's very good. If you look in the side chat and scroll back, you will see that I've posted very good information, good material as to how these satellites are not there. Basically, what we have are satelloons. This would be helium balloons with electronic equipment attached to them. I've posted a video, which is 3 minutes long, showing you one that had crashed with the helium balloon attached to it. And then a collage of other technologies that are being used, like blimps, right? Okay, and drones, for example. Okay, satellites don't exist at all, not in the way they're being described. So when someone says they see a light in the sky, that's just a light in the sky. It's not a satellite as such. Okay?
Okay. What about 24/7 NASA live videos of satellites?
That's in a studio. That would be in a studio somewhere, ladies and gentlemen, because NASA, as we know them currently, well, they've changed their position. NASA is now what is it?
I think you're lying. You're lying.
Hang on a minute. Wait a minute. Let me explain. NASA is no longer a space agency. It's more of a surveillance agency now, I think, NASA. So they've changed their configuration. But NASA, as we used to know them, don't have equipment in space that are known as satellites, if you know what I mean. Yeah?
No, I really don't.
Well, they don't have the equipment to send satellites into space to be deployed. They don't have that technology. That's what I'm saying. Huh?
How do you know?
Well, because it would be a second law of thermodynamics violation, number one. And then number two, the environment known as space, as we know it, you've got problems, cosmic ray particles, solar flare, radiation, 3 radiation belts, okay? And then the vacuum of space known as the outgassing, degassing, and cold welding, okay? So these phenomena are unsurmountable obstacles that NASA could never surmount. Okay, that's why. The environment is not conducive to having satellites in space. Totally impossible. Earth is also flat and not a ball. There's another problem for you. You have to first prove that Earth is a globe, and you can't prove that. You have no measurements, no proof, no evidence. You haven't offered us anything here. Okay, you yourselves haven't measured the curvature of the Earth to say that, yes, and confirm that Earth is an oblate spheroid. You haven't done that. So you're running on belief, whereas we flat earthers are running on truth. We've measured only flat Earth, no curvature. The horizontal constant, constantly in your face, all over the place.
Okay, so you're saying, like every human that like works in a certain way that he can prove with many equipment that the Earth is around is like more likely to be false than some guy that can see with his bare eyes and think the Earth is flat and that he's right.
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct indeed. Because you're going to need your. Hang on a minute, please. Let me answer. You're going to need your eyes when you're going to be doing the measuring, because you can't measure it and see it at the same. You've got to see it, so you're going to need your eyes anyway. So that's true. And then the so-called appeal to the so-called experts, well, they're the liars because they're misinforming everybody else. We are highlighting that by measuring. They gave us the numbers. We went to check it.
Why would they do that?
Why would they do that? Well, this is another thing.
Why
now, the individuals you're talking about may not realize that they're lying or misinforming, but it's the higher ups, people above them, that are misinforming everyone.
Okay.
Okay, and remember this. Let me just say one more thing. When you discover that a lie has been told, it is incumbent upon you to go and ask why they're lying. Okay, remember that. If you know they're lying, go and ask them straight away. Sorry, T-Dub, go ahead.
Hi, Jen. JJ.
Yeah.
You guys hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. JJ, I'm curious. Are you aware of anyone in history or anyone currently working at some sort of space agency or whatnot who actually has performed some sort of test or whatever that measures the curvature of the Earth?
If I know someone?
Yeah.
Not necessarily personally, but are you able to cite any work published by anyone or any institution who has actually successfully performed this?
Yeah.
Who?
Never really Googled it because it was never in my intention to.
But you said just now. You just said but now you're saying you never Googled it. Come on, man. Which is it?
Yeah, because it's not my kind of topic. I don't know. I really don't care.
Okay, that's fine. So fine. So you don't know, or you're not aware of any actual measurement that's been taken.
Welcher Wichser ist hier über PlayStation drin?
Yeah. I'm very glad the Germans are in the house today. It's very rare. Very glad the Germans. So we welcome the Germans and we welcome your questions. But notice one thing. Please notice one thing. The two of you there, you have never measured or seen the curvature of the Earth. Otherwise, hang on. No, you'll be giving me that information. Where did you see the curvature? Where did you see it? Where?
So I actually work for NASA. It's private information.
No. That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed? I will say again, please note that these two individuals personally
Wait, I need the pens. Wait.
He's doing AI now, look.
Yeah,
sorry, I'm going to repeat myself. Ladies and gentlemen, please note for the third time in asking. No, I'm going to finish what I'm saying. Please note for the third time in asking, these two individuals themselves haven't measured or seen the curvature of the Earth. If they had done so, they would have been here giving us that information so we could look at it. Thank you.
Oh.
Or worse yet, right? As per my request, they can't even cite anyone who has.
There we are. And yet they're right.
And the thing is, and I asked that question this way because it's understood that not everybody can do everything all the time, right? But you can check other people's work. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 20 cups. Correct. That's right. It's a valid question. It's a valid question.
So as to take the burden off of them, just for the sake of conversation.
Yes.
Maybe they can point out somebody that they are aware of. Maybe they read a document or something from NASA or from so-and-so published in 1700 or whatever the hell, right? What have you?
2,500 years ago. Yeah.
Who knows, right? All that stuff is valid too, right? Because it opens the door for conversation and we can all maybe learn something.
Absolutely.
Right? That's why I put that to you, JJ, and your friend left. Probably couldn't answer the question, so I got scared.
Yeah.
Well, he's your confidant. He's certainly your confidant, right? You guys can communicate, where we can't. So that's
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So there you go.
He was German too.
Yeah, I know he was German. I could hear it. My statement, like I said, we welcome the Germans, of course. It's refreshing to have you in, and we're enjoying your questions. But I did make that poignant point, and that was that you have never seen or measured the curvature of the Earth yourself personally. You have no photographs of it at all in your collection that you took for yourself when you saw it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what you're going to find with every human being you ask. I could win millions every time.
Okay, I have a few more questions, yeah?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
So, if you taken a plane,
okay,
how the fuck does that even happen if the Earth is flat?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, we try not to use bad language here because children might be listening, okay? So we try to keep it clean English. Now, why do you say, look, you've been in a plane yourself. You've sat, let's take him for the aeroplane ride, ladies and gentlemen. He gets in, he's put his luggage in the luggage compartment overhead. He's locked in. He's now sit down in his seat. He had to move the seatbelt out of the way because it was in the way. Now he's clipped it round his waist. And he just pulls the strap, fully adjusted. Everybody's in, the stewardesses are checking all the belts. Yeah, everything. Okay. Now the air hostess, cabin crew, they're all sitting down, they're locked up. Okay. Now the plane is backing up. Now I know it's backing up. I close my eyes and I can feel that plane backing up now. Okay. It's backing up and it's moving to the left as it backs up. And now it's moving to the right as it moves forward, all very slowly taxiing out onto the runway. Okay, now the engine noise is getting a bit more noisier now. She's firing up the noise, and now the plane starts to move. Now we're moving, and you're feeling the rumble under your feet because the plane is moving, it's rumbling, and it's moving. It's getting up to 200 miles per hour, and suddenly the rumble's gone. The plane's banked to the left, right? And it's nosing upwards. What's the problem? I just took off of a flat surface, horizontal. What's the problem?
If you take a flight from South America to Australia,
okay,
how does that work?
It works the same way, ladies and gentlemen, when you take a flight from London to Narita Airport, Japan. It's 6,000 miles. Okay, the predicted curvature experience that you should have been experiencing is 3,720.47 miles of curvature during a 9.5, 10-hour flight. It was a horizontal flight all the way. No curved trajectory at all. How do I know that? My senses kicked in. How do I know that again? My eyeballs. How do I know that? My spirit level on my mobile phone, spirit level app showed that the plane was flying horizontal. And if we want more information, we can look into the in-flight telemetry data from the black box, which is the orange box that records planes flying horizontally. So as far as I'm concerned, aeroplanes flew flat Earth, really. Thanks.
Okay, but one question.
Hold on, JJ, if I may ask a pertinent, just a follow up there. Your question about how planes work, is that question pertaining to the mechanics of how planes work, or are you referring to the routes, the way, the paths that the planes take?
Yeah, the routes, because if the Earth would be flat, the routes would be absurdly long.
How do you know
that? In reality, they're not. Because you're saying the Earth is very, very big. So how does it come we are so fast with a plane?
But hold on. The thing is, you'd have to hone in on specific starting and ending points to really make that statement, right?
Yeah, time factors. Time.
So what are you talking about? From where to where, and what would be the configuration of the land masses, right? To confirm that statement that they would be X distance apart. How far apart do you know them to be?
I'm not that that well
familiar
known in the English language, but as far as I understand, or as far as I can explain myself, is when you got like a certain miles per hour on your plane, when you like measure it when you're flying from South America to Australia with a certain miles per hour on your plane, then you can measure how like big the Earth is, right? Because you could put it like from that
time
to
over
other
distance.
spot.
Time
Right
over
on.
distance.
Yeah, right.
Right on. Okay, so how far are they saying South America to Australia is?
I don't know.
And how do you know that it would be extra long time, like you said? That doesn't make sense.
When the Earth was flat, it would be longer.
Why?
Wouldn't it?
No, it wouldn't be longer.
Well, yeah, well, what are the routes that they're taking? And then what's the configuration of the land masses? Right? Because here's the thing, right? I'm almost sure that in your mind you're picturing a flattened out azimuthal equidistant projection map of the Earth. What I mean by that is if you go online right now and just search on Google flat Earth, right? They're more often than not going to give you an image of like a disc, right? Where everything is laid out radially. Okay. Now, if you're thinking of that, there's a problem because we're not arguing that sort of configuration. Now, I would understand if you think we are, because if you're bombarded with that type of propaganda, well, then no wonder. But it's not necessarily the case that it's configured that way. We don't know. Right? Do you follow?
Yeah, I think he's getting it. He's just digesting that right now, isn't he? He's thinking about it now. Yeah, because if you're thinking of the AE map, then there's a little bit of a trap there for you. Although we have that, what's his name, Flat Earth Banjo, doing marvelous work with it. Certain routes do work. But again, we don't know exactly how these continents are configured. What we do know, though, ladies and gentlemen, is that we're getting to our destinations. I spoke to the mechanical side of the plane, how they work. That's how they work, is what I spoke to. Now we're talking about how they get to their destination. That's a different thing entirely. My answer is they get there quite well, actually. My honourable gentleman, 20 Cups, would agree with that, I would say. They get there very well on time. Sometimes they get there a little early when they get the trade winds, the thermal currents above our head. That assist them, and you can knock off 2 hours off your time.
Good job. Good job, Jen. You scared them all.
There we go. Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, our intention isn't to scare them off. Our intention is to answer their questions with the highest integrity we can bring to this subject matter. And hopefully they will digest and see that they're in error somewhere and try and work that out. And maybe they've gone off to go and do that. Hopefully they'll come back, because we're always cordial and we welcome all people to this place. It was nice to have some Germans. Really was nice. I enjoyed it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Very well done, 20 Cups. You asked some good pointy questions. Yeah. And then they realized.
Oh, I appreciate that. And thank you. And good to hear you again, by the way. It's been a while.
Great to hear you as well, sir. After the escapade that we had with that young man, remember?
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was funny. It was good though. We were having a great time with it back then as well. Come on. I was enjoying it. We were innocent. Without a doubt. Yeah. We put both our feet in the buckets. I couldn't get mine out quick enough. I was stuck. You seem to get out of the bucket, okay, but I was walking around with buckets on my feet for a few days.
Yeah, the waterfront.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Good to hear you again.
Yeah, good to hear you too, sir. Yeah. I pop in now and again. I try not to pop in too much because I don't want to like crowd the server number one. And I think it's good that I take a break and come in now and again. I think that's going to be the way I'll be operating, purely because I'm busy on other servers anyway. That's the other thing. I did the. You know what I did for the last 3 weeks this month, from the end of last month. I've been doing what's known as the Flat Earth Outreach. So I've been going into all the channels in the politics, right, and introducing them to the Flat Earth. And then asking them to come to the 27 and that, It's been good. I've managed to persuade 7 people have changed their position, basically. They've become flat earthers. So that's pretty good. In the politics, different servers I've gone into. Good stuff. Yeah, we spread it, mate. We spread it. There's a server called the Axis of Evil, and there's some nice women in there. So I flushed them with white roses for the ladies in the house. There you go. I did that today, and then I proceeded to construct Jin's Flat Earth Gallery of Facts. They made a room for me, and now I'm filling it up with flat Earth facts. Okay. That's one of many of these galleries I've got in the politics server, by the way. On Discord. So I'm a busy man anyway in that regard. Yeah.
Politics. They're letting you do that in there?
Well, it's one or two of these servers have asked me to do a gallery, So I said, okay, why not? Why not?
All right. Showcase.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I say politics, but what I mean is Discord. In Discord, not as they're in politics, but then some of them go to Discord and they've got servers in Discord. So that's what I mean when I say politics. I met them in the politics. They've created a Discord for themselves, server. They've invited me in, and then now I'm doing my Jin's Flat Earth Gallery of Facts, my own room. Do you understand?
Okay, it's not directly in the politics server.
No.
You just have to met them there. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then they've asked me, what is a
hello, Jens?
Talk about flat Earth, right? And then I put it to them, why don't you make a room for me so that I can put all the information you want in it? And that's what we've done, yeah. So I've got quite a few of those galleries around now.
Hello, Jinsper.
How you doing, sir? How are you?
I talked to AI Ardent. If you wanted to keep the Flat Earth, like their channel open, he's considering giving us mods so we can, like some of us, so you can just keep the room open.
Okay, where's that? Flat Earth where?
In politics, if you talk to AI Ardent about getting mod status so you can just keep the room open. If you want to have that channel.
All right, yeah.
I was going to get a stream setup working so I could stream that just in case if anything happens.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea then. Yeah, because it'd be nice to have it in the politics. But failing that, I just go into all the channels anyway. I go in and I entice them into a discussion about flat Earth. I might listen, and then suddenly they might say, "Yeah, well, on the planet," and they say, "Well, actually, if I can just address what you just said, I agree with everything you said, but the word planet, I wouldn't use the word planet because a planet means wandering star. Earth isn't a wandering star; it's flat, and that's how it begins, I do things like that, one way in, and it works. One woman in a server called Black Heaven, so it's mostly Black African Americans, but everybody's in there, all different nationalities, but it's run by a Black woman, okay? And she was talking about relationships, Okay, and then I said, I agree with everything you said. I just wouldn't use the word global. No, because the Earth is not a globe. It's measured flat. It's flat. And then she went ballistic. We're not going to talk about bloody flat Earth in this server, blah, 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 blah. You mother effing this, mother effing that. That was really funny, that was. I said, why did you get upset? I'm just stating a point of fact. I'm not lying. Earth isn't a ball. Okay? We're not moving through the universe. We're not a globe. You haven't even measured it. And then she starts going, but you're not a mother effing expert, blah, blah, or a scientist. It's not a requirement. Children of 8-year-olds can work this out. You don't need a PhD, a master's, a doctorate, a bachelor's. You don't need any of that. You're overqualified. 8-year-old children can do this. That's what I said to her, Yeah, but I'm going to listen to the experts. But they're not experts. That's the problem. The experts are lying to you. That's why I'm coming in. In fact, I am the professional expert specialist that you need to be consulting with. I say again, the professional.
I think the world is round.
Yeah? Why do you think that? What's your proof?
Because I saw pictures.
Yeah, what pictures did you see? What did the pictures show you?
From NASA.
Who is it from NASA? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, but did you, outside of seeing NASA's CGI imagery, ladies and gentlemen,
CGI.
computer,
CGI.
It is CGI, that's all they have. Ladies and gentlemen, NASA has mentioned it for themselves, and we've got Robert Simmons. I'm quoting Robert Simmons when he tells you all they have, it's CGI because it has to be. That's what Robert Simmons says. Okay, so the images you have seen are CGI, composite, photoshopped images from Robert Simmons. Okay, they're not real pictures.
It's very questioning when they tell you. You can question if it is real. Why does it have to be CGI?
Yeah.
Because it's not real. It's obvious.
Yeah. Please answer that question. Why does it have to be CGI?
There's also old pictures from many years ago. Okay, go ahead. Old pictures from years ago. They were fake. Yeah.
They were paintings. They weren't photographs.
They're very realistic.
Yes. They might be realistic, but then again, how would you know when you've never been to space to see it from that position? So you don't even know anyway. But ladies and gentlemen, paintings they were. Paintings of the globe. Not even real photographs, because they can't go to space to take it. Hence, with today's nanotechnology, all we can give you are CGI, composites, Photoshop. And you know what? There's a famous one that was taken by the Apollo 8 mission, known as the Earthrise from the Moon. Do you know what, ladies and gentlemen? That image of the Earth turns out to be copy and paste. It was copy and pasted into that image. That so-called Earth rising above the moon. There you go. We've gone full circle, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. So no, your pictures are not going to be good enough. I mean, what's going to be accurate to accept, ladies and gentlemen? Boots on the ground actually measuring the surface of the Earth, or images purported to be coming from space, a place that none of us can ever get to confirm anyway, right? And we can't go there anyway, ladies and gentlemen. We've never been. Which is going to be the most accurate? Here on Earth, where you live and measuring, or images from space? Which are you going to trust? Blimey, I mean, it's that simple, isn't it? Oh, and what I've been saying of late, ladies and gentlemen, is this as well. There are times when the Globers will want you to look up to the stars because that's how you're going to tell if it's curving. So I said to them, I want to wash my car, but I'm not going to go wash my neighbour's car, am I? Why would I wash my neighbour's car? My car's not going to get washed. I'm washing my neighbour's car, but I'm not washing my car. How does that work? So clearly, I must wash my car. So instead of looking to the sun or the moon, I must look at the earth. That's what I mean by that. Okay? Because it's ridiculous to be washing my neighbor's car. Because my car, I wash my car. See what I mean? Okay. That therefore, you want to know whether or not the earth is curving, you measure the surface of the earth and you don't look up. You do not look up. You're looking in the wrong direction. And now your accuracy has dropped, plummeted like a stone off Mount Everest. And the integrity of your endeavor is lost. Any questions from the Globers? Please go ahead. Awfully quiet today, so sorry if you're listening to my voice only. Do apologize for that. But I'm doing my best to fill in the silence. But of course, I'm happy because we're defeating the Globers now. We're into March, and they've lost every day from the beginning of the new year to the present time right now. They've lost every discussion. They haven't won a single discussion, ladies and gentlemen. And they're not going to win, are they? Yes. It's ridiculous being a Glober. You lose every debate you have. You lose every debate, every discussion, every slagging match. Who wants to be a loser like that? No thanks. And you notice the two German gentlemen that were just here, they didn't see the coverage of the earth, did they? They didn't see it for themselves. Didn't measure it for themselves. But there you are. That's it. That's why they're not talking now. Yeah, they keep coming in and out. Yeah, but I thoroughly enjoy, discussing flat Earth and introducing it to people and that, it's where we live. And then when you're dismantling all the NASA lies and all the cosmologists and theoretical physicists, cosmologists, astronomers, astrologists, and you take their junk and put it on the table and unpack it all, it's just full of holes. Just full of holes. Anomalies all over the place. Yeah. And when you become a flat earther, you just enjoy life even more. You enjoy life much more, much more. None of that pseudoscience baggage that you drag around with you. Oh, yeah. It's just absolutely brilliant now. Wow. I was enjoying the earth anyway, because I'm an outdoors man, but wow, with the flat earth as well on top of that. Yeah, I'm a helium balloon now. Every day of the week. That's why I maintain my health, so I can tell this story for as long as I can. Yeah. I'm going to be 90. I'm still going to be shouting out flat earth at 90. There's my target there, look. 90. Can you imagine that? I'm 64 now. So yeah, I want to be 90. I still want to be able to ride a push bike, and I still want to be able to shout out as loud as I can, the earth is indeed flat, not a spinning ball. Yeah. The older you are, the more credibility you're carrying, knowledge. I'm 6 times your age, young man. How could you don't have anything there yet in your brain? Don't fry your 2 kilobyte brain cell, please. Yeah. I'm going to be a right annoying 90-year-old to those Globers. Yeah. But by that time, hopefully, everyone's a flat earther anyway. What am I talking about? Actually, I'm hoping there's going to be lots of flat earthers by then. Yeah. We'll be having jokes. People will be wearing Globe T-shirts with jokes all over them,
They got to be good jokes, though. Otherwise, they won't turn any heads.
Yeah.
I think we should try to come up with some good jokes. Like, I've come up with some in the past, but I think we should come up with some jokes that we can say to people that more than likely believe that the Earth is a ball. People that any of us haven't told the Earth is flat to yet. But just say the jokes to them, maybe poking fun at the subject of flat Earth or the subject of the Earth being a globe or whatever. Just to, well, it's just that I think when it comes to some subjects, it's easier to get people to see the truth via comedy in the beginning than it would be without comedy.
Yeah, I agree. A little bit of humor there does break the ice, doesn't it? Yeah. Welcome, Glober. If you have any questions related to the flat earth topic matter, please don't hesitate to ask. Okay? If you've got any proof of the globe as well, could you please offer that up immediately? Your proof that the Earth is indeed an oblate spheroid spinning on the angle of 23.4 degrees, whilst at the equator spinning at 1,037 miles per hour, whilst orbiting the sun at, what is that? 66,600 miles per hour. Yeah. You understand? Yeah. You got proof of all that stuff, that'd be brilliant. Yeah, the yearly orbit is 90 times the speed of sound around the sun, ladies and gentlemen. You see, I love all this. See, we bring that speed into practical sense. 90 times the speed of sound, the Earth is moving around the sun, supposedly. 90 times faster than I'm saying, 90 times faster than that. Whew. Whew. That is fast. Whew. Come on. We're not moving that fast on an orbit. And we're not being thrown off. Whilst we're spinning and we're orbiting like that. Wow. Come on, not even gravity could do that. Even if we give you gravity on the Earth, you'd still be thrown off at that 90 times the speed of sound. Come on, man. Right, I'm going to go off now. Get some Zeds. I've burnt my candle right the way through now. So I'll catch you guys on the flip side. It's been good. It's been great. Let's keep it flat. And yeah, I'll be back. Stick around. I'll be back.
on, guys? Oh shit, there's lots of people. I just make myself embarrassed. Is there anyone who's here to talk with me? Hello?
Yo, studied.
What's going on, guys? What we're gonna discuss? Flat Earth Discord.
Flat Earth.
What's the topic? Like, what we're gonna discuss about?
How the Earth is flat, like the ground underneath your feet. Can you understand what I'm saying?
No.
You know the ground underneath your feet. They say that it's a ball.
It's kind of like you also can see the proof, like the Earth is like in the circle way.
Yeah. Well, what proof are you talking about?
What's up? How are you?
Yo.
How we going?
Yeah, so what proof do you have that the Earth is?
The last person is like TDU. If he's in the space, you can ask about the Earth is the Earth is flat or circle
How do
round.
you know? How do you know that he's in outer space?
There you can see the profile picture. He's wearing a space shirt.
Well, just because somebody wears a space T-shirt doesn't mean that they're in outer space, right?
Like
I mean, I hope you would agree with that.
It's kind of like, okay, is it about like you can ask whatever you want and get the answer in this group?
Not whatever, right? Just related to the topic of the room, which would be Earth. Would you have any questions about the Earth? Then yeah, we can answer it for you. If we don't know the answer, we'll tell you we don't know.
In this Earth, or is it created by himself? Because something has the beginning, you know.
Well, I wasn't there when the Earth was created, so for something that I don't know, I'll say I don't know.
Do you have any questions about it? Like,
well, yeah, sure, but I mean, I don't know how I'm going to get my questions answered about like the origin of the Earth. Like, you understand that nobody alive today knows how the Earth was created?
who created human? Why are you human?
Well, that's a topic that's unrelated to the Earth.
Yeah, but humans are still on the Earth, and because of Earth, the humans. Some of the people said that the humans are made from soil, right? So yeah, it's about Earth.
The humans are made from salt?
Soil.
Soil?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
The species developed a little by little, then they become a grown as man.
Well, I mean, if you put a bunch of soil together, that's not going to make a man, is it?
It will take like million or trillion, I don't know. After that year, it will develop a little by little, and then they will become amoeba, and then a little by little they will become something like that.
Well, how did you validate that?
I think science said that every species is developing year by year, and that's why we become like this.
Well, sure. How did they validate that?
They found it in a fossil and stuff. and they found it in glacier that the bacteria.
That if you have a bunch of soil, a man's gonna pop out in 1,000,000 years.
No, it's not like that. So it's like something will connect with them, like H2O, hydrogen and oxide will connect together and then make water. It's like that. And from the water, there are like these species that come from the water. They said, so yeah.
Okay, so if I have water, oxygen, and soil, a man's gonna pop out in 1,000,000 years.
I don't know.
Well, you're saying it. You're claiming that it's true.
Yeah, that's why like people said that God created everything. There wasn't any like beginning or anything. God just created everything.
Okay, well,
it's not
our
natural.
creator that made the earth flat.
It's not flat, bro.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, we can go out and measure it. Measures flat.
Where are you from, bro?
I'm from the earth, which is flat.
Yeah. Which side? Which side? You can say the like east and west.
Which side? East? Where west? I mean.
Okay. Yeah, do you have the tape measure? Do you have the tape measure?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to the. You're in the east, right? So I'm going to the west.
Well, I mean, or west. It doesn't really matter. You can actually use east or west to get to me.
No, we're going in a different ways to find Earth is flat or not. You can take the one.
If you and me start at the same point,
yeah,
you can go east. I can go west.
Yeah.
Follow a compass. It's going to be a circle, and we're going to end up meeting each other.
Yeah, but if it's in flat, if it's in flat, we'll go to the galaxy and fall there.
Fall in a galaxy?
Yeah, because it's flat.
Why would we fall anywhere?
Why? Where do you go? Where did you like went? You were going to go in that place, and then that would be the end or something.
Well, I never said that there was an end or an edge. Are you saying that there's an edge or an end?
Yeah, if it's flat, then it would be like the flat end.
Yeah, so where is that? Because I'm not saying that there's an edge or an end. So since you're saying that there's an edge or an end, how have you validated the edge or the end?
Okay, you're saying that a flat doesn't have an end, right?
I never said that. I'm just saying that even if there is an edge, it's unvalidated. But if it could also be infinite, right? But that would also be unvalidated. So how would we?
I need to see a mental doctor after talking with you for 1 hour or two. So I think I'll advise you to
is anything that I'm saying? If you don't understand something that I'm saying, I can make it more simple so you can understand.
I don't know what to say. What am I gonna do after understanding it?
Nothing. You don't have to do anything.
Yeah, if I understand anything, and after that I'll say, if someone asks anything, I'll say, I don't know.
Well, you can go check. You can measure the surface to see if the surface is curving. You know, like a basketball, you can measure across the surface of that basketball. You can see if it's curving or not. They give us the exact size of the Earth, so we know through calculations how much it's curving, supposedly.
Like,
when we go out and check, it's not actually curving.
Like, we will start our journey for like maybe it will take like 50 years or something to finish, and when we got their point at the end, we'll think like, someone will ask like, why you stop measuring this, and we'll say, I don't know, just like that. We don't know anything.
Well, you don't have to do that. The beauty of it, we've done it for you. The Earth has been measured flat already. But if you want to go check yourself, you can validate it. See what's correct. Is the Earth flat or curving? You can measure over the surface to determine that it is not curving. Or if it is curving, that'd be cool. You can come back in here and then present your measurements, where you took the measurements, how it was done. And then one of us can go to that same spot where you did it, and then we'll go check.
I think we need some people, you know. I can't hold the tape. I just like, I'm kind of lazy.
So let me give you an example, right, of what I'm talking about. Like, if we go back to the basketball, okay, let's go. We're going to take a ruler and place it on top of the basketball, okay? And then we're going to move incrementally, which means we're going to move little by little. Every centimeter, we're going to be measuring the distance to, or from the ruler to the basketball. So from where the ruler is touching the basketball, we're going to move 1 centimeter, measure the distance between the ruler basketball, move another centimeter, measure the distance from the ruler to the basketball. And those numbers that you get, they should be in accordance with the curving surface. So what we can use is something like a laser. You can go across a frozen lake, you're going to shine that laser horizontally across the surface of frozen water, for example. And if you want, you can take like a meter stick. You know, you can drag it along the ice, take measurements every mile across this ice, and that laser should be exponentially increasing as you increase your distance from the laser.
Who's gonna give you?
Hey, what's good? Okay, 20 cups.
Who's gonna give you the laser?
Who's gonna give you the laser? You can go buy one. Or if you don't want to buy a laser, you can just bring a mirror to a big body of water and shine it across a big body of water.
Yeah, how many hours will it take to do the process? And
well, I mean, if you want to go to a big body of water with a mirror, which is pretty cheap, right? I mean, it's probably going to take gas to get there. I need the mirror.
Like we need
to shine it across.
If it's cloudy, we can't do those things, you know.
Well, sure. Then just go on a day that it's not cloudy. You can have a friend or your mom or dad or somebody try to reflect light from the sun through the mirror, bouncing out the mirror, you know, into your eyeballs. If the Earth is curving, right, there would be a hump of water in the middle that would be blocking the light from ever reaching your eyes.
What am I going to get from it?
You're going to know that the Earth is flat. That's what you're going to get from it. But there's no measured curvature on the surface, that the water is not actually curving. Because you know, when you see pictures from NASA, that blue part is water that's curving.
So yeah, even I understand that the Earth is flatting. What am I going to do after that?
You can do whatever you want. You can go play video games. You can go have lunch. Or if you want to sit in here with us and tell other people that the Earth is flat, you can do that as well.
Just sleep on the Earth and say that Earth is flat. Earth is flat.
I mean, it's the same thing. Like if you find out any truth, right? You can do whatever you want after you find out the truth. You know, your day-to-day life isn't going to change, right? You still have to go to work. You still have to get up in the morning, you know, do all that stuff. You got to go eat. It's not the same thing. Like it's kind of like if you found out that your girlfriend was cheating on you, right? You find out the truth. You still have to get up in the morning. You still got to go to work. Your day-to-day life isn't going to change.
Like if someone asks you, why are you sad? You can just answer it. The earth is flat. That's a good answer,
If
bro.
somebody asks you what?
Yeah, like why are you sad and why are you depressed? You can just say the earth is flat.
Yeah, I mean, if that's why you're feeling depressed, yeah, you could just tell them the earth is flat. Knowing that the earth is flat made me sad.
Like if someone asks you for like, did you had your dinner? Yeah, the earth is flat.
I mean, that would be an incoherent answer to a question about dinner because we're not eating the earth. So,
But like plants and the resources come from earth, you know. The seeds, the water, they grow from the earth.
when you're asking, did you eat dinner?
Oh, have
It's a
you?
yes or
Sorry.
no.
But
Well, yeah, even if you say, have you eaten dinner? That's going to be a yes or no answer. I mean, I guess you could say, I don't know, I guess.
why haven't you?
Why haven't I eaten dinner?
Why haven't I eaten? Yeah.
I mean, for me, it's not dinner time yet.
Yeah, I know why. Because it's earth is flat.
Sure. I mean, if you want to answer questions incoherently, yeah, that's okay. You can do that.
Yeah. Anyway, is it okay to like answer it like if someone asks you about your mood, like, hey, how it's going? And if we answer with the earth is flat.
Well, I mean, I don't want people to think that you're retarded, right? I mean, I would hope that you answer with a type of feeling, like I'm feeling happy, sad, mad.
Flat.
Well, that's a surface description. I'm pretty sure they would think that you're retarded if you answered with flat.
If they like, why are you human? You can just answer it, the earth is flat.
Yeah, if you want to do that. I mean, I'm trying to look out for you. I don't want people to think you're dumb.
I think humans are also dumb. The number 6, that dog is also dumb, bro. Look at him.
Wait, what are you saying? A dog is a what?
Dumb.
What about a dove?
Dumb. The dog is dumb.
Oh, dumb. A dog is dumb?
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
Look at his face.
Oh,
what you know?
I mean, if you're talking to your own dog, I guess. I mean, if you trained him, then I'm sure he would be.
And then number 6. Did you see the profile picture? Do you see the profile picture right now?
Sure.
Yeah,
I can't really tell somebody's intelligence level based on a picture. I mean, I hope you know that.
I just like, I have the experience about the stupid dogs. So I can tell it by just by looking. Because the earth is flat.
Like, I didn't mean to break you already.
Destra. Is Destra there? Destra, saying that does not tell me how you know that that's a shadow on the moon. Alright? Now you can assume it's a shadow all you like, but you have no idea if it actually is or not. Do you, Destra? Open your mic.
I'm scared, though.
Open your mic, Destra. Speak in here, please. My denial that it's a shadow is not your proof that it is one. So you must defend that position now that you have made a claim about. You've made a claim which you have provided no evidence for whatsoever. Would you like me to read out your claim? Would you like me to read out your claim? Your claim is... Every single lunar eclipse shows a circular shadow cast by Earth on the moon, always circular from every angle. That's a claim. It's a claim that what you are seeing, one, right, is that it's a shadow, and two, that it's the shadow of the Earth. How do you know this, Destra? Tell us how you know this. Don't write it in the side chat. Open your mic. Yeah, we know what a shadow is, Destra. You need to show how you know that that moon phenomenon is a shadow during a lunar eclipse. Open your mic, Destra. Open your mic or I'm text muting you. Unless you give me a real good reason why you can't mic up right now. Got 60 seconds. So we don't just accept people's baseless claims, Destra. Right? If you make a claim here, you have to support it with evidence. You can't just make claims and expect people to just take your word for it.
Bro, he said Eevee win.
All right, that's a text mute for you, Destra. You failed to demonstrate that you know why what you're saying is true. All right? These are not wins for you. Okay?
You can't just self-proclaim victory.
Yeah. Listen, Destra, I'm going to text mute you, and you will still have the opportunity to defend your position in the voice chat. You're not being suppressed fully. You can still voice chat, okay?
He backed it up with Wikipedia, he says. You know what's funny, Dexter? You're saying the story twice is not evidence for the first story.
Yeah, that's what he wanted to do to begin with, was just elephant hurl, just threw the Wikipedia article at us and just said, no, there's 47 proofs. Right? Okay, what's one? Oh, no, just go read it. No, sorry, you're gonna, if you're saying that this information is true and correct, then you're gonna sit here and you're gonna defend it. I'm not gonna go do your work for you.
Yeah, so he's literally saying that on this article, it says that the Earth blocks sun from the light, casting a shadow on the moon. You say, how do you know that? He says, because the article says that the Earth is blocking light from the sun, casting a shadow on the moon.
Right, circular reason.
Oh my goodness gracious. And he calls that a win. Bro, do better. You don't grow your ass like past well done. You're almost charcoal right now.
Yeah. How about you explain a Selenelian eclipse, Destro? Have you heard of one of those? Have you heard of a Selenelian lunar eclipse, also known as the impossible eclipse? Not named so by us, but by people who think that they live on a spinning ball in outer space. An impossible eclipse. Now, why would they give it the name impossible eclipse? There's homework for you to do, Destro. Go and look up what a Selenelian eclipse is. Selenelion.
Yeah, one of a bunch of his other assumptions proven as well, like the Earth, the Moon, the Sun are in outer space. Any validation that the Moon's light comes from the Sun. Any validation that the Earth is even capable of blocking light from the Sun that's being casted on the Moon. Prove outer space is real. We need all of that. Oh, and of course, I almost forgot that the Earth is curved to begin with.
Right. I was just about to say, look, we can debunk his idea of what causes a lunar eclipse in a heartbeat. We just have to show a flat measurement and observation across a large body of water showing that the curvature rate required to exist in reality isn't present. Therefore, nullifying his idea that a sphere Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles is getting in between the Sun and the Moon, blocking the Sun's light and casting a shadow on the Moon. Game over.
So assuming that he's not going to give us a single one of those answers, we can just say GG easy. I mean, there's no way that's well.
Yep. Easy win. Was too cowardly to mic up, defend his position.
I call it the easiest one of the day. I think that last guy that was here before, they wanted to talk to Deathstroke, was smarter than him. Saying something.
I could even just, I could just pull a Destra. I'm going to say pull a Destra, as in, like do the same thing as, when they use someone's name as an example. I pulled a Homer. Yeah, I'm going to pull a Destra and just say, Destra, you can search this server in the search bar for laser tests, and within this particular chat channel alone, you'll find probably hundreds of posts, right, of different laser tests. A lot of them reposts, sure, but you'll still find that information within this server. And you go and watch some of those laser tests, and you tell me how they're possible on your globe Earth.
You want to pull a good Destra. Wikipedia article says that there's a Bugatti on my driveway. He's going to say, oh, how does a Wikipedia article prove that there's a Bugatti in your driveway? And then I'll say, because a Wikipedia article says that there's a Bugatti in my driveway. Isn't that right, Destra?
Yeah, just throw a bunch of information at them. Yeah, if you don't, it's not my fault if you didn't go look at it, right?
Exactly.
I don't even need to know what's in the content. I just need to just read the headline, and there you go. That's all I need to do. I don't need to understand it. Well, if that's his standard, let's throw it back at him.
You know what this feels like to me? Like, it's like if we had already burned up his like paper mache globe in his room. And he's like literally just grabbing at the little burnt scraps and ashes that are on the floor, trying to just throw that at us and be like, no, wait, look, please, I have something else. Look, here's this one more thing. Please let me save my ball. Even though it's already all burned to a crisp. Please help. I was just about to say your mic's open, Kavaro. Welcome, though. If you have any questions about the Earth, you're more than welcome to ask. If you need help with the question, I'll just say Earth is flat. Flatter than a sheet of paper. And outer space is fake.
So I've posted for anyone's convenience a little bit of a graphic of the geometry and mathematics involved in predicting the drop-over distance or the curvature rate of the Earth, followed by a visual of a horizon at sea or across a lake. It's just flat and horizontal, followed by a snippet of some footage taken from a very high altitude balloon at about 121,000 feet, 22 miles, showing that there's no prominent Earth curvature and possibly just a little bit of lens distortion there. But when that horizon's leveled out in the center frame, it's just flat. And after that, I've posted a GIF of a long distance observation across 21 miles of water from 5 foot observer height, where there should be about 226 feet of hidden height across that distance, and a horizon distance of about 2.7 miles. And neither of those two things are evident within that footage. A long distance observation, you see from one shoreline clearly to another. You see the embankment and features above the embankment in front of the mountain, buildings and lights, tall smokestack, all of which should be significantly hidden behind the claimed curvature of the Earth. It's not. These are the kind of empirical evidences that we present here, demonstrating the Earth's surface is not curving at a rate which is consistent with being that of a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles or 6,371 kilometers. Right? So it's not a sphere. The surface isn't curving, conforming to that of a sphere. We don't live on one. We live on an extended plane of some kind. Dimensions, full dimensions unknown. So, do with that what you will. It's information that we're here to share. It's information that you can go out and attempt to verify, falsify yourself, as we're not making any extreme claims here. We're just presenting to you that the observed reality is real. So it is flat. It looks flat. It looks flat because it is flat. And it's measured to be so. It's practically used as such too, in various fields of occupation and professional vocation, such as surveying and engineering and construction. It's how mountains are measured. Well, the height of mountains are calculated based on a measurement across a plane distance to the base of the mountain and getting an elevation angle to the tip of it. Even within the field of in physics and study of hydrostatics, the surface of liquid is described as being perpendicular to vertical, aka gravity. Right? Yeah, that's described in some physics books as being gravity. The surface of the liquid at rest, though, is perpendicular to that, which it would be a 90-degree angle, which means that it's horizontal, it's level, it's flat. This is a principle that helps people establish horizontal planes of reference in order to perform certain tasks. It aids in large-scale construction and engineering greatly. In fact, entire cities are based on that principle, founded on that principle. That's the T-Dub rant for today. Carry on. Thanks for listening.
يهرج مسجل صح؟ You got any double-sided tape?
Sorry, what was that, mate?
You got any double-sided tape?
I think I do somewhere.
Get that tape. Oh man. After I'm done sanding the shelf, I'm gonna open up a politics room. See what's popping. Put together this whole shelf, and then when I screwed it in, the wood opened up. You know, like it split. It was already split, but I couldn't tell until I screwed it. So now I'm filling it with wood putty. Then I'm going to stain it. Then I'm going to find a stud, get the height I want. Then I'm going to put one screw in. Then I'm going to put my level on it. And then I'm going to break it in the center so that it goes diagonally upwards in order to match the globe. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's all part of the service, right?
Right. It's a 5/4 shelf round with a rounded ends. The 90-degree board underneath it. You know, that'll be the board that you screw in like a ledger. And then it's got little decorative 45 supports. Oh. This is one of those situations where it's impossible to match the stain to the surrounding wood, so you just got to pick a new stain and go with it. So what I'm actually going to do, bro, is I'm going to put my level on the wall, get it perfectly level. Then I'm going to put a dot right in the center. And then I'm going to take my level, put it in my van, come back up, and then try to level the shelf with that dot. What do you think? That's what that guy told me yesterday, that globe proponent. He was like, levels only matter for 1 point. You only need 1 point. I'm like, whatever, dude. Can't level a shelf with a dot, bro. What, are you kidding me?
They think anything they do in their imagination, they can do in reality.
You can level a shelf with 2 dots. You know, if the line passing through those dots, even if it was imaginary, was level. You know, so you can set your level up and then dot one end and then dot the other end, and then you'd have 2 dots that were level.
I'm just saying it takes a lot of imagination to get a level from 1 dot.
You know, like I think it's Indians that put that dot in the center of their forehead.
Yeah.
Be like, hey, bro, oh yeah, nice level, nice level.
There you go.
Oh man. Man, I've almost been working nonstop since 7 o'clock yesterday in the morning. I had three hours of sleep though. Well, maybe I had 3.5 or 4. So if any time it would be the time to convince me that a dot can level a shelf, now would be the time. You know, when my brain is fricasseed. You guys get any sweet love proofs? Dude, which is more boring? Listening to paint dry or listening to wood putty dry? What's happening, bro? Yo, is India landlocked or does it have ocean or sea? It's an interesting question. Let me check. It is a peninsula with a massive coastline, 7,500 kilometers. Arabian Sea. Nice. All right. Cool. For some reason, I always thought it was in the middle. Okay, I see it now. Yeah, so wow, almost more than half is of the perimeter's coastline. That's cool. Let's see. Large lakes. They got plenty of large lakes. So even if you can't make it to the ocean or the sea, you still can go to a lake. All right, let me see this here. Maybe this is correct. I'm not sure. There's 10 lakes in India that are really big that you could go to and do some curvature long distance tests. Now, if you do a laser test, make sure you level the laser. So make sure you bring a dot to place on top of the laser. Oh my goodness.
Hello. Hello. You hear me?
Welcome.
All right. So, could you please tell me, like, as a one who believes in the Earth is like oval, why do you believe that the Earth is flat?
It's not a belief. If you measure your own height, is that a belief?
No, it's a fact.
If you observe the horizon to be horizontal and you measure the Earth to be flat, it would not be a belief.
Could you repeat that, please?
Measurements of the Earth being flat are not a belief, and an observation is not a belief either, nor is it a claim.
Mm-hmm.
You already experienced the Earth to be flat and stationary, dude.
The floor of the universe is Earth-shaped.
Was that it? Did that person give up that quick? Yeah, man. I've just realized that there's a dam near me. I could potentially make some observations over 10 kilometers.
That'd be cool, man.
Yeah, I didn't realize. I thought I'd checked this out before, and I didn't think there was anything sufficiently that large, like relatively close to me. Where there was there was a lot. Sorry, go on.
I was just saying, now y'all got me looking for the largest surface area lakes in North Carolina. Largest lakes. The lakes of the largest surface area.
Right. Yeah. See, I was like under the impression that some of the large bodies of water near me are so misshapen and stuff that you can't like get decent long distance shots or views.
Yeah, man.
But there's this one that I think I can. I think I could, go and do some tests across that. I just have to find some good spots. Like there'd actually have to be, because it's like so rugged. Some of the country around it, you'd be relying on dirt roads that have been built in places that go to the shoreline, just in particular spots. So you'd have to hope that like there's access to where you need to go to make the observations, But see, there's this other one, and it's a large surface area. Like it's like not that. It's like 40 square kilometers or something like that. But just the way it's shaped, it's just not like suitable. Like it's all like you can only get like short distance views before there's a bend in it, right? Like sort of thing. Yeah, it's just the way it's shaped, which really like prohibits you from being able to do those sort of long distance shots. But I realized one actually has a wall that's 1.5 kilometers long. So it'd be good to just like get right down low, right? Because you know the distance of it, right? They know the distance of this wall. So I could get next to it and right down into the surface of the water and just look across the water along the wall. If I can see wall like all the way to the end. Well, hang on. Well, no, because that's kilometers. So what's the? Oh, yeah, right. Hang on a second. $800-mile shoreline. That's massive, man. Yeah, that's a nice one. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, man. I'm looking at the area right next to it though, and there's a much larger amount of water.
Yeah, want to know something?
What's up, Black Flash? What's wrong?
All right. You believe that the Earth is flat, if I'm not wrong, right?
It's not a belief, so it's a lived experience for everybody, for you as well. So, yeah, it doesn't require belief. Yeah. All all instances of your experience with calm water is it's flat. That's your experience of calm water.
All right, this guy's just here to waste time.
So you think you're a monkey? And, there's help for that.
Yes,
Go seek it.
Shows me. I can bark. I can bark you.
Yeah, this is an English learning server, not an animal sound server. Sorry.
You're putting your low maturity level on full display. Carry on. What a child.
Yeah. So I can potentially do using this wall at 1 point. Well, it's closer to 1.5 kilometers length. If I can get in the water on a nice calm day, right next to it, and get a camera or a telescope down to about 10 centimeters above the surface, then I can make a black swan observation. Just. That's just using the wall. I could there's lots of bits of the land that's like little peninsulas and stuff that jut out into the water in places. So I could measure get the distances off Google between points, and then make observations that way too.
I'm considering going here because that path right there is where a ferry goes, and this lake right here is way the hell smaller than the noose right here. Be better off actually going here and recording the ferry, make its journey back and forth through here.
Oh, nice.
But why go to the lake when I could go there? That's straight shot. I think it'd be good.
How far is it? How far is it?
Not sure. I didn't measure it or anything. I was just looking. I think I could do that here, though.
Interesting name, Minnesota. Is that like Minnesota?
This is only about 2 miles. Yeah, that's not enough.
Yeah. It's a shame. I mean, how many miles did you say?
It says 2.
2 miles. Yeah.
2.06.
I mean, yeah, you could still potentially get down real low to the surface and then watch the ferry go across. And if you can see it go to the other side, and you can still see it water around it and beyond it, whatever, then it's past that geometric horizon point, right?
Yeah. That's the wrong one anyway. This makes sense. Yeah, that's not... Okay, let me click this and show the layers.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get out my little spotting telescope. I've got to tune that up. I haven't gotten it out for a while. Bought this other thing from Garage Sale that has like 10 times magnification, and it allegedly records, but I've never tried it out, and I think I need like a little USB chip or something in it, like a memory card or something. I'm not sure how it works. I have to look at it. Got it cheap from a garage sale, and then I've got this other little monocular device that I've looked at the moon with. It works. Like it's pretty cool. It's got the compass on it and everything. It's pretty cool. I think that's all.
Looking at this, and
I don't have anything I can record on except for that one that I'm not sure if it even works. Go on. Sorry.
I'm just looking at this, wondering why North Carolina has 2 Kerr lakes. What the hell? But anyway, this is the bigger one. The other one's the wrong one. I knew it was way too damn small. It's not suitable for what we would be trying to do, though. The way this lake is, I don't think that it would work. We need something that's just wide open surface.
Right, see what I mean? Like that's like the large bodies near me, right? They're sort of shaped a lot like that. Even the one that like I'm thinking of is pretty weird shaped, but it still has stretches that are significantly long enough to make some nice observations. But I get you.
It's not as easy as just going out and making an observation in a body of water. It's got to be the right kind of body of water and have a wide open area to do it. And welcome to whoever just joined in. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. The bending and warping of the four-dimensional manifold of space-time is not a force. Gravity is not a force. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. Be the best version of yourself that you can possibly be.
I got one that I haven't had a chance to use, Tito. I should get the other clips that go with it too. Like Fatality.
Finish him!
No, I'm trying to avoid putting too many video game noises up there.
Okay, Vara. Hello, your mic is open. I saw a flash. Oh, and Destra has returned. Wondering if Destra's going to open up the mic, say hello. Kavara, I don't know if you're trying to come through, or whether we're hearing your sleeping noises or something, but your mic's open, and it periodically lights up. Yeah, we can hear that. Yeah. Is that intentional? Oh, okay, so Kavara wants to get muted. See, okay, fine. Yep, can oblige you there. No problem. Oh, Destra? Destra's still with us? Yeah, cool. Destra doesn't currently have any text perms, but is welcome to open up his or her mic and discuss this topic with us.
Flat Earth is going to live rent-free in your head for the rest of your life.
So we're left with few and far between. checked in a young fella in the home server. Yeah, he said he's interested in like hanging out in the VCs. Gave him the link to here. He said he can't. It's locked for him at the moment, so I don't know what he's got to do. Like hang out in the server for a bit, chat in the general or something like that, and level up or something. I'm not sure how it all works here. But yeah, hopefully we'll see him in here. His name's Aura, so keep an eye out for Aura. Seems pretty chill.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
MT Vez is back. Back in action. Hopefully. Member since December 18th, 2025. Joined English Hub December 19th, 2025. What's up, MT Vez? Who's okay, he's gone. MT Vez, can I get some acknowledgements, please? Hey, MT Vez. Can I get some acknowledgement, please? I'm serious. Can you respond to this? MTVEZ. 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 Hello? MT Vez. However you say your name, can you please respond either in side chat or in voice? Welcome in, Ahmed. How's it going, mate? AJ, you got any new music out or anything like that you could share with us? Or anything new?
All right, you guys got anybody in here who thinks the Earth is a spinning ball?
No way. That's crazy. That's crazy talk, Dave.
Why would somebody think that, Tito? I don't understand.
I don't know. I blame the education system.
Yeah, that's what happened to me. I spent 52 years believing it until I actually scrutinized it correctly and observed the how it doesn't match reality. There you go. No globe.
Yeah.
No
yep,
curvy water.
exactly.
What
I'm
time
actually
is it in
wondering if they.
Australia right now, Tito?
It's 10:30 a.m.
10:30 p.m.
No, sorry, sir, in the a.m.
a.m. You're in the morning time. Okay. On the other side of the ball. I keep forgetting that.
Yeah.
I don't know how your time zone can work on a ball. I don't know.
Seems a little strange, doesn't it? I'm actually wondering if there could be a legal case to be made against the education system. I'm not sure regarding all this. I don't know.
It looks like everybody on the panel are firm globe deniers. If I'm wrong, somebody speak up. All right. That's all I got to say about that.
If anyone disagrees or objects to this union, speak now, forever hold your peace. Oh, this is a tough crowd, yeah. I'm going to go back to watching this thing on refraction.
You're watching what refraction?
I'm just watching. It's an old. Just went to Ethergress's YouTube channel and went through it and found an old black and white film about refraction. Just refraction. It's nothing to do with atmospheric refraction, I don't think.
That's cool. Any old black and white films is pretty cool. If they still exist.
Yeah. Yeah, and the way they do a lot of those old ones is kind of like for dummies, you know. It's pretty. Yeah, you know, you can understand it. I can understand something like most of it.
Well, we'll hold the fort around here. Wait for somebody to. Apparently, the Earth's a ball, but you can't measure the curvature and you can't feel the motion. But trust us, bro, it's really a ball. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, bare assertions and trust in NASA and trust the science. You know,
trust the space pictures. We're gonna go to space in 5 years, but 5 years later we're gonna go the next 5 years, and 5 years after that we'll go the next 5 years. You know how it goes. But we're going back. I promise. We're going back. We're gonna play moon golf again. We're gonna ride the moon buggy. We're gonna do it all. You wait and see.
That's right. That's right. Just you wait, you pesky flat earthers. You'll see. You'll see.
How can we play moon golf 60 years ago and we can't do it now? We'll figure it out. Just give us some time. 5 more years, we'll be there. Promise.
Right. Yep. We can play golf on the moon, drive buggies on it, read Bibles on it, collect petrified wood from it.
Bounce around like little Weeble toys and stuff. It'll all be good.
Right, yeah, we can place reflectors on it. What we can't seem to do is install a really bright light on it so that we can identify the moon's position in a new moon phase.
Yeah, that's too hard. Don't worry about that. Space is hard, man. You got to take it into consideration.
It's meant for driving buggies and playing golf and wearing gorilla suits and sticking toothbrushes through your neck and playing guitar.
Exactly. Now you got
and
it.
sneaking eggs up your bottom.
And dropping screws and anti-gravity and on and on and on.
Right. Yes.
Good afternoon,
all in
Dave
the name
Hinkle.
of science. Sorry, I talked over you there.
Good afternoon, T-Dub.
Hey, Yoshimitsu.
How's it going?
Good, man.
Hope they made it good for you.
I got a treadmill right behind this door.
Oh, you're fine.
Got it?
Have a good night.
Thanks, sir. You too.
There's still some politeness in the world. That's good to hear. He was very respectful, whoever that was. He called you sir. You don't get much of that over here. You really don't. Yeah, mate. You too, mate. Thanks, mate. See ya.
Welcome, DJ.
Uh-oh. It's murder on the dance floor.
Sorry if I was hot mic in there. Y'all didn't hear nothing, I hope. I'm driving.
No, I was just
The
saying
earth
it's
is
nice
flat.
to. I was just saying, Dave, it's nice to hear. There's polite interactions still take place in the world.
Oh, I hot mic during the delivery.
Yeah, he called you sir. Right? I was saying we don't get a lot of that over here in Australia. Yeah, it's
You
like
get mate, and bloke.
Yep.
Bloke is England, right? Oh, so it's bloke.
Yeah, we say bloke now and then, like in third person. Like, that bloke with the weird hairdo. Sorry, go on.
Didn't realize I hot mic'd. I apologize. The earth is flat. It's not my fault. Prove me wrong. Somebody. Go ahead. Go ahead, Tito.
I don't think I can prove you wrong, Dave. But I really don't.
No, I mean, you go ahead and talk me. I know you can't prove me wrong because water doesn't behave the way they allege that they're saying it does on their globe. That just doesn't happen. Not in nature. Sorry. Don't we all live? Even though we make concrete jungles to live in and high-rise apartments, we're all still in nature, right? So in nature, water's not forming balls. Thank you very much. Not in large quantities before somebody says raindrop. Go ahead.
Yeah, surface tension. There's some surface tension examples. No, nobody can show that in large quantities. Seems to be the case that even in the study of hydrostatics, they'll teach you that the surface of a liquid at rest is perpendicular to gravity. That'd be a 90-degree angle. I failed to see how it's that makes the Earth a ball, but they'll just tell us that, well, that's at a very, very small scale. It's for all intents and purposes, practical purposes. You can treat it as flat, but over a larger distance, it will be curving.
Yeah, that's how they train the pilots too. Like, just treat it like it's not moving and it's flat, but I promise you it's a ball. But you don't have to worry about it being a ball. Just fly the damn plane, man. Shut up.
Right. Yeah. Yep. That's exactly right. Although we did have a pilot in here one day. He claimed that I think he was military as well. And he was claiming that all his north, south, south, north flights have required adjustment of course due to the rotation of the Earth.
Right. Imagine if they actually had to take that into account, it was actually happening. All the math they'd have to be doing in their heads or whatever.
think you cut out there a bit, Dave. I think you roboted a bit. Hey, DJ, is there any chance of an event? Oh, sweet. Any chance you could get it started for us, please?
Let's get it started in here. My mic working now?
Yeah, yep. Yep, you coming through okay now, yep.
Let's get it started. Let's get an event going. Everybody thinks they live on a ball. Nobody knows why. Something like that.
Yeah. I was thinking that. I was thinking something like, why do people say Earth is a globe?
Because somebody else said Earth was a globe and they believed them. That's why. They didn't check. I got these check for it. It's not there. That's all you got to do, man. People don't do it. I'm roboting again, I know. But
no, you're good. You're good.
I am.
It would seem like that, wouldn't it? Like just word of mouth or TV.
When you look back on the invention of the TV and everything, all that was total speculation, but it was obviously planned out to let the technology come out like they did, you know. And you talk about mesmerizing and hypnotizing people, the TV. I grew up with the TV, you know what I mean?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, if you're a kid, right, and nobody's told you anything any different, right? Nobody's informed you of the Earth's shape. and you see an image of what they call the globe Earth, right? On a screen or in a book.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you going to think it is? Let's say there's no words to it. You just the image alone. Like, would that child have any external reference, like to be able to identify it with being something, a thing, like the Earth, right? Like, would they naturally conclude, this is what I'm living on?
Yeah, that's a good point. There's this whole convoluted story. You never would have thought about it on your own. Never, no way. I wouldn't have. All the gravity and the spinny balls and the curvy water and all that stuff. Nah.
Right. I guess one of the first fallacies they hit you with is reification, isn't it? I mean, they pull down the map in front of the blackboard, like on the Truman Show, yeah, in the classroom, or they'll show you the globe on the desk.
I'm sorry, you're too late. We've already explored it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You said something like that.
Yeah.
Explored everything. Right. Sorry about that.
Yeah, there's really nothing left, Truman.
Then he goes over the Antarctic ice wall symbolically, right? Whatever.
Yeah, well, he finds a barrier.
Whatever. He walked through the wall.
Yeah. It's interesting in that film, right? Some of the things that they had to do to make the landscape appear the way it does in the movie, right? If you watch the Truman Show special effects featurette, it's called, you'll see some quite interesting comments made by some of the staff that were involved in the production of that film, the visual effects. Now, one of them said, we had a problem with the horizon. Generally you look at the horizon, it's like flat, right? So they had to incorporate artistic license to give it like a curvy sort of effect, right? And another guy in it said, you look out at the ocean, you're seeing for miles and miles and miles. He said, we arbitrarily had to cut the horizon off visually, right, in post-production to make it look like it was closer. Yeah.
Yeah, that whole movie's got a lot of interesting aspects about it. It's the year it came out and everything, and it wasn't long after that Stanley Kubrick passed away. He didn't make that film, but kind of correlating them, same year, whatever. He had a lot to do with the images, the movie making that was done, allegedly. If I'm not mistaken, Eyes Wide Shut came out the same year. I could be wrong on that one. That was Kubrick's last film.
Right. Yeah. Actually, yeah. That Space Odyssey one. That's got some interesting visuals in it.
Oh yeah. When I rewatched that after accepting Flat Earth, I saw a lot of stuff that I missed originally back in the day. It's interesting to watch some of these films now. I watched the Truman Show again too, like 4 or 5 years ago. It's interesting. They put it right in your face. Nobody sees it. Like George Carlin said, nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care.
Right. So, for example, if I was, I suppose you can't look at the side chat, can you, Dave? Because you're driving.
Not at the moment. I'm operating a motor vehicle.
Yeah, no, that's wise. I just posted it looks like a globe Earth, like a portion of the globe Earth, like with ocean and clouds, right? It's got a nice curve to it. Looks like it's taken from outer space. It's against a black backdrop. I mean, if I was to show this to somebody, they'd probably assume that it's taken of the Earth, right? It's an actual photo from outer space, like taken by NASA or something. But then I cropped the image, and it's actually a still from Space Odyssey 2001. I'll post the image that I cropped it from, and in it has like the big dual wagon wheel space station, right? Against the black backdrop as well, with the curved Earth next to it. And on the way to this space station, it looks like a shuttle, very similar to what our 80s shuttles looked like. And this is what Kubrick was envisioning in 1968. So they've kept pretty well to the script since then, except that we don't have dual wagon wheel space station. We have a the space station that
It's in the chat, T-Dub. I'll look at it when I get home.
Yeah, it's just interesting, and you can even see like in the one I cropped out, like you could sort of think that possibly that black part is the inside of an aircraft, like it's a window, right? Like it's just a portion of the window that's inside a dark room. And Rob Skiba did this with over some reddish coloured, landscape when he was in an aircraft, and posted it up and said jokingly, "Look, I'm above Mars. Like this is my photo from my trip to Mars, right?" And then he shows how he did it, right? It's just inside the cabin and used the window, the curve of the window to make it look like he was in space. A few others have done similar things. The toilet seats and taking selfies in front of a toilet seat right up close, in front of a screen with Earth in the, with land and sea and clouds in the background, right? Yeah. So it wasn't hard for Kubrick to reproduce these kind of effects that we see on TV today, even today, and back in '68, and it was all fictional, it wasn't real. I don't see why people think that they couldn't have possibly faked like a moon landing, because they didn't have CGI back then.
Hey, I got disconnected. I missed anything TW saying profound.
Yeah, I was just telling everybody how I beat Logan Paul at an arm wrestle, but no, that's cool. I'll tell it another time.
And we said hello to 80 Positus. They want to talk. Hello, Adipositus.
Adipositus. Adipositus. Adipositus. Adipositus. Say that 10 times really fast.
Yeah, you probably got it right. Maybe.
I think we were talking with Addy here a couple of days ago. It was an interesting conversation, if I recall correctly.
Seems to have the right to remain silent and the ability right now. Don't see anybody else on the panel. I'm back in motion. Eyes on the road.
Oh, sweet. I think our event has started. Thanks to DJ, he started an event titled Have You Ever Seen the Curvature of the Earth? I want to know, have you ever seen
the curve? Curving round, spinning ball. Ding, ding, ding. I want to know, have you ever seen the curve? Somebody join so we'll quit singing. I saw a car from an airplane. I guarantee somebody will come in and say that. No, you didn't. You think you did, but you didn't. You see what you wanted to see out the airplane window, and the window might have been curved anyway. So, and Neil deGrasse says you're full of shit if you think you saw a curve up an airplane. Anyway. You know that song you were singing that basically a rainbow song. He says he wants to know if you've ever seen the rain coming down on a sunny day. And that creates a rainbow most times. So anyway. Creedence Clearwater Revival, 1960 something.
Ah, yeah, nice.
Maybe 1970 something. I could be wrong. They were a late 60s, early 70s band out of Louisiana. John Fogerty.
Yes,
I muted her now, hopefully. Did you hear the DoorDash AI lady trying to give me directions? I muted her now.
No, I didn't hear that.
Okay. If you don't mute her, she starts talking, telling me where to turn. I know exactly where the fuck I'm going. So I always mute her, but sometimes she pops up there. Currently driving across not a spinning ball as far as I can tell. Don't feel any spinning and nothing screaming at me that it's a ball. Absolutely nothing, especially the water. There's a creek to my left. It's flowing slightly downhill and it's generally level. It's not on the outside of a ball. There you go.
Well, it'd have to be deviating from horizontal and uncontained, at least on one side, for it to be flowing.
Yeah, it looks like it's on like a gentle slope. It's like a free-flowing little creek. It goes down to the sewer line, whatever.
DJ's added a little caveat at the bottom. Have you ever seen the curve of the Earth with your own eyes? It's a good stipulation there. Just wondering if we could possibly get a response in regards to that question from possibly Adipositus, Valera, everybody else in the chat. I'm confident they would say, I know their answer. Yeah, I won't say their answer, but I'm confident that what their answer would be. Please feel free to open up your mic and say hello.
You're getting pretty good at saying adipositus there, T-Bo. Say it again, adipositus.
Adipositus. Adipositus.
Wonder what it means. Is it some ancient god or something? I don't know. Maybe he'll talk and tell us what it means.
Sounds Greek, Latin. Speaking of Greek, we have Coochie Coochie. Coochie Choochie. Coochie Choochie. Let's not talk about me. Okay. What do you want to talk about, Coochie? You talk about.
Are you saying hoochie? Are you saying hoochie coochie? I don't see him.
Coochie Coochie. Coochie Coochie.
What's going on, Coochie? Say hello to T-Dub. He won't bite you, I promise.
I saw him light up a bit there for a sec, but yeah, gonna be shy or something. Don't be shy now. Currently running an event. Have you seen the curvature of the Earth with your own eyes? Yes or no?
We want to know, have you ever seen the curve? Come on, man.
Anybody here?
Yes, sir. We're here.
Anybody hear me?
Yes, Muhammad. Yes, we hear you.
You're a group of dead.
Coming in loud and clear, sir. What can we do for you?
Mahmoud Naji.
Yeah.
Welcome in.
Dead men.
And
I didn't catch that. You didn't take that. It's gone.
I didn't catch. No, he left. Welcome in, Alfie. Alfie's gone. See ya, Alfie. See you, Adipositus. Oh no, he's still here. Adipositus is still here.
Stop being such an arsehole, Tito. Stop being such an arsehole.
I know.
No, we lost Adipositus. Oh my God, what are we going to do?
No, we didn't. He's still here. I was mistaken. I thought he dropped out as well.
Oh, we still got Adipositus. All right.
Yeah, it might be my demeanor, Jedi. I'll try. Maybe I should just shut up.
Yeah, Jedi. Tito's being mean to these people. You set him straight now.
Got to speak with a higher pitched voice, I found.
Mimonkaro! Hello, welcome.
That's it. You got to sound like you work for Disney.
What's up?
Howdy ho!
Hey, it worked. How's it going, man?
Nah, start with it.
Should have kept it up. Damn it.
It's like when you get a new pet. Just got to let them get used to the environment first. Don't spook them. Let them come to you. That type of thing.
Not that.
Yes. Maybe I should try talking like this.
No, don't talk like that. Hi, how are you? Welcome to the channel.
Hello, Omar. Welcome in. Thanks for joining us.
Yo, bro, what's up?
You guys sound like Mr. Bill from the old Saturday Night Live skit. Oh, no, Mr. Bill. Oh, no.
Not here.
What's up, Omar?
Have you ever seen the converter thing?
Have I? No. Have you?
That's crazy.
I've never spoken with someone that has.
That's full of physics. Oh, wait. Black. Wait a second. That.
What do you think, Omar?
Automated calculator for the curvature of the hair. Okay.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm just reading a picture from T-Dap in the VC chat. Distance in miles. Okay.
I think that's to me. And Dave and Jet and no, not Jet's underneath there. Yeah, that's by DJ. Are you talking about where it says, "Have you seen the curvature of the Earth"? Oh wait, this one. All right, hang on. Which one of those? There's 4 things there. Which one did it highlight? The 22 miles. Is that the one?
Yeah,
22 miles high. Yeah, there's lots of footage like that on YouTube from amateurs who have they've bought or built a balloon and attached a camera to it and sent it to high altitude, usually to around about 120,000 feet. Some depending on the balloon and the equipment you use. But from that altitude, a camera has a view of the horizon as just being flat.
Okay, on Facebook. Computer of the Earth. Okay, wait. Yourself. Okay.
Yeah, so it seems to be that from any vantage point that the average person can obtain, that the Earth just appears to be flat and motionless. These wild claims presented to us by so-called authority figures that say that they've viewed the Earth's surface as curving. They've had the privilege of being so far away from the Earth that they get to see its curvature, right? But that's a very special case, right? Because like you and I, we can't go and verify that. So we're left with two choices. We can believe them or not believe them. And you can choose not to believe them just on that fact alone, that you can't verify it. But what you can do is go out and directly look at the Earth's surface and do things with modern day technology in order to establish whether the Earth's surface, particularly over water, the water's surface is curving or not. That's what you can do down here. And all attempts to do so, I will posit to you that all attempts to measure the surface of water to have a curvature rate consistent with the globe Earth of the size that they give us results in nil curvature. No curvature is ever detected or measured. Never observed, witnessed, or measured. It's never used that way either. When we use the Earth's surface, we treat it as flat and motionless.
Well said as usual, T-Dub. I concur. Hello, Lily. Do you want to talk? Welcome to the channel. Hello, Lily.
Hello, thank you. No, I came to listen.
What do you want to listen to?
I don't know. You don't talk. See what's going on.
Do you know the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I heard you saying that before.
You think it's a ball?
What?
Do you think the Earth is a ball?
I think nothing actually. You saying it's flat. They say it's a ball. Maybe we should see by ourselves. Like,
Well, it's the whole point of this thing is not the actual shape of the Earth. It's the fact that we all got deceived about what the shape of the Earth is. You understand the difference? I mean, you're saying I'm just saying it's flat, but I actually have empirical evidence to back up what I'm saying. They have NASA pictures, and that's about it. But anyway,
Yeah, and
if you want to keep talking, hopefully
it
somebody else
was
will talk to you here.
all right. If anyone else want to talk, just
I'm about to hit a dead zone. I'm driving a car. But go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lily.
no, actually, I just wanted to say, like, you have your things to prove, and the same for them. They once would say it's well.
Now, if you actually look at the empirical evidence, the globe doesn't have any. But I know right now you think I'm just saying that, but that's really the truth. The globe has nothing to empirical to back it up in your physical reality. You know what I mean by that?
How the water sources, like oceans and seas, how they keep like why they're not full if it's flat. Like, okay, if we had a table and a flat table, and if you added some water, it will rub, right, from the table.
Did you say how do they stay full? Is that what your question was?
What?
Did you ask how the oceans stay full? I'm sorry if I misunderstood.
Basically, yeah. Why they don't run off.
One thing we know about water is it has to have some kind of container to stay in a body of water. It has to be like a shoreline or something, right? So we're not saying there's not a shoreline of some kind around all the water.
That's the only different is just the shape of the earth, right?
Right, we're not claiming shape of the earth. We're pointing out the surface geometry, as in it being planar or curving. Right? So far, all we can detect and measure is that the surface of liquid lies horizontally and in a plane, not curving, not deviating from horizontal. So we're not making claims about the entirety of what we live on. Its continental layout or its size or its shape, its length, its depth. Right.
You see the question on the chat box?
So it's natural for someone to think of the Earth as being like an object that's in the sky, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what we've been taught, right? That's what we've been told, rather, that Earth is an isolated object, right? With specific size and shape and dimension, right? And it's surrounded on all sides by space, right? Free space.
Yeah.
And that we share that free space with other objects, right? So it's natural when somebody comes in here and hears the term flat Earth and wants to talk about flat Earth, they want to liken it unto the things in the sky that we see in the sky. But we're not making that claim. We're not saying like the Earth is like a disk planet that's like the third object from the sun, where all the other things are spherical except the Earth. Right? We're not saying that. It's not in outer space or anything like that. We're just pointing out that the Earth's surface is planar in nature, right? So it's not the ball that they're showing us on TV, and therefore everything in the sky is above that surface, above it, right?
So the core of universe is Earth, and everything is above it. And this, I don't know what's your point here.
Right. Some might like to think of it a bit like that, like the floor of the universe, right? I'm not saying it's the center of anything, because that would be, implying that it occupies the center of a area, right? That it's in the middle.
What a narcissist planet.
A narcissist planet?
Yes, since I think it's the core of universe. I don't know.
Yeah, not like the core, but like the floor, right?
The floor. All right.
Like ground level. Like can't go any further down.
What about? So you're saying that everything we've been told is a lie, like the planets, and the size, their sizes, everything is a lie. Is that what you're trying to say?
Not so much an intentional lie, but yeah, it's misinformation. Yeah. They've misinformed the world about
But how did
what we live on. Yes.
Okay. How did you know that it's not true?
Well, as far as the Earth's surface goes, we can observe it, right? We can measure it, and the way we use it is all contradictory to the idea that the surface is curving and forming the shape of a sphere. Right? For example, right, they've told us that the Earth is a sphere with a radius value of 3,959 miles, almost 4,000 miles, or 6,371 kilometers. That gives it a circumference value roughly of about 40,000 kilometers, 25,000 miles, right? Now, that means that it would have to have a particular curvature rate, particularly over the surface of water, right? So that the water, if the Earth is this sphere and gravity's pulling everything inwards towards the center, then the equilibrium that the surface of the water would find would form a curve, right? Not a straight line. But when we go out into reality, into nature, and we look at the bodies of water, large bodies of water, and we send light across the surface, and when we test for things like the geometric horizon, right, or a drop rate, a curvature rate, it's never found, it's never observed, never measured, and never utilized that way, right? In fact, the surface of water has been a standard for horizontal for millennia, for establishing horizontal planes of reference by which you can then determine the surface of other things and the geometry of other things and build things according to that horizontal, right? Like long aqueducts, like the Romans did, or today with bridges and buildings, right? Large-scale projects, construction projects. It's even the way that we determine the heights of elevation change with regard to sea level, right? Level being, horizontal. The word level representing the concept of horizontal, even an even surface, not having any changes in elevation, right? And we determine the changes of elevation in the land with regards to horizontal. And we can calculate the heights of mountains based on that. If we know the distance from the base of the mountain to a point, and we can measure the elevation angle to the top of the mountain and calculate its height. That's using flat Earth principles, right? Not a curved Earth.
Okay, so may I ask? Can you hear me? May I ask like this question? Why why the astronauts and like NASA and all the people who claim they went out of Earth, why would they lie to us? What is the point here? Or they never got out?
I think I understand what you're saying, because you're under the impression that they are going far enough away from the Earth to be able to witness it as being curved, right?
Yeah,
That's
my question. Yeah.
Right. There's only two men left alive that claim that they've seen the Earth's surface as curved and as a ball hanging in the vacuum of space. And that would be the two surviving members of the Apollo missions, right? Buzz Aldrin and another gentleman, I can't remember his name. Now, out of 26 astronauts that were involved in the Apollo program, only 2 survived. Now, that's a very small percentage of people amongst the billions that exist today, right, that actually even claim to have seen the Earth's surface as curving, because I've heard testimony from low Earth orbit astronauts that say that it still just looks flat from their vantage point at 250 miles above the Earth's surface, if indeed that's true, that they are above the Earth's surface as they claim at that height. There is people that argue that the math doesn't check out for being able to see the Earth's curvature even from that altitude, right? There is conflicting claims about how high you have to go to see the Earth's curvature. Some say 35,000 feet to begin to see it, very slightly, almost imperceivable, but with a very wide field of view, they say that you can see it. I don't know that. I haven't seen it myself, having been at around 30,000 feet. Didn't see it. And others claim that that's not high enough. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you that not even at the height of Felix Baumgartner's famous Red Bull jump, right, performed a few years ago, that you would see the curvature of the Earth. Right? That's not high enough. He likens it to being a little like a millimeter above a beach ball, right? Being a microbe, a millimeter above a beach ball, you wouldn't see the curvature. So it's, and these claims of, like going to the moon and seeing the Earth, these are very extraordinary claims that require extraordinary evidence, right? Now, if indeed what they say they witnessed and the imagery that they produced is true, right, and the Earth is a ball in space, then its surface would be curving, right? We can just come back to it this way, right? And if it is claimed to be a size, roughly, 4,000 mile radius, then the surface will be curving at roughly 8 inches per mile squared, right? Producing a geometric horizon at a distance of around 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's about 3 miles for a 5 to 6 foot observer, right? And none of that can be found in reality. When we go out and check the Earth's surface across large bodies of water, that curvature rate and that geometric horizon doesn't exist. So that's a simple way that we can go and falsify those claims. So yes, if anybody's presenting to you an image of the Earth as a sphere and its surface curving, they're lying. It's not that. They're wrong or they're lying, right? Depending on the context of the claim.
Thank you for answering my questions.
And as to why they would be lying, well, with the Apollo missions, there's even people that don't believe in flat Earth, right? They believe in the globe Earth. They'll even say that the moon landings didn't happen, that it was all faked, the Apollo mission was just a hoax, right? And they give their reasons for why they think that. And as to why they're saying they faked it, well, it was to appear as the most powerful nation, right? At that time, we're better than Russia, we're better than China, we're better than all the other countries, right? That was the ambition, right? Even though they claimed to have done it in the name of humanity, they planted an American flag on the moon, didn't they? They claimed to. That's what's claimed to be up there in the stillness of space on the moon's surface, is an American flag. What does that tell you? Look at us, world. Look how great we are. Right? That's what they're intending to do.
Yeah.
In a nutshell.
But what keeps the scientists, and what's the things that keep them silent? Like, we're talking about thousands of scientists, right? Why? What? For sure, they know the truth.
Obvious. Did you want to respond to that, mate?
Yeah, I could dig it. Yeah. You're asking what keeps all the scientists in the world basically in the dark regarding this reality. Mostly pride, ego, ignorance, a refusal to actually look at the evidence as the evidence presents itself without manipulating it to fit their preconceived ideas of how reality should work. We speak to people of all levels of education in here, you know, from the silliest to the smartest, you know, all walks of life, all professions, and they all basically know about as much as each other, that being not very much, about the actual globe and what's actually claimed, what's actually supposed to be taking place in reality if we did live in that paradigm. So you've got these kind of personal reasons to the person, and then you've got grander reasons as well, right? The kind of infrastructure of society and how we police each other as people, you know. We have social contracts with each other, right? Some things are allowed to be questioned, some things are not. And this topic is definitely one that you cannot question if you're in any type of prestigious position in life, because it's immediate career suicide. So even of the rare amounts of scientists that may come across this information and give it a genuine look and realize it's correct, they then have to ask themselves, well, am I willing to put up kind of, you know, my entire life, my reputation, everything I've built to defend this truth? And most of them will kind of just go back into the shadows about it at that point. The fortunate thing about it, though, at the end of the day, is this is irrelevant. This is a truth that's irrelevant of anybody's opinion on it. The Earth measures only one particular way, and nobody's opinion is going to change that. You can have 10,000 of the most qualified scientists tell you otherwise, but they are just wrong. So, it's an objective truth. Hand it back to you, T-Dub.
Thanks. Yeah. Cheers. So just addressing some of what Omar has said in the side chat. Right? Seems he wants a third-person perspective of the entirety of the Earth and its surface, which nobody here could possibly even hope to provide to you. I mean, if you want to use your imagination, just imagine something that you already experience from any altitude that you can gain, but just on a much grander scale. Probably. That's the best I can do for you.
Well, he seems to be more concerned with celestial objects than the actual Earth. Omar, if it is the case that the Earth measures flat is indeed flat, then whatever's taking place above your head is doing so over a flat Earth.
Right. Our attempt isn't to necessarily provide you with an alternative cosmological paradigm which explains what the things in the sky are, their exact motions, etc., and how it all works, right? We're really just here to point out to you that the surface of the Earth does not curve consistently with the idea of it being a sphere. That for all intents and purposes, we measure the Earth flat, we observe it flat, and we use it as flat. And there's nothing about your experience directly of reality that can tell you that it's a sphere. You can draw from inference from it and try and explain certain other things, other phenomenon happening in the sky as the Earth being a sphere, with the idea that the Earth is a sphere, but you'd have to empirically validate that claim if you were to assert that that is indeed true, right? Otherwise, you're committing a logical fallacy. It's like when you said, what about the other planets? We had already decided that Earth was in the same category as things in the sky for some reason, right? When I explained that reason, it's because of our conditioning, the things we're told by the educational system, etc., right? Media, influence on all that stuff. But there is really no reason for you to like walk outside, look up at the sky, and think that you are on an object that is in any way similar to the things that you view in the sky. When you think about it, you've never witnessed anything in the sky as being anything like your experience on Earth. You don't see any grass up there, you don't see any clouds, you don't see any water, you don't see any trees, you don't see any people. Right? Those are lights in the sky, and even with the best commercially available telescopes, you'll look up at the sky through those and you'll see blurs of light. You'll be lucky to even get them in focus and see what they truly are. You cannot, there's no information from looking at a telescope from Earth at things in the sky from which you can draw the information. You can get the information about what they are and how far away they are and how big they are. They are a complete mystery to you and me and to everybody else alive.
So okay, I'm not talking about myself, but the people who saw Mars on telescope, it might that they saw the floor just, I mean, like beneath the floor. Is that what they saw? Not the whole planet. I don't know if you got my point.
It wouldn't matter whatever they saw in the sky, Lily. The Earth doesn't have to be like the things in the sky.
Oh, does it have to be lonely?
It could be anything up there. It could be flat discs, right? Mars could be a flat disk. It could be a sphere. If it looked like a pyramid, it could be a pyramid. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They're free to be whatever they are.
Also,
it's not relevant to the Earth. The Earth is as we can measure it to be because we have access to it.
Okay, but we never experienced that, right? Like, have you ever seen a tree?
Well, that's why I would ask you. If we walk into a forest and I look around and, all the objects surrounding me are trees. I must be a tree. That's not logically sound, is it?
Even within the heliocentric paradigm, the Earth is extremely unique in the sense that it's the only place within that universe that is depicted to you, right, as having life on it and flowing water, right, and a habitable climate, right. All these things. It's very, very unique, even in that sense. Even if we could grant you that the universe is exactly as you've been taught it to be. The uniqueness
yes,
of Earth.
Dub. That's because we're in the Goldilocks zone. we're in the Goldilocks zone, right? We're just right to have life, but everything else.
Oh, it's not just the Goldilocks zone. It's the completely fortuitous formation of the moon and its tidal locking, giving us this object to perfectly track the weeks and months,
That's right. Obviously, we got all this random stuff going on, but we got clockwork in the sky, basically, right?
Oh my god, that's crazy. That's crazy conversation.
You speak English, Omar?
No,
What's
I
so
don't
crazy
speak
about it? You don't speak very well?
Bro, I don't speak English at all.
No, you just spoke English just then.
Yeah,
He just said he doesn't speak English in English.
I'm using Google Traduction, come on.
Okay.
This guy is so...
Well, we are, Omar. We are. Like, we're telling you, we don't know. We don't know the answers to your questions.
Okay,
The answers. Well, hang on, Omar, because the answers to your question goes beyond the scope of our investigation.
Not investigation. I don't say any curve in the beginning of the conversation. I just ask
Yes, that's what I'm.
How the day and the night is happening. And
I'm telling you,
Okay.
I'm telling you that the complete complex answers to your questions goes beyond the scope of our investigation, right? I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, but I'm trying to tell you that we're not looking for those answers. We haven't found those answers yet, not entirely. Look, I can tell you this, right? From my direct observation and experience of physical reality, from everywhere that I've been on Earth, this is what I experience with day and night. The sun rises in the east, it crosses the sky towards the west and sets in the west. And then it takes its light with it wherever it goes, right? Obviously, if the Earth is a plane and an extended plane, its light is now above somewhere else above the Earth, right? And shining its light on that part of the Earth and not on my part of the Earth, right? Because I can call someone in the world and ask them, is it daytime or nighttime for you? And they'll say it's daytime, and I can tell them it's nighttime for me, right? So obviously the sun is incapable of being able to light the entirety of the Earth's surface in one go. Its light range is very limited, right? Only lighting a portion as it travels above the Earth's surface.
So it is.
And that's about the best I can give you.
Come on, it's a simple question.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I say, so the sun is going in path, like they circling in path, or what? Like if
I couldn't tell you. I don't know. Go on.
That's crazy.
I don't have the vantage point to be able to tell you that its path is this, right? I can't tell you it takes a particular path.
Yeah, no problem. I get it, no problem.
The Earth doesn't just look flat, it measures flat as well. So no matter what's happening overhead, it's happening over a horizontal baseline.
We're not here to tell you about things that we don't know. We're only here to share with you the information that we know and that you can also know. Omar, this is information that you can
say. Look. The people who say the Earth is like a ball, they think they circling around itself. So I'm asking how the night and the day is happening in the flat Earth. It's not like about the sun is becoming and still thing in the like in the same time. It's crazy. Like it's just I need explanation. Like they
told
the
you. I
sun
just
is
told
like
you.
becoming in path on circle or something like that. I put up a
No,
picture here, and the people say it's cartoon. So how you can
no.
explain?
Look. What you saw, right? What you posted. That's a potential reason. Like it's a concept. It's a different way to think about it, right? You could imagine that it's like that if you want, right? Or something similar, right? But I can't guarantee you that that's exactly what it's like and what it's doing. There is no way anybody could give you that information, right? All I did was tell you from my vantage point, from my direct experience, what happens. And the sun rises in the east and it sets in the west. It moves across the sky. And when it's gone, it takes its light with it, leaving me in darkness. And someone else is experiencing its light after that. And then for them, it will get dark and the sun will be moving across their sky and moving to another location where it will then light that portion of the earth, leaving the previous part in darkness again, and so forth and so on in a cycle. Exactly what path it's taking, I couldn't possibly begin to imagine what it is.
So it is not a cycle.
Obviously, it moves in a cycle because we see it rise in the east again the next day. Okay. So obviously, it's moving in a cycle of some kind, but I couldn't tell you its exact path.
Okay.
And it's not necessarily our intention. It's not what we're aiming to. That's not the kind of information that we're aiming to provide you with. I understand that it's information that you're requesting, but I don't necessarily have the answer. The information that I can provide you is something that everybody can test and see if it's true or not. And possibly you already have, without even realizing it, tested it and seen that it's true. The surface of liquid, the surface of water. You've seen large bodies of water like a pool? Have you seen that before?
What did you speak to me? Okay, what did you say? I see what?
I said, have you seen large bodies of water like a pool?
Can you type it like?
Like a swimming pool, or a lake, or a sea.
Omar, it's not really a beginner topic when you're just learning English. Just to let you know.
Yeah, sorry.
It's all right. It's more for your sake, if you can't really understand the words we're using,
Do you see what I typed there? Swimming pool?
Maybe because they have other idea about the flat earth. I don't know, like.
You have to consider the position that humans, all of us here on Earth, may not even be at the point where we know how the sun and the moon actually operates. These might still be great mysteries for the humans. Because if we ask you, how does day and night work? You're going to tell us, well, we live on a spinning globe. And then we're going to ask you to prove that. And you're not going to be able to prove that. Because there's no measurements of curvature in reality. That's why we're here for over 10 years speaking to people. We're flat earthers because we went looking for the information, the evidence that proves the globe, and we came up completely empty-handed. Had to admit defeat and say, well, this is not the reality of the world. and investigate further. So, like you ask us, how does day and night work? It's like, well, I don't know. Make something up in your head. It doesn't matter to me, as long as the surface is flat in whatever you've got going. Because that's what we've proven true.
Hey, if I might interject, the thing is, the Globers have an explanation for it. And if we ask you...
So what?
We ask
so
you...
what?
Yeah,
so what?
Yeah.
So what? You say that as if it's something to stand on, Adipositus. You say it as if it's something to stand on. Why is your explanation something that can be that something to rely on and rest on? Why is it an argument?
Do you have to immediately interject?
Yes, I will, because why is it an argument? You're going to build off this premise. The globe Earth has an explanation. Okay, and so what? Why is that important?
It's important because if we ask the flat earthers...
No, your explanation should stand alone on its own merit and not be compared to any other explanation. If your explanation is true, then it will stand alone and withstand scrutiny under its own merit. It doesn't need a comparison with any other thing except reality. Now, can we compare it to reality and see that it holds up?
Yep.
Okay, how?
What's the explanation for the globe Earth?
That the Earth is a sphere, which means its surface is curving. So can we observe and measure its surface to be curving?
How does the day-night cycle work, globe Earth?
Yes, that would involve the Earth's surface curving because it's a sphere spinning in the vacuum of outer space. Right?
So you're saying
right. Yes, right. So can we compare that with reality? Can we test that in reality to see if the Earth's surface is curving?
It's not the point. The point is that you are.
Yes, it is the point. That's testing your claim against reality.
Go back to basics. Oedipus, wherever you say your name.
There's really no point in saying
if the surface in reality is not curving, we do not have a sphere, right? You agree with that?
The point is that the globe Earth has a...
No, I asked you a basic question. I need a response to it.
There is really no point.
The point isn't the explanation, Adipositus. The point is whether the premises for the explanation hold true and correct to reality and can be compared and verified in reality.
It's not what I was responding, but like I can't explain anything without you interjecting in the middle of my sentence every time.
Yeah, because you just want to talk about explanations without establishing the premises for your explanations being true and correct in the first instance. Okay, go on then. I'll shut up and I'll let you fully complete your logical fallacy. Go.
Okay, so the premise was that the globe Earth apparently cannot explain anything about how the day and night cycle works, while yes, it can. Why the flat Earth cannot do it at some... Yes, it was. That's why I was...
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No. That's not what Obvious said.
The only thing you've got as Globers is explanations, but you have no true premises. So all your explanations are worth shit.
No, the premise is completely...
They're fantasy. Secure. They're like explaining to me, how does Iron Man have his strength? Comes from his suit. That's fucking good. Does Iron Man exist in reality? No.
Even if we do that, again, if you have just a fantasy universe and you have a globe Earth, which can explain everything perfectly that happens in real life.
But it doesn't, though. But it doesn't. You're under a misconception about that. No, you're under a misconception about that, sir.
Okay.
No, you're under a misconception. It does not explain everything perfectly.
It does, though.
No, it does not, sir. You have
What
not
does
done
it not do?
thorough investigation of it then, if you can claim that, because
Okay,
even
like
your own
day-night
side,
cycle,
even your own
day-night
experts that you
cycle.
would appeal to will tell you it doesn't.
What exactly
Doesn't even explain our varied day-night lengths perfectly.
How
Not
doesn't
even
it?
close.
That's it. Day-night cycle. How doesn't it explain it? And
No, I
what
said
does
our
the
varied
flat Earth
day
explain
and
better?
night lengths. It doesn't even explain that.
The what? Lens?
No, something not being able to explain it better, right, does not lend your explanation validity. It must stand true on its own merit.
Now, science is kind of like you
guy's
have
like
a
pre-triggered.
hypothesis, and then
Science is like
the
hypothesis,
maybe
yes.
we need to slow
Observation,
down.
observation
And
of
then-
natural phenomenon, forming a hypothesis, then testing the hypothesis.
Yeah, and then if it
Right.
the thing that you do is you try to disprove the hypothesis by providing something that works better.
No, you
And
don't. No,
what-
that's not science at all. No. The adjudication of the cause and effect relationship would be done through experimentation, where you posit that one thing will happen or one thing won't happen once you
that is
manipulate an
experiment.
independent variable. Sir, don't talk over the top of me. It does not require you to produce something which explains it better.
Well, if the hypothesis has been proven to be correct, then at that point, yeah, you have to provide something that is.
No, you don't.
There won't be. There won't be anything that can explain it better if your hypothesis has been proven correct. It's been proven correct. There's no room for falsification after that. You've done the experiment where you allowed for falsification. You said that if I do this to this thing, X will happen. And either X will happen or it won't happen. And in that event that it doesn't happen, you've proven that your independent variable did not cause X to happen.
Yeah, but
Simple as that.
We're not proving like 100% shit. We are like, this works.
Are you saying you can't prove the Earth is a globe for 100%? Are you saying you can't prove the Earth is a globe 100%?
No, like that's an objective fact. But when you are going
That's an objective fact. How is the Earth's sphericity objectively established?
The shape of the Earth is an objective fact.
Yeah,
Like, it doesn't
state
matter
it again
what the
for me,
fuck-
and then tell me how.
What the fucking opinion we have of it. It's the shape that it is.
Okay, how was that established as being a fact?
Probably when we sent up a satellite that revolved around it, that has an orbit around it, and then can really.
What does that require? What does that require knowledge of?
What?
What does that require knowledge of?
It requires knowledge of how you propel a vessel, for example, how you.
You would need the dimensions of the Earth. No?
Not necessarily. No, you don't.
Not necessarily.
No, to send a object into space.
So to place an object in orbit, you wouldn't have to understand that the Earth is a sphere.
No, you would know that, yeah. I mean, if you
right. So obviously not satellites. Then we didn't get that information from satellites. So when did it become an objective fact?
I don't have to go back all the way to fucking Aristotle.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
How do I do it? Why would I need to do it? Like exactly, like why do I have to go to the origination
everybody
of an
here,
idea?
Everybody here that
know everybody
knows how to actually correctly think and scrutinize information knows Aristophanes is a faulty methodology. It doesn't demonstrate anything. So what's next? Give us your next best thing.
Well, that is exactly why I'm saying satellite been sent up.
All right, so they
into
didn't
the-
know objectively. They didn't. So it wasn't an established
No.
objective fact prior to that. Before that. So they were
Hasn't the
uncertain
guy that
then.
just said-
So when they sent up the first satellite, they were not sure. They went, "This will tell us, boys. This will tell us for certain." But before that, they weren't sure.
I think the other guy who just said something said that it doesn't really matter.
No, I said Aristophanes
Well, he
is
never said
irrelevant. It doesn't demonstrate anything. It doesn't help your position.
Okay.
So just
Well,
move on to your next thing. You're going to just
doesn't
pick out
actually
history.
matter what. Okay, yeah, oh, fine. But what happened before?
Just get straight to the point. Who originally measured the Earth to be spherical?
It doesn't fucking matter. Like, I don't have to go back that far.
Yeah, it does
Why do I have
matter.
to- Why?
Because you're making a claim that it's an
You
objective
think
fact.
we're all just fucking scraping
and
around in the dirt up until the
Like-
space age where we started just brute force throwing fucking satellites into the sky and seeing which one got the right trajectory and speed to stay in orbit. That's how you think it all went down.
No, but it doesn't matter that I have to go back to the first. To
when it
idea
became an
that
established
someone-
fact. Yes, we're looking for that moment in history that it became established fact.
Okay, so you want to look for that, like. Kinda
You made
stupid
the
fucking question.
claim, sir. You made the claim that it's an established objective fact that the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, but I didn't make an claim that it happened.
No, we
at
make
a
people
certain
support
time.
their claims here. We make people support their claims here.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you're gonna say like I have to pick out some sort of person that at some point had established that the Earth is a globe, where you're probably then going to say,
We want
no,
to know
that was
what
bullshit.
secret information you have that we haven't been able to find in over 10 years with a methodology that is we can go out, test, verify, and demonstrate the Earth is actually spherical to ourselves.
Well, we require.
'Cause surely you don't fucking believe that you cannot prove the Earth spherical to yourself unless you get your own personal satellite.
No, obviously not. But like deduction exists, and trusting other people also kind of exists. Like,
You
did
just
you?
just
Wait,
using
wait.
words to avoid having to admit that you have no methodology that you can demonstrate the Earth spherical.
I mean, I guess I'm expecting you are thinking that the Earth is flat because you look at, like, you just look
don't
at the
think
horizon,
it.
and
You
then
don't think it's
yeah,
and that's
you
not why-
believe
not why.
that the Earth is flat, or you
No, we know it's
that the
flat.
Earth is flat.
Measured
Yeah,
that way.
you know it's flat. Yeah, right. Because you look
Yeah.
at the horizon, and then
No.
it
Oh,
looks
wait.
flat.
So you don't experience the Earth is flat in your day-to-day life?
No, that's something that you pick up. Honestly,
No, I'm asking you.
That's not- that's
asking
not
you.
something
I'm
that-
asking you to enlighten us about your day-to-day experience of the Earth. So if you don't experience it flat, you must experience it curved, right?
no, I don't
None of us
experience
in here
it at
experience it
all.
curved.
I don't experience it
Do you,
at all.
Do you experience the Earth as flat?
I don't experience at all.
You don't experience the Earth's
It's not
surface. You have no
flat
interaction
or-
with the Earth's surface. Do you
It's
float
not
in the
flat
air
or curved. It's not flat
and
or
are blind?
curved. On a
It's not flat.
on a yeah on a on
Are
a
you a blind man that
basic-
levitates constantly?
on a
You have no
basic-
interaction with the Earth's surface of the Earth at all.
basic experience. You don't think about shit.
Right. Is
Whether
it?
it's
Do you
curved
observe
or
it to
flat.
be curving? Do you observe it to be curving?
Okay, so
sir?
when you
I
go
don't
to the beach and you
experience
look at the
it to
horizon,
be curving
you
or
don't see a
flat.
flat horizon.
Yeah, if I look at the horizon, I guess, and then I would think about it in context. Yes, it's
You cut out there.
If I look at the horizon,
he's agreeing.
Yeah, but again, it's like.
So you agree? So why would you come in here and mock us, saying, "Oh, you guys see the horizon flat, and then you think the Earth's flat"? So you share the same base axiom in your life experience. You see the horizon is flat, so that's your initial assumption regarding the nature of the Earth, and then you go and perform measurements to verify it true or not. Then the measurements return, verifying that it's indeed flat.
Yeah, but you don't do any of this shit with 90% of the stuff that you consume. Like, you are reliant on people that produce stuff like your fucking phone, the food that you eat.
What?
Like
fucking agriculture is not possible on a flat Earth anymore.
No, it's like the horizon looks kind of flat. So the entire fucking Earth.
Yeah.
So
It's not just that. No, you're reducing it to reducing it to absurdity. You're trying to reduce it to absurdity, even though it wouldn't be absurd to think that, right? And it was probably a reason why a lot of people in the past have thought it is flat because of the way the horizon looks. It's not only that, the surface of water being flat and level and horizontal has been used as a horizontal reference datum for centuries in order to to build long distance constructs like aqueducts, right? For example, like the Romans.
Yeah, not in a way that.
It was their experience of flat and level. It was their experience of flat and level, right? The surface of water being flat and level, that aided them in being able to construct those things. Right, Adipositus?
Yeah, it would do the same exact thing on a globe Earth, though. Like, I don't understand how it would only work on a flat Earth when the exact same thing works on a globe Earth too.
So
what's the point?
Claiming water's curving, oceans are curving.
How am I doing that? Exactly.
Well, that's how it would be on a globe Earth. There would be curving oceans, yes.
Yeah, but an aqueduct works the exact same way. Like, they would make the same measurement. They would build it just the same way on a globe Earth, which they did, because the Earth is,
you can't say that because you've never existed on globe Earth.
I do right now. But it's, again, like, you are making the thing is, like, if you do understand how the globe Earth works, right?
Yeah, we're trying to see if you do.
Yeah, I do. So if you try to say that the aqueducts were built some sort of flat Earth logic, okay, you can make some shit up, but it was built on globe Earth logic.
What you mean referring to water level is flat Earth logic.
Well, honestly, that might be something that you are making up. The whole.
Oh, okay, so spirit levels as tools are
I understand how it works.
Flat Earth logic tools. Is that what you're saying?
No, the thing is, like, it feels like you think that, like, a water level would work or would not work on a globe Earth.
No, we understand that you believe there's an infinitesimally small fucking curvature in the spirit level, okay? We understand what you think is going on. So we just extrapolate that out to a larger scale, say the scale of oceans, where there should be significant curvature present, say across 50 miles. And then we ask you when you measured that to exist in reality, and you all come up empty fucking handed. So that doesn't exist in reality.
So the Romans built the aqueducts based on flat Earth, or would it also be possible on the thing that you think Globe Earthers believe in?
I don't know what would be possible in the highly fantastical heliocentric model. I don't even know if we wouldn't just fucking immediately die, considering the pressure issue within that model. So no point asking me what I think is actually possible.
That's the thing. Like, some guy just made a claim that it apparently wouldn't work, or make like a comic version of it, like as if it's funny that the aqueducts worked on a globe Earth compared to a flat Earth. So, like,
no, it's built under the principle that the orientation of the aqueducts remains, built to a standard of horizontal throughout the entirety of its length, and that water shall deviate only when it's will deviate its path when it deviates from horizontal, right? So that it flows, right, and being uncontained at least on one side, and that the height at any given point along the the length of the aqueduct at any point on the aqueduct itself is not going to be of a different elevation, right, in respect to another point of the same elevation, right, of the same distance from that level, from that horizontal. They'll be parallel.
I mean, the horizontal that space. If the entire aqueduct would be built at a horizontal level, even in the globe Earth sense, right? The water wouldn't flow; it would just stay still. The Romans obviously knew that you have to put an angle on it so the water flows. And honestly, it doesn't even matter whether it doesn't even matter whether the Earth is curved or if it's flat. It still works the same fucking way. You have to put a fucking angle on. That's it. Like that. The problem I have is that why can't I say it? Because how is that, like, how would it be different?
Well, what happens when you build something perfectly level on a globe Earth across a large enough distance?
It's a kind of a dumb question, because level is kind of measured by the elevation to the ground. So it would be straight, and then it would be curved. It would actually...
No, if you kept it level to the previous construction, right? You reference the previous construction for level, and then you continue that out across a vast distance, where would it end up?
Yeah, if you want to do it straight, I think there's actually like a scientific experiment that's been done called LIGO or some, where they actually had to do it straight, like legit straight, and it wasn't easy, because they had to do like a bunch of calculations how to do it straight, because it was built on the Earth, which is curved, of course, but like they had to do it wasn't like as easy as just building it straight with like a spirit level or a water level or whatever. Like
yes,
you
it was
actually no, they didn't do it like that. So
yes, they did. They used the Chorobatus.
What?
Chorobatus used water levels
with LIGO.
Oh, LIGO. I thought. Sorry, go on. I thought you're talking about something else. Go on.
Yeah. Now that was like a experiment that really required like an actual straight like line that you had.
Oh, they didn't have that, did they? They needed that would be their laser that comes after the
like a
finished
laser,
product. Right. So they didn't have that yet. That's what they're building it for, to get a perfectly straight line.
They had to. Well, this is just from my memory. They had to build a facility that they on one end they had to make a vacuum chamber, and on the other end they had to make it actually straight, which required them to build like it wasn't like a straight building, right? They had to have, at one end they had to elevate the building up for a couple feet compared to the original starting point where they like had the laser at or something. Like, I don't know. It's called LIGO. Like LIGO, I think. It was a facility they used to detect gravitational waves.
Yep. Aware of that claim too.
I mean, yeah, I guess in your opinion they just wasted a whole bit of money, but
well, I mean, if you actually investigate what goes on there, you'd be a bit suspect about it too.
Perhaps.
Yeah. I could go into the fact that, you know, if you consider LIGO a scientific experiment, then where is the equivalent apparatus that has peer-reviewed their experiment process to verify it scientifically? Because that would be how you do science. I think he did claim that, Judge. Plain and truth, or whatever you want me to call you.
And this is kind of funny. The Flat Earth judge, you're commenting that I at least did not claim that it is. What do you say? At least he isn't claiming that they had to take Earth curvature into account to build it.
Yeah,
that is
that's your claim, dude.
But that
Use
is
the blueprints.
no. But the funny thing is that yes, I did. That was the whole fucking point why I brought that up.
That is your claim.
Yeah, we know.
Saying they build this thing on land. You know there's topography here, right?
Yeah.
Get me the blueprints where it says that they had to take curvature into account. They don't exist. We've had this discussion many, many times. Get me the phone number of an engineer over at MIT. I'll call him up tomorrow. I know people there.
Oh, hi. Hello, excuse me, sir. I have a question. Like, okay, I see
Wait, girl, there's an ongoing conversation.
No.
Mute yourself when you're talking.
Yeah, but let's wrap up that other dude. Maybe there's hope for
I'll
this
give it up.
guy. I mean, come on.
We got you, Gro. Just give us a second. Hold on, man.
I'm. You can go with.
I mean, to wrap it up, I'd just like to know, what are the experts that Adipostas is sure know the globe? Yeah, you said, we can listen to experts and we can use deduction. Just tell me what your top expert is that's shown curvature, and then we'll move on to Gro. And put his name there in the chat. Who's the top expert that has proven curvature of the globe in the world today, by all means? What's his name? I want to meet him.
Globus doesn't work like that. So you can take it.
He doesn't know.
Yeah,
he doesn't have an answer for that.
We don't have
no answer. F. You failed. All right. How about Gro? What's your question?
There's no
Hello, ma'am.
ambassador of the Globus. You go.
Well, I have a question. It's a very serious question. Okay, I really respect the idea of people who think Earth is flat or it's rounded or it's in any shape, even if it's a triangle. But, why would you waste your precious time trying to prove if it's flat or not? Just this curiosity.
Flat's not a shape.
Yes, but why, the other guy says, oh, I have connections on MIT. Why would you, spend this connection just to ask him if Earth is flat? Or why, you even care if it's flat or not? We just live and die. Why would you care if it's flat or not?
Yeah, we're not nihilists like you, Gro.
No. I want
to existence, and we value other people's existences. That means
of course, I value every soul, and I see potential on people. But I'm asking something that you didn't answer. Why do you care if Earth is flat?
Okay, right. Well, so you've deemed this a waste of human life. So why don't you tell us what is a good use of human life?
No, don't answer my question with a question. Why do you care?
If it doesn't matter to you, why are you here?
It matters to me, this curiosity to understand. Maybe I start saying...
If it doesn't matter to you, why are you here?
Because maybe I start saying okay, Earth is flat. I start to defend it. So just answer my question. Why you care that Earth is flat or not?
Because the truth matters.
Okay. That doesn't mean anything. The truth matters. The truth that I am broke.
Is the truth not important?
Truth.
Is the truth not important?
It is, but it's not regarding this. There's too many truths
because it's
on
important.
Because
it's an important
you can do two things at once.
truth.
You can earn fucking money and speak truth into the world, right?
Wait. I just asked a question. Why is it important to prove that Earth is flat or not?
It's been answered.
No, you didn't answer.
Because it's the truth.
Stop
it's important because it's the truth.
You're getting mad and angry. Please, just...
No, I'm not getting mad and angry.
You know nothing about, yet refuse to investigate.
Your question has been answered, sir. Your question has been answered.
Can you answer again?
Because it's important, and it's important because it's the truth. There you go.
Truth of what? Bro, this is not. I didn't get an answer. Come on, guys. I just Mary.
No, you didn't get a fucking answer that you liked. You're looking for a subjective answer, right?
No. I'm looking for an answer. Come on. If you ask me why are you broke? Because it's the truth. Why
It's a good answer. Well, I don't know why you're opposed to it or looking for another one.
No, I just
if you base
facts.
for example, dude who just ran away because he couldn't defend his claims about he knows nothing about LIGO, he knows nothing about these so-called expert that he thinks proves the globe. Because he's clearly never investigated the topic or searched for the truth, because when you search for it, you find there's no globe and there's no curvature, and that's just a fairy tale, childish claim. So yeah, it matters because when you base your decisions and your logical deductions, that our last buddy was such a fan of deductions, if you base your logical deductions on truth and fact and measurement, instead of lies, fairy tales, and childish dreams like the globe toy, then, it's just easier to get through life when you face reality the way it really is. I don't know why you don't like that. I don't know why you don't like the answer. Truth is good.
No, I like your answer better. Like you really know how to talk and jiggle the ideas. But okay, let's say it's flat. Then what?
Well, then you know all the fucking shit coming out from governments and space agencies is a load of shit, and you don't have to concern your life with it or worry about anything they're telling you, because you know they're full of shit. And if you're so inclined,
I give you the credit.
Other people
Earth
realize
is
they're
flat.
full of shit, and maybe some of them will listen to you, maybe most of them won't. But
okay,
that's
Earth
not
is
your
flat. It's flat. It's so flat. It's really flat. Then what?
Well, you've been given an answer, so now I want to ask you a question. What's a good use of human time? Human life. You tell us. By your values, what's a good use of your life?
Well, I think that it's always trying to achieve a healthy lifestyle, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, to live longer, maybe. Yeah.
That's pretty arbitrary.
Not really. Why people they find success? To live like a healthy life and less stress, right?
Why do you want to live longer?
I don't know. Maybe I want to experience more of Earth, which you say it's flat. I don't care.
Would you say a person that exists in a bubble of deceptions and lies is living a healthy life?
Lives in a bubble of what?
Deceptions and lies.
Define deception.
Come on,
Untruth, falsity.
Define deception. I couldn't hear the guy.
I defined it. Untruths and falsities,
Well, it depends on the level of this deception. If he's delusional about something, that it only exists on his mind, it's not healthy. But it depends on the level. For example, if I believe that someone that doesn't know of my existence, that she likes me, for example, that's not healthy, right?
Probably not. I'm just trying to kind of outline here that, like, your idea of success and your idea of a healthy life, it's different for different people. They have different values and different levels of knowledge regarding the world.
Well, you cannot say that. I only talked for 2 minutes, so you cannot know if I'm different than people or not. I just wanted to know, like, this is cool. Like, this is my first time here, and I saw Flat Earth Discord. So I didn't judge, like, who are you? What kind of people you are? I'm just asking, like, why? I'm just curious. That's it.
Yeah, well, basically what happened is we all started out, like many people who come in here, thinking that there was some kind of expert or some kind of logical basis to the globe, because that is the impression that everyone is given, even though when the globe is handed to you on a silver platter, you're usually very small, and they don't actually explain anything to you. They don't give you any measurements of curvature. They don't really explain to you how it's possible that you would live on a spinning ball despite your experience being that the Earth is flat and stationary. It's just given to you like a religious dogma, which is what it is. And so sometimes when people get older, some reason, they decide to go looking for the evidence of this globe, and all of us here who have landed on the reality of flat Earth came to realize that the evidence is not there. And most of the people who claim the globe don't even claim to have real evidence for it or measurements of curvature. Only the most deceptive anti-flat earthers would even make such a disingenuous claim. Most of the so-called scientists of the world that people rely on have zero evidence of a globe other than a cartoon or a distorted photographic image. So, we decided, let's go find out, is there really any evidence of that? And not only did we not find any evidence of that, we found that the claims can be mathematically disproven by going out to see if the expected curvature that would obscure items from your view and that would determine the horizon location as being much closer than we routinely see it. So when these claims are tested in reality, they are disproven conclusively again and again and again. So that's why. That's why we're here.
That's nice, actually. You know how to explain stuff, but it's still not a nice topic. I think like if you explain something else, it would make you like a great person.
Why do you say it's not a nice topic? What is not nice about telling the truth about the world where we live? What do you think is not nice about that?
No, I said it's not nice, like the flat Earth thing. That's it. Like it's a cool thing that you guys are trying to prove it. I respect it, but I don't like the topic. That's it. But you are a nice person. You know how to talk and how to debate. So, yeah, that's it.
And you're dodging my question. Why do you think it's not nice? What's not nice about it? What's not nice about speaking the reality, which is the same reality all of us share on this flat and stationary Earth? What's not nice about telling people, yeah, the way you experience the Earth, that's the way it really is, and it's okay to trust your own judgment, experience, logic. It's okay to trust your senses. It's okay to rely on yourself and your own God-given brain talents and abilities to figure out the truth about the world around you, which is how people always have lived in the past. Yeah, so what's not nice about it? You still haven't answered me.
I think like trying to find the truth is something really cool. Like that's how actually we push ourselves to grow as persons. For example, learning the history from the previous people who were walking here. But I think proving like this point, for example, let's say we're talking about history, how people, they fought for us to live where we live today. That's a cool thing. But like trying to prove like Earth is flat or not, I'm not sure it's gonna take us somewhere. That's my point. Like I really respect your point of view.
What if we show you?
Show me what?
Measurements of the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, that's a cool thing. It's not gonna change anything in my life. For example, if I learn history, it's gonna push me like to succeed, to learn about great personalities. Yeah, but flat Earth. Okay, I can say now I'm a flat Earth person. Okay,
All
it's
right,
flat.
build a house.
It's so flat. It's very
How
flat.
would you build a house without a foundation?
Yeah, that's true. But like, if it's flat or it's a triangle, it's not gonna change anything.
We've got fucking people actually give a shit about learning this information. Probably want to speak. If you don't,
okay, just
this is
let
not
them
nice
talk.
for you. The door's over there, man. So
okay,
make your leave. It means nothing to us.
Okay, you're asking, I'm answering. So if this is the end, okay, that's the end. So good luck. But if it's flat or not, nothing's gonna change.
Good luck in all your endeavors.
Okay, just don't be mad, sir.
People like that, it sounds like they want to convince other people to not care. Like, I don't care. You should also not care. Here's all of my reasons why no one should care.
No, I think that dude does care. He's just fucking terrified of it, right? And he wants to hold his hand and give him 1,000 reasons how to take the first step forward. But there's no reasons we can give him. He's either going to grow a pair of balls himself, or he's just going to, shrivel up and fucking, go through life as most do.
That's true. You could hear the dog diss in his voice.
Yeah, you know what seems weird about that guy is he's asking a question on basically trying to determine or to gauge how important this topic is, right? But at the same time, he's like vehemently defending the idea that it may not be important enough, but he's putting so much energy into that, which kind of implies that he knows it's actually important, right? So he's kind of caught in a little bit of a paradox, right? He needs to know how important it is or confirm how important it might be before he invests any time or energy into exploring it. Sucks to be him. That's all I'm saying.
He brought up like ancestors, right? People that have done for us in the past. What greater way is there to honor their memory than to not let, the true nature of the earth be devolved into this fucking satanic heliocentrism that we know? No, he thinks our ancestors want us to create, more and more iPhone versions. That's how we honor them. See, Rex has joined us. Hi, Rex. Don't know if someone wants to talk with Rex.
It looks like he works for UPS.
All right, there seems to be a lull in conversation. Anybody else here want to pick up where we left off? Maybe with Amir. Looking at you, Amir, or anybody else that's new that wishes to say hello, have any questions? You are welcome to speak.
You were talking to Amir, so what you said, Tito?
We were earlier talking with Amir, and then Acidophilus came in with his interjection, and we kind of went off on a tangent from there.
So does Amir under the impression he lives on a spinning ball?
I think for the most part, yeah.
Okay. Guess you don't want to talk right now. Anyway, back to you guys.
So just reread a little bit of what I, a bit of information that I got from Google about the Roman engineers. So Roman engineering, it says, was the most advanced in the world, yet many of their greatest minds remained deeply skeptical of the globe theory, right? Because it didn't align with their practical measurements. For example, you have Vitruvius from 80 to 15 BCE. Considered the father of Roman architecture. When he designed massive aqueducts that ran for 50 plus miles, he had to account for level. If the earth curved as much as the librarians claimed, a 50-mile aqueduct would have to bend significantly. So the discord was that Roman leveling tools like the Corybates used water levels. Water, in every human experience, seeks a perfectly flat plane. Vitruvius and Roman surveyors worked on the absolute plane principle. They didn't correct for curvature in their blueprints because on the scale of their physical world, the curve was non-existent or speculative math that didn't affect the water in their channels. So I asked it a little bit more to elaborate a little bit more on Vitruvius and give me any quotes that are recorded. Gave me this one quote regarding level water. Yeah, apparently in his book called De Architectura, the 10 books on architecture, in book 8, he said, perhaps someone who may have read the works of Archimedes will say that a true level cannot be obtained by means of water, because that author says that water is not level, but takes the form of a spheroid. Whether the water have a plane or spheroidal surface, the two ends, when the rod is level, will nevertheless sustain an equal height of water. So he's saying there, basically, if it's a sphere, it ain't affecting the water.
That's a good quote, T-Dub. That's a guy from like 200 BC, you said. What was his name?
Yeah, Vitruvius.
Good job, Vitruvius.
Vitruvius, he considered the father of Roman architecture.
Just imagine if he could come to our present day and see something like the Suez Canal, he'd be impressed with that, right? 100 miles of level water. How far did you say his were? Like 50 kilometers, something like that. Yeah, water does not make a ball. That's silly.
No, of course not.
People been talking about
Vitruvius
that.
even
Negative 200. Go ahead.
well, Vitruvius even took what he observed as being true on face value, like it's the sky that rolls and revolves around the earth and sea, and that the earth, whatever it is, naturally occupies a central point, right? He also said on, wait a sec. He also cautioned against trusting images that violate the principles of reality, which aligns with your skepticism of observations that ignore physical variables. Okay. The fact is, he says, that pictures which are unlike reality ought not be approved if their subject is lacking in the principles of reality carried out with no violations. Yeah. Vitruvius seems to suggest...
Quick time out. We got a newcomer. Let's see if they want to talk.
New people coming in. Sorry. Yep, go ahead.
He's literally named newcomer. Hello, newcomer. Let's see.
Hi, guys.
Hello. Did he say?
Hello there. How are you guys doing?
Good. How's your English? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing just well.
Do you speak pretty good English, or are you just starting?
Yeah. So what are you guys talking about? What is the topic of the conversation tonight?
We're talking about how the globe is a mythical story made up. It's not real. We don't live on a spinning globe. What do you think about that?
Sorry, bro. Can you come again? The first couple of words I couldn't understand.
We do not live on a spinning globe. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, there's no empirical evidence in reality to suggest that we live on a spinning globe in the vacuum of space. Do you have any questions? This whole panel will talk to you.
So basically, you think that the planet is standing still; it's not moving at all.
Well, step one, calling it a planet is not technically correct. I know why you're saying planet, but we're like on the floor. We're not a planet flying around in the vacuum of space. Do you understand?
Yeah, I do understand, but
Somebody else wants to try to take over. I'm not sure if he's communicating too well with me.
Well, the idea that Earth is a planet is a relatively, it's not so modern. I guess there was some hint at it in ancient times, but I mean, it's only been vastly accepted in recent times, right? That it's an object in outer space with other things like the sun and the moon and the planets, right? And then the stars further out. But we're not suggesting that Earth is in that kind of situation, right? That Earth is not a planet per se, that it's a plane, like Dave said, that it's the floor. It's the ground floor, and everything that you see in the sky is above that floor. For example, I don't even agree that planets are what we've been told they are. I see no evidence of that.
Still there, newcomer? You got a response or a question? Go ahead. See you lighting up, but I can't hear what you're saying. Anybody else hear newcomer talking? Is it just me?
You might be struggling to find the right words.
You stunned him into silence with your profound statements, Tito.
I don't know about that, but cheers. Newcomer, don't be don't feel bad if you feel like your English isn't good enough. That's fine. You're welcome to just listen if you want. You don't.
Yeah, there's no pressure to talk. I mean, it's totally up to you. I'm not sure what your level of English is, but anyway.
Sorry, guys, I'm here. I'm back. I was just having a little thing to do.
Okay.
Yeah. So what? Sorry. What we were talking about? Yeah. According to my to my humble knowledge, Earth is still a planet. It's not. It's not according to me though, guys. Right? It's according to scientists. It's according to science. It's a part of the solar system. So I'm a little bit surprised that you are like stating that Earth is not a planet, it's just a floor. I know we are living on the floor, right? And everything above, like you said, it's just above us, but the whole universe is still, the whole like Earth, sorry, is still
one thing, newcomer,
a planet, right?
I'll let somebody else take over, but you're talking about a solar system having science. Those two things don't mix. There's no science about the sky because we can't do any science on the sky. But somebody else, give me a better answer. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know, bro.
You're under the impression that they've done all this science and they know where Pluto is and how far away it is and all this stuff about the solar system, right? That's all just a story. There's nothing backing it up. There's no science behind that.
Yeah, it's not using. We prefer to think of science in a more classical sense, where you actually have to have evidence for your claims. So the heliocentric claims are more like a religious belief with dogma that is just passed down from person to person with zero evidence to back it up. So we reject the concept of the solar system because it is not scientifically sound. What makes you think that it is scientifically sound? Do you have any evidence for it?
Well, no, I don't think so. Like, to be honest, I don't have personally an evidence, but that's what we have been taught, or what we have been read or seen all over these years, that we are living in a part of universe called Milky Way, and this Milky Way consists of the sun and many other planets, and one of these planets is Earth, and we are living on Earth, right? And it's spinning in somehow, that's why, seasons change and, right? That's the point, guys.
Yeah, we went through the same process of, education, getting told all those things. It's a cool story. It's a nice story, but what's the proof?
Exactly.
What's the evidence?
Well, to be honest, I can't tell you there is a proof, but take it the other way. So what is your proof as well that it's wrong? This fact is wrong. That's the thing. If you can give me one, please.
You're basically asking us to replace the story that they can't prove. Is that fair? We're just pointing out that the story they told us is BS. Go ahead, guys.
Well, for example, Newcomer, I was just reading through, before you dropped in, I was reading through some quotes from a man named Vitruvius, the father of Roman architecture, who was talking about how the surface of water is level and flat, and that he uses that principle by which to build tens of miles of aqueduct, right? So, these are the evidences that we point out that our observation and experience and measurement of the surface of water doesn't show us that it's curving, it shows us that it's flat, actually. And we have long distance observations, laser tests, distance to horizon measurements. Those are important because if the Earth was a sphere of the claimed size, then the horizon should be no more than a certain distance away, and we see it in orders of magnitude further than that. What else have we got? Guys, help me out.
Well, that's actually a good idea. All right, yes. So, yeah, I am open-minded. But if you say so, or if he says so, or anyone else, right, why don't they try, go public and, just to prove to anyone or to to the rest of people that the idea of the global is spinning is wrong, like you said. Why they don't just try to prove their point of view, right?
Can you repeat the question? Maybe a little more concise. You kind of lost me. Anybody else get it?
It was a bit muffled, but I think I get the gist. Well, basically, that's what has happened since the advent of the internet. That people have been online voicing their views and presenting evidence to the contrary of the globe, right? It's particularly, it's sort of escalated around 2015. And just in recently modern times, we've been privileged to receive access to super high-tech zoom camera technology, which allows us to see much further across the surface of the Earth than previously we were capable of, unless we used high-powered telescopes. But nobody was really using them to try and search for the curvature of the Earth, or at least for the consequences that would be considered to be from the curvature of the Earth. Right, so that's what's been done recently, and there is now a huge amount of content regarding flat Earth online across all different social media platforms, across all different video uploading platforms, etc., etc.
Well, that's nice, actually. That's nice. And do they receive a wide range response, or they are still struggling to
wide range of responses? Yeah, yep.
That's nice. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yep. You've got everything from that's interesting to I hate this idea, I'm going to fight against it with all my might.
That's nice. That's what I like about science, that you come with an idea, so you have to work hard to prove that the former idea is wrong.
Yeah, totally. That's what we've been doing. We're showing that the globe idea is wrong. Yeah, for sure. It totally is. Yeah, it just needs to be discarded. It's a failed model that does not match reality. So T-Dub gave you one example of how the expected curvature is not observed or measured, and there's many other examples, and you could also test it for yourself, because the drop rate that would be expected if we were on a sphere is measurable and would be measurable and observable, and in fact we don't find it. So laser tests is another way that this has been demonstrated. where the laser will hit the target at distances above 20 miles away. When the target's over 25 miles away, there should be hundreds of feet of drop where the target should be obscured, but the laser hits the target. So it's just a conclusive fact. I mean, there's no globe, there's no curvature. I mean, do you have any evidence of a globe or curvature that you can present to us?
Yeah, so it's just a flat ground, like a horizon.
Pardon?
That's nice, actually. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you're saying.
Sorry. What did you say the horizon was? Go ahead.
No, I'm saying, so right, so according to that fact, so there is no curvating like you're saying. There's no globe. It's only a horizon, like an endless, like ground.
Endless ground. I don't know what you mean by that. Yes, he's pointing out that there is no curves. There can be no globe. Do you live near a large body of water? Do you have a body of water near you that's at least 10 miles long?
Uh-huh.
You do? All you got to do is get a buddy and a mirror and stand 10 miles away from each other on a body of water and flash sunlight to each other. The water's not curving. It's laying level. And they tell us we have at least 70% of the surface of the earth is water. So you cannot have a ball that's 70% flat. Go ahead, Dandelion or whoever.
Well, yeah, it could be. It could be that. Yeah, yes, actually, it is a good idea. I just came like with that idea. It just crossed my mind though. So, what do you think, guys, about these astronauts who go like outside the atmosphere and take pictures of the planet as a globe or as a ball or as a sphere? I'm just asking. Like in your opinion, are these photos fake or something like that? Because whenever we see that on documentaries, they are showing us that from space, it's a globe. It's really a sphere world we are living in. So, what do you think, guys, about that?
Who wants to take space pictures? I don't. Go ahead.
Yeah, the problem with those images, there's so many problems. I guess the number one problem is that you can't replicate them for yourself, whereas the measurements that you take from the ground to test whether this curvature exists, anyone can easily do. So since we've already demonstrated on the ground that there's no curvature, there's really no need to go up into space and take pictures. But nonetheless, if you are a person who can't leave your house for some reason, so you can't make measurements, and you think that somehow these thousands of people who have conclusively demonstrated that there is zero curvature on the Earth and the claimed radius of 3,959 miles is clearly falsified, if you think all the thousands of times this has been demonstrated that somehow people have come together in a vast worldwide conspiracy to show that the Earth is flat, if you think they are just all lying, you can't leave your house to show yourself, which so many people have done, and you're relying on pictures from space, even when you analyze those, you would see that there are major discrepancies among the images, which show that they are fraudulent in nature, indeed, as you spoke. Yes, they show different sizes of the continent. They show different levels of curvature in relation to the continent. For example, in the Red Bull space jump, they show the state of New Mexico in the United States taking up a just outrageous level of curvature. There's just no reason to accept these as factual. They're just clearly inconsistent and not accurate depictions of the Earth in any way.
Well, that's nice.
Very well said.
That's nice, guys. Yeah. I think I'm more interested now in going deep in that point of view, right? Yeah, that's really like an interesting thing for like to take, for granted, especially after we have been taught, like in general, that these facts about Earth and the global and universe in general. So it's really interesting to hear a different opinion along with some evidence.
You understand the point that we're telling you, you can go out and do this for yourself. Find a 10-mile stretch of water, and you can prove this to yourself. Sorry, Dandelion, go ahead.
No, that's good. I mean, yeah, that's what I was trying to get at also. So thanks for stating it so clearly. You can go out and test it for yourself. You don't have to rely on anyone else. And I was just going to say there in the side chat, Flat Earth Judge has put an image. Are you able to see the side chat there, newcomer? The image that he's put there where it says spherical trigonometry of a sphere with 3,959 mile radius. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. That's why you can test it for yourself. That's what the laser tests, the long distance observations are using. This fixed geometry of a sphere, which would result in an increase in curvature. So, like at 20 miles, for example, you'd have a drop in feet of 266.74 feet, and yet we have many observations at that distance that do not show this drop.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I can notice that. That's actually quite, new, like, information for me, and I like that.
I got a question for you, newcomer. Is this literally the first time you've actually had a conversation about this subject?
Yeah, to be honest, yeah, it is the first time, because usually.
And you sound like you're older. You believe the globe your whole life up to this point, right? Which is fine if you want to keep believing. Exactly. We're not trying to change people's belief. We're trying to point out reality to people, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know. But bro. So usually you don't. You rarely take this kind of topics as a conversation. You know what I mean? Like in public, they rarely have.
Hey, right now, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I can't understand what you're saying. Can anybody else hearing?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So usually you don't take these kind of topics like as a conversation topic, between you and your friends whatsoever. So yeah, probably it's my first time I'm having this kind of conversation, and like I said, yeah, it's pretty interesting to know like all this all at once, after we have been taught exactly the opposite. It is actually interesting.
Well, if you actually want to know the truth about your reality, you landed in the right place. I'm gonna let somebody else talk to you now.
Yeah.
Much longer, okay? Nice to meet you, though.
Repeat after me. Repeat after me. The Earth is flat. Repeat after me.
Okay, you said the Earth is flat. Okay, the Earth is flat. That is correct.
Explain to me how it's flat.
You explained to me how it's a ball.
Really?
Where's the curvature? We just spent the last 10 minutes pointing out that there is no curvature on the Earth. So we need bodies of water to start curving. Can you make that happen, sir?
No, bro, I don't think so.
Okay, so the Earth's flat. Thank you.
That was a quick conversation.
That's all the conversation has to be right there. But they turn it into gravity and space stories and all kinds of shit. Anyway, I'll shut up.
Just give me a moment. I'm gonna answer no now.
Go Google some globe proof and come back and prove it to us, okay?
If you stand on a beach or a look out of airplane window, the horizon looks like a perfectly straight line, degrees around you, flat versus Earth.
Are you trying to say if you stand on a beach, it looks like a globe? Is that what you just said? That's hilarious.
No, well, you know how there's a flat is look like a huge land with the same picture. Your eye can't reach it. Water always find in this level.
What are you talking about, man?
Yep,
Somebody
water
else
always
explain
finds its level.
Bro, I just want to say in space, why the spaceship is flying a circle in the air? You know why?
Yeah, you can see things fly
And just
overhead.
hold on. It's not about the gravity, by the way.
There's no space.
Yeah, the spaceships it can fly because there is an something's heavy grab the huge huge metal to the center of the earth. You know what I mean?
The bending and warping of the four-dimensional manifold of space-time is not a force.
You know what? During the lunch clips, the airspace between the sun and the moon. When the Earth's shadow falls on the moon, that shadow is always a curve. A flat disk could only
No, because nobody's claiming that Earth is some kind of disk in space. So you're talking about a straw man. This is not what anybody's saying at all.
Yeah, he's reading. Isn't that some kind of Google search result? We've heard that before many times.
Not fucking Google. Grow up.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter what you're reading. The point is nobody's claiming a disk in space. You're standing upon the floor of the universe. You're on the ground.
I'm trying to understand how the fucking Earth
I'm trying to explain to you, but you won't listen.
Oh, come on. Let me make my research and I'll come back.
You're researching a straw man farm, but okay. You can keep coming back with cartoons that will tell you are wrong and you're going to end up getting frustrated.
Yo, bro, since 1015 before century, we haven't had to guess. We have sent void of the lifetime progress and humans into orbit. Every single photo taken from the International Space Station. How did the fucking moon shallow achieve GPS state lines future in Airbus? No work because the group. What the fuck?
Why would you ask Google what flat earthers say when you have flat earthers right here who can tell you? Like, just ask.
I found this. Listen, you can see the curve because the ball is millions of times bigger than you.
That's
This is
ridiculous.
exactly how humans feel on the Earth. It looked like a flat to us because we are only see a tiny fraction of 400,000 kilometers
Don't have problems with this one.
at once. Oh,
Hey, look, you there, buddy?
Yeah, we've heard the propaganda before. Did you think we hadn't heard it? You don't really need propaganda to be read to us when we've already gone out and tested the radius for ourselves and found out that it's inaccurate.
Yo,
So
I found another thing, the gravity and the center of mass. Physical, that measures accurate measures large objective and like a blah 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 blah. Fuck this. No, it's just he explained everything, but he's fucking stupid. No matter where you stand on Egypt, Australia, or the North Pole, downs always. I don't know. The gravity. Hey. Hold on. I have an idea.
yeah, just get out your globe hymnal and turn to page 43, please.
Sorry, repeat. What did you say?
I said you're chanting religious dogma for your heliocentric religion. You can keep being a believer if you want. We prefer to live in reality here.
So, what is your reality?
As you
The reality is that, yeah, you can observe and experience that there's no curvature. It can't be measured. Anyone can go out and do a simple test to see whether the drop over distance that's predicted by the geometry of a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles is not actually observed in reality. So, therefore, the only way you can experience a globe is in a cartoon or in manipulated images on your computer screen or your television screen. And the things that you rattled off there about the moon and the sky and the space station and all of that have nothing to do